The sign on the door indicated open, but the lights were off and nothing was for sale. In one corner of a broad wooden tray inside the window, a large moth fluttered its last. Against one wall, she could see an ancient sewing machine and some bolts of cloth. Deeper inside the empty shop was a counter, an open serving hatch, and a broad pane of clear glass fitted behind the counter as if to invite customers to see a hive of reassuring activity behind it. Now, there were only shadows and indistinct items of office furniture back there. But as she turned away from the dirty window, movement became apparent. The motion was beyond the second pane of glass and continued while she squinted into the murk. Someone was standing up, but incredibly slowly. They were not fully upright, or could not get upright. And the vague silhouette, deep within the dusty gloom of the shop's interior, remained hunched over, the head bowed and crowned with unhealthily thin hair. But what were they doing? Staring at the floor, or at her? The nape of her neck prickled as if she stood in a draught. She peered around herself in the street, took in as many of the other windows as she could, looking for faces. Nothing. Just more of the sombre house fronts with old net curtains, most without. She looked back into the empty store. Whoever she had disturbed was no longer visible, but her reluctance to see them again hurried her up to the church. A small Anglo-Saxon building, and the place where Mason had once preached, proved to be another disappointment. It was no bigger than a cottage and had water-stained wooden boards in place of stained glass windows. The cemetery and grounds were waist-deep with weeds and grass. The main doors were padlocked, and the notice board in the porch was empty. Like the town, the church's congregation had faded away. She wondered if the village lost its faith when M.H. Mason did. Beside the church, occupying the last plot of land before the low stone wall of the cemetery, stood the only other evidence that communal gatherings had ever occurred in Magbar Wood. A long wooden bungalow with a rust-red roof, the doors padlocked with chains. Flaking signage above the double doors read, S.E.S.C.U.T.S. Inside the cabinet mounted on a post before the little gate, a yellowing piece of paper hung to a corroded pin behind a pane of grubby glass. It advertised events within the building, but gave no dates, or even any indication of what year they had occurred. It looked like a programme of performances. There were no explanatory details or footnotes. The Blind Beggars of Bethnal Green, The Children of the Wood, Faustus, The Birth of Harlequin, The Bottle Imp. When the first cold drop of rain struck her forehead, Catherine began her journey back to the Red House, but never made it past number 3 in the cul-de-sac. She saw the house's front door open at the same time she heard a voice come out of it. An old voice, reduced by its years, but still thick with a local dialect, said, "You sinner? Eh? Eh? 'Scuse me? 'Scuse me? You sinner?" Catherine stopped walking, though she wanted to carry on, because the voice didn't promise the kind of interaction she wanted, or even craved by this time. For a moment, still flustered and coming down from the brief fright the voice had caused, she was sure the person was asking her if she was a sinner. Then realised the speaker, whom she could not see, was asking if she'd seen someone. This being referred to was a her. She approached the door, now ajar, but ready to close. Sorry, were you talking to me? You'll wake them up. You go knocking them up. It's too early. Pardon? Through the lightless gap between the door and its frame, she heard a muffled retreat, followed by scrapes on the inside of the wooden door, as if the figure had pulled itself behind the door to hide in fear of her. Though the little squeal she heard also made her suspect the unseen person was excited, which was worse than them being afraid. She didn't get too close. Do you need help? She was going to say ma'am, but wasn't certain of the speaker's gender. It must be the elderly person wearing the white gloves she had seen through the living room window. A woman, then. An odour of damp, musty fabric drifted from the building and across the narrow footpath. The house was wet inside and virtually lightless. How could anyone see in there? You been up the house? You seen her? Who went up the house? Who? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Things must turn a bit more, you think? Not time yet for Our Lady. In the same spirit of her tour of the dismal village, communication with the only inhabitant she'd found was futile. But there was a surety and earnestness in the voice that made her linger. Catherine sensed this person believed that she was entirely aware of a set of facts upon which the speaker wanted a conversation to be based. Only she wasn't aware of these facts, but to walk away would be rude. Sorry, I don't understand. I don't think I can help. Here, here. You'll want this. Run down that shop and get us £50 of it. A thin arm came around the edge of the door. Some way above the limb, what looked like artificial greyish hair indicated the position of the mostly hidden head. But the person must have been small, as the tuft of hair was no higher than her own shoulders, and the threshold of the house was raised one step off street level. Catherine recoiled from the arm, tightly clad in dusty black cloth that ended in a small and bloodless hand. There was no glove. The skin was papery and almost transparent, the nails yellow and uncut. The woman must have been elderly, perhaps mentally ill, terribly neglected, and had mistaken her for some fragment from her failing memory. If offering money had been the aim, the proffered fingers were empty. The shop is closed. I thought the village was empty. £50, and some of them biscuits he does. She wondered if there were neighbours or relatives she could call for the woman. Sorry, I said it's closed. The shop. Everything. Here. It's all closed. Can I help you? Get someone? Ain't seen her since she went up that house is all. Going all black over them roofs now, done it, eh? Still some turning to go. Turning, afore the sliding in and the sliding out. Catherine walked away without another word. The door never closed on the disappointed silence that seemed to swell behind her. In the empty store across the road, she was half aware of someone waving to her from deep inside the building, behind the dirty glass. The arm appeared too thin, but that effect must have been caused by the angle at which she moved to ignore the motion, combined with the dim light. She kept on walking, but more quickly now. 32. Even when in sight of the red house's chimneys, the dreary and abandoned spirit of the village still discoloured her thoughts, turned them into an old photograph, dour and brown with age, corrupted by blemishes. Maybe this great house, this mausoleum that honoured loss and madness, had drawn all the colour, light and life out of the village, bled its vitality up the lane years ago to this dreadful edifice. Itself erected on ground verdant with meadows, briars, thorns and tough grasses, as if the land was also returned to some former time that no hedgerow or wall could restrain. All around the red house was forgotten, untended, and left to grow wild, while the building remained perfectly preserved. Catherine patted down her damp and clinging dress. The cloudburst had been short but ferocious enough to soak her to her underwear. She hurried through the hawthorn tunnel and returned to sunlight to continue drying out. The front door was open as she had left it, the house silent, the grounds wet and sparkling as they dried. She checked her watch. Edith would be sleeping, Maud in her scullery, washing the dishes from the luncheon she'd missed. But before she went inside, she wanted to inspect the garden to discover what it was the beekeeper had been doing beneath her window. She desperately wanted something to start making sense around here, and had a savage impulse to smack her own face until reason returned and stayed put. Guests still had rights, and she was done with being kept in the dark and distracted, manipulated. Mike, Tara, Edith, Maud, they were all taking and taking and taking something from her. Even if they were not present, their bullying influences were. Here, at best, she was being humoured, but also deceived. She'd tried to loosen the noose, but the village thwarted her. It was irrational to think this. Why did she allow people to affect her so much? Beside the porch, she found vestiges of a path made from greening flagstones that hugged the foundations of the building. Catherine followed the path, often untangling the hem of her skirt from the prickly things with rhubarb-red stalks that intruded upon the narrow space between the house's walls and the garden's overrun borders. Her progress along the side of the house was enclosed by shadow, and slow, and impeded by great rose stems that adhered to the bricks like tropical vines. She grazed her bare legs, cut the back of one hand. The abrasions stung, and her skin itched. When she rounded the rear corner of the house, she was presented with a view of the snarled orchard and lawns grown to the top of her thighs. The flies were also waiting, fat and lazy, corpulent with easy nourishment, but noisy and angry in their defence of some boundary she had unwittingly crossed. They circled, bumped her arms and face. She flailed her hands and thought of going in search of the back door, but the idea of Maud's scorn kept her outside. Discomfort combined with the fear of being observed from the back of the house, which reared behind her like a dark mountain of dull windows, a hideous thing that watched her with an amused contempt. Not shod or dressed for the trespass, she made an ungainly zigzag through the garden. As if wading through seawater, she raised her feet high to stride through the grasses entwined with bright weeds. By the time she rounded the rotten arbour and reached the lichen-encrusted fruit trees, her dress was begrimed beyond salvation. Through the trees, there was more of the deep grass, and so slippery close to the earth she could not see. Two stone statues, suffocated by a concealing strata of dead brambles and living ivy, presented themselves like unrelieved guardians. One of the stone pieces had been entirely overwhelmed by the garden. The second statue showed part of a fawn's grimacing face. What had they once protected? Most likely, the abandoned greenhouse. Beyond the cloudy, sea-green panes of glass that made the structure resemble a neglected aquarium, shadowy growths, like ungroomed heads, were supported by overburdened necks. Between the heads, spiteful fingers at the end of skeletal limbs were poised to claw. Much of the roof was smashed, and vegetation tufted out of the gaps, yearning for the sky. Beside the derelict greenhouse, 4 dilapidated wooden cabinets hummed with energy. The hives. They had once been painted white, but were now mostly green and at a tilt. Beyond the row of hives was an iron gate in the ivy-smothered walls. It led to the meadow, and from the gate to the hives was a worn path that continued past the hives to the far side of the garden. Catherine paused to scratch at her stinging legs. Maybe Edith had not been lying, and some locals still dutifully attended to the ruined hives. Maybe Maud had a secret friendship, because she could not imagine Maud having anything else. Perhaps Edith, in her spite and arbitrary use of authority, had forbidden the trysts. It would account for the hostility between mistress and housekeeper. Don't never come back. A warning about Edith's cruelty? Her presence close to the hives had been detected and instigated a boisterous activity. The hum inside became an angry buzz. Catherine panicked and lunged to where the grass was worn into the makeshift path. If the threatened bees were riled, she would make faster progress back to the house along that route. But she stopped and coughed when she found herself enshrouded by an awful stench of decomposition, then recoiled at the suggestion that a carcass lay hidden in the long grass. Something had come here to die. Fast as she could, over unseen impediments and through slapping weeds, she stumbled past the hives, holding her breath. Level with the cabinet at the end of the row, she realised the stench originated not from the grass, but from the hives. The same hives that were active not with bees, but flies. Busy like atoms once they were airborne, the flies emerged from the rear of the mouldering cabinets, rose into the air, and moved in the direction of the house. Catherine raced along the path of trodden grass, rounded the orchard, and hurried up to the house. She could see a plain wooden door, the back door, beside the small window of Mason's workshop. The door must open onto the utility corridor. When the terrible smell of micturition subsided, so did her shock. The hives must be filled with kitchen waste. She must have smelled pheasant carcasses and meaty scraps incubating within old beehives. Out here, there wouldn't be a waste collection, and they had no means of visiting a tip. But with so many flies breeding and hatching within the fetid confines of the rotten hives, why was such a practice continued so close to where they lived? And who was the man in white? What would he want with the old hives? She thought of the dark interiors, alive with oily maggots, and her stomach tried to turn itself inside out. Witnessing violence would not have sickened her more. The flies, the decay, the red house was an assault against decency. She should leave now. She must leave now. Get her things quickly and go. The decision to leave quelled her anxiety, as if a valve had suddenly opened to release a huge pressure, and its venting was close to bliss. All here was unhealthy, toxic. was damaged and infectious. It was a bad place. Some places just were. She'd long suspected it. Here was confirmation. The Red House had corrupted, then killed the village. The house and village had expired and should be buried, but clung on. And they'd seeped into her like a poison. Around her mind, her thoughts buzzed incessantly and altered direction as quickly as the flies that pursued her through the wretched garden, until an awareness of a scrutiny hit her. She looked up as if someone had just barked her name. Stood rigid, she caught sight of a small, white face. At a window amongst so many dark panes within the arches, like eyebrows raised in disapproval. Edith in a black wig. No, it had looked like a child. The face retreated quickly, or was yanked away, but had lingered long enough to give the impression of being masked, or made of cloth. Soft and pressed into the glass, the features had appeared flat, the mouth black and open in surprise. Thick, dark curls of hair spilling from a lacy hat made the figure look like a child, a girl. So it had been a doll. The face had been behind a second-story window, next to the big bay window at the conclusion of the second-floor corridor. So the face had been at the window of her room. Someone had held a doll against the window of her room. Maud? But why? Maud had seen her trespassing in the garden, and knew she had seen the flies, and where and how they dispensed with organic kitchen waste. Maybe. The fright left her exhausted, and she was shivering. They were trying to frighten and disorient her and drive her mad. As mad as they both were. They were unreasonable. They were unhinged. They were sinister people. Leonard had warned her, but not seriously enough. The back door was unlocked. She slipped off her sodden trainers and passed into the passageway, its floor coated with a plain cloth. At the passage's far end, she saw the ruby glow of the hallway. Between there and the back door, the corridor remained in shadow. The first doorway on the right-hand side led into Mason's workshop. Her camera might still be inside the room. She would retrieve it, then her bags and laptop from her room, and leave without saying goodbye. And she would go home to her flat, her sanctuary. Around her, the chemical stink cloyed. In her mind, the flies buzzed. And she could still taste the taint of the hives. In her imagination, dim, straggle-haired figures stood up, over and over again, behind dirty windows at the back of damp rooms. No more. The door to Mason's workshop was open, perhaps airing after she'd been ill. She could see the jars of chemicals and formulas, the cruel hooks and tools, the workbench and horrible galvanized tub. And there was her camera where she had left it. All was as she remembered that morning, save one thing. This other thing had not been present earlier. She approached and walked around the object. Using what of her available mind was not taken over with anxiety, she tried to work out what it was. The shape was adult-sized and carved from a block of wood. Balsa wood, turned by hand, into the torso of a female figure. It had a crude bust and narrowed at the waist. At mid-thigh level, the form had been levelled off and mounted on a black iron stand that descended to a 3-toed base. Cloth arms connected to a metal and canvas harness were attached to the shoulders of the carving. At the end of the arms, heavy ceramic hands with chipped fingers hung inert. She thought of them clapping and shuddered. Had it been positioned here to confront her, for some unfathomable reason? Another unpleasant barrier to inhibit her? Catherine moved away from the ugly effigy and picked up her camera. A tiny scream of wheels moved through the corridor outside the workshop. It gave her a start. She turned to confront the doorway into which Edith was wheeled. The elderly woman's skinny hands were gloved and clutched the handrests either in rage or with a determination not to be spilled from the chair. She looked awful, drained and haggard. A waterproof cape was draped over a heavy tweed skirt, dwarfing her frail body. What was visible of the outfit reminded Catherine of what female motorists wore before the war, the First War. The ghastly white face was again overburdened by the terrible cottage loaf wig. And Maud's face seemed peculiarly ape-like as it glared beneath the mannish haircut, out of the darkness behind Edith. Edith studied Catherine with her cloudy, disapproving eyes. "Did you see all you wanted to see?" "I came back for my camera." "What were you thinking? We've been out there. We couldn't find you." "There was no need. I just wanted some air." The idea of the two horrid figures, one pushing the other through the rain, searching for her, made her want to scream. "One should never leave this house so unprepared. Maud will draw you a bath, and then we will proceed with the fitting. Your clothes are ruined, and it is about time you wore something suitable. The pageant is the highlight of our local calendar, and no guest of the Red House will be tolerated looking like that. Follow me." The information, or order, or whatever it was, came quickly. The will behind the voice was indomitable, but brittle and close to rage. She was trapped again, coerced by muscular social currents she was unable to evade and was unequal to. Edith's horrid white face and voice filled her head. It did not seem possible to resist the woman or deny her anything. "If it's all the same, Maud will bathe you on the second floor." "I need to get back." "Back? Back where?" Catherine swallowed the constriction that always occupied her throat before those glaring, red-rimmed eyes. I'd like to go home now." Edith grinned with what looked like a bored delight at her resistance. "You'll catch your death. You're shivering." "I'm all right." Out of the question. We don't have much time to get you ready. I'm far too old to go through this again, and I do not have the time for your stubbornness. Everyone will be so disappointed with your lack of enthusiasm." "Everyone? I've been to the village. It's empty." "Empty?" Edith turned her frowning face to Maud. "What does she mean?" Maud stared at Catherine in disapproval, tinged with pity. "Our local traditions take a great deal of time to prepare, and you are expected. It would be selfish, heartless to disappoint us all. Don't you think?" "Ma'am, please. I've been here 2 days, and I still haven't begun the valuation. There are other things There will be time enough to admire our things. After the pageant. Now come along, dear. I am not accustomed to repeating myself." 33. "Why do you need to measure my head?" Catherine yawned again. Sleep pulled at her edges and softening corners. Maud's hard hands prompted her body to stay upright, with short tugs and prods whenever she felt herself start to lean. She was sick of apologising. Sorry, when she swayed. Sorry, as she blinked herself back awake. Sorry, as she moved an arm to stifle a yawn. Country air and the 4 miles she'd walked to and from the village had left her dead on her feet. The deep, hot water of the bath she had taken in Edith's own bathroom had been preceded by a bowl of mutton broth she'd wolfed down with a portion of homemade bread in the dining room. The medicine Maud spooned into her mouth for her chill had been bitter but instantly warming. And now she'd stopped moving. Her head and body felt heavy, and she desperately wanted to sleep. In her dimming thoughts, she was concerned at how tired, at how unfit she was. But a confrontation about skipping dinner and retiring early had to be risked. I'm sorry, but I'm so tired, and I need to— Not long now, dear. Edith turned her face to Maud, who fussed behind Catherine, and she urged the housekeeper to hurry with no more than a frown. And then we shall get you to bed. You'll need to rest after this morning's foolish escapade. Edith's voice softened, was almost soothing, as if Edith Mason was calmed by the sight of Catherine stood before the long oval mirror, dressed in white, like a daughter who was to be a bride. And Catherine nearly thanked her host for granting her sleep. She would go to bed, have a nap, then begin the valuation. No, she would leave later, tonight. Her thoughts swam and sank without trace. She had been escorted from the dining room to Edith's own bathroom on the 2nd floor, then collected again and returned to the utility floor. She'd felt like a patient in an old hospital. So many stairs, doors to be unlocked, aprons and long skirts swishing, wheels turning. And the one-piece dress she now wore had been waiting upon the wooden bust in Violet Mason's sewing room, a place sealed behind a locked door close to M.H. Mason's workshop. Wicker baskets overflowing with costumes lined one wall of the room, beneath shelves cluttered with paints and craft materials. Carpentry had not been beyond Violet Mason either. Unusual for a woman of her time, but the vintage tools, and the bench still littered with twine and timber, buttons and cloth, revealed evidence that great labours had been undertaken in the room to support her brother's vision. Catherine's own vision swam, so she focused on the dress, bowing her head to see the embroidered cotton. From the 1920s, she thought, with the elbow-length sleeves and no waist. Edith had said, "Nothing else will fit you. My mother was petite. She carried me at the time she wore this." She had been too sleepy to be offended, though the insult helped to revive her enough to become aware of the dress's scent. From the ancient gown wafted a fragrance of stale perfume trapped in fine cloth, and of the wooden furniture that had stored the garment for decades. The fabric was unmarked, but had sallowed to an ivory tinge along the seams and at the edge of the lace hems. She disliked the transforming edge of the dress in the dark mirror. Bare-legged, her hair tousled where it had dried without styling. Under dim coppery light from an overhead bulb, the dress faded her sense of herself, but also distinguished her anew with a fresh identity, as though she existed in a photograph taken from an old cardboard box after a funeral, from a collection where the bronze images of mustachioed men in uniform, and little girls in ribbons and white dresses suddenly confronted the onlooker with a sense of origin and an insignificance they had not considered before. Behind her image in the mirror, Edith's bleached face hovered, disembodied from the avian form so tightly wrapped in a high-necked gown of black silk. Maud must have changed her mistress while Catherine bathed in the cast-iron tub, filled with steaming green water and fragrant with salts she could not identify, that was waiting for her and most welcome after her meal. She wished she was still inside the perfumed water now, soaking, dozing. Her eyes closed. She tried to remember the bathroom to stay awake. It had a bath made no later than the 1880s, a tub mounted on ball feet, a unit with an old steel needle, and spray shower fixed around the enormous taps. She'd never seen one before. Carved mahogany cabinets on the walls, tiles hand-painted with wild flowers, like taking a bath in someone's study. Maud jerked her awake. Sorry. Aches had crept into her spine, and her skin was sensitive. The sun's warmth had reached her too late, and she had a chill. She'd never been good in the rain. The white noise of anxiety and the exhaustion of London had permanently impaired her immune system. Maybe the terrible stench of the workshop and the hives had stayed inside her too, poisoned her. But she had no temperature. Her stomach was fine. She had difficulty swallowing, though. Her throat was hot and dry. She needed to go home. Needed to be in her own bed, dosed with paracetamol. She wanted to call her mother. Was she well enough to drive? Once she was in bed, after a few hours' rest, maybe she could leave a note and slip away. And go home. Before it was too late. Where had that thought come from? She mustn't let herself think like that. She'd been told. She knew what to do when she had thoughts like that. The dress was removed, slipped over her head. She was quickly covered in a quilted dressing gown. Maud helped her back to her room, as if she was the old woman who needed care. And once Catherine was settled in bed, she noticed Maud's eyes were wet with tears. It was the last thing she saw before her eyes closed of their own accord, and her mind turned over and slid backwards into a bottomless and irresistible unconsciousness. 34. He's coming up the big house with us, Kath. Catherine stood up in the wet den and started to cry. Up on the hill of the special school, the boy with the painted wooden face held the hand of her best friend, Alice, who had been missing for 3 months. One lens of Alice's glasses shone in the grey light of late afternoon. Catherine was forbidden to come here. She'd returned to remember Alice. The last time she visited the den, that distant, bright time with sunlight bathing the ecstasy of finishing a school year, Alice went through the hole Catherine made in the green fence. In July. It was September now, and only 4 months until Christmas. Alice started down the grassy slope towards the new fence the council had built. They's calling, Kath. Hear it? And that was exactly what Alice said to her as Catherine poured invisible tea into greening plastic teacups at the beginning of the summer on the very day Alice vanished. And precisely what Catherine had told her parents when she arrived home, wet through and crying. It was also what she had told Alice's mother and the police ladies and her nan. Catherine had heard the call back then too, just like she heard it now. Green sleeves from a distant ice cream van. coming out of those red brick buildings with plywood over the windows. That first time, Alice said, "I's going, Kath. Come in." But nothing else. Splashing through the stream and scrabbling up the riverbank to the hole in the fence before Catherine could stop her. Up the grassy bank, the little figure had climbed on her hands and knees, as Catherine stood motionless with fright behind the wire fence. She'd whispered for Alice to come back. "Don't, Alice. Don't. We're not supposed to. You're not allowed to." But Alice had continued up the grass bank to the school where the air was going all wavy up there. Over the black roofs, because the special school children were also moving up the far side of the hill to the buildings. Alice hadn't seen the ragged shapes intent on meeting her at the summit, and Alice never turned around once or even seemed to hear Catherine, who stayed behind and gripped the links of the fence. When Alice disappeared from view amongst the buildings that the other children had reached first and hid within, Catherine wet herself in fright. It was the last time she saw Alice. Catherine had run and fallen, all the way home, then shut herself inside her room and stayed there until Alice's mum came round. But today, Alice was back, and coming closer to the green fence while the boy with the painted wooden face stayed up on the hill and watched from the distance. And it really was Alice, with the same tangled hair, the pale, bespectacled face. Only Alice was happy now. "There's nice kids up there, Kath. There's Margaret and Annie and all them others. Nice kids, like us. Come away with us, Kath. They's got nice things to eat, ladies in dresses and flowers. They's got mices fighting battles. Cats is princesses, foxes wear hats. Them puppet shows from olden times, everything. Always sunny there, Kath. There's a rabbit that talks and a monkey in a dress. Better than down here." Catherine came awake and gasped for air. And some of the dream came out with her, then dissolved and left her thinking of being taken for tests, seeing specialists, being diagnosed as a slow learner. A Mongol, a retard, a thickie. The bullying at the second school was worse than the first, mainly because the tormenting skills of infants hadn't sufficiently developed in junior school. She remembered feeling so sick with nerves each morning for the best part of 2 years that she could barely eat, and spent most of her playtimes and dinner breaks hidden in various parts of the small school. As a child, she prayed and wished and prayed until she gave herself headaches, that the children of the special school would come back and take her away, like they did Alice. She'd had her chance when Alice came back for her that afternoon in September, and she'd just relived it in her sleep as clearly as the day it happened. She'd even remembered all of the words. Had she been asleep, or was it another trance? Consciousness had withdrawn so far inside her, the external world was still blurred. These weren't memories, she urgently reminded herself. These were childhood fantasies constructed to explain the abduction of Alice. Her friend had never said anything about the red house on the day she imagined the little girl had come back for her. Or had she? She didn't know. The time the boy with the wooden face came into the playground to save her, and the reason why all the children suddenly stopped bullying her, as well as the belief that the teachers were frightened of her, was not real either. None of it. She felt nauseous in the darkness of the room, as if her brain had just slipped sideways. The slide had been accompanied by a fear of falling, and had jolted her back to the world. Her chin was wet with what she guessed was blood. Thick vestiges of the trance were unclear, but stayed trapped behind her eyes. Moving into a sitting position hurt her back, her neck, and she suffered a sense of overbalancing. Either that, or the room tilted and the bed moved along the floor. She could not see her hands, arms, or the bed in the darkness. Her skin shivered inside the long gown provided at her bedside. Accepting the nightdress had felt like dependence, or even sublimation. Another item she had been too tired to resist. The ancient garment was ruffled into wet creases along her spine. The bed she'd awoken in was also dampened by sweat gone cold. Her eyes had been open for some time too, but she had not been awake. A sense of her jaw being active lingered around her mouth. She must have been talking or crying in her trance. The bitter, chalky residue left by Maud's tonic for her chill grew stronger on her tongue. She swallowed, and her throat burned. The room stank of wet wood and unclean air. She groped about the bedside table for the lamp, for the water Maud provided. Her fingertips found the glass, and she guzzled the stale liquid, but she could not fit her other hand under the lampshade to find the switch, and couldn't see what she was doing. Her fumbling bumped her phone, which fell off the bedside table, and thumped the rug below. As the handset bounced, the small screen lit up, casting a pale green glow over the bed. Faint underwater light bathed a dense black shape at the foot of her bed, upright, but poised as if to lean over her. Either that, or it had just retracted from reaching for her. Her phone settled on its front and smothered the frail light of the screen, leaving her inside a greater darkness than before. Catherine dropped the glass onto the bedspread. She couldn't breathe for fright. Her limbs had seized. Beside the thump of a heart that felt too big for her chest, she could think of nothing but the presence at the foot of her bed, one that must have stood inches from her feet as she slept. Kicking at the sheets, she twisted onto her knees, upsetting the glass, which fell and rolled off the mattress to the rug and onto the wooden floorboards. Around her skull, the sound of the rolling glass circled, as if it were inside her head, grinding through her panic. Her useless fingers could not find the neck of the lamp. She was certain the trespasser was swiftly bustling around the outside of the bed, was moments from touching her in the lightless void of the bedroom. When her desperate fingers found the lamp switch, the act of turning the light on took what was left of her strength. Dizzy with terror, she thought she might faint. Oxblood walls reappeared around the bed. On the brink of a scream, Catherine turned to face the intruder. Her vision swam and settled. The figure was still there, immobile, faceless, waiting. The dressmaker's dummy. And hung upon shoulders that were positioned as if the missing head was proudly raised, was the dress Edith had picked out for her to wear to the pageant. The crashing of relief left her panting like a tired dog. A dull, concussive ache returned to the place behind her eyes, as did the burning sensation in her throat. She was nauseous, too, as if whatever was in her system was wearing off and leaving side effects. What had they given her to drink? Were the ingredients of the medicinal concoction so old they'd become toxic? Laudanum? A tincture of opium? Wasn't that bitter tasting? The very idea they took opiates here wasn't implausible. She imagined old, frail, untrained hands pouring a white powder into the liquid she had struggled to get down. But she was soporific long before she swallowed the tonic. Something in her food, then. Hadn't Edith said as much about Maud? The mute housekeeper must have carried the dress and dummy inside the room as she slept. And Catherine had been talking to the dummy, mistaken the vague presence of a dressed bust as company, jabbered to it in her delirium. If she wasn't so shaken, she would have felt foolish. She fingered her face. Her forehead and cheeks were cold. She had no temperature and wasn't feverish. Her state was akin to waking up drunk. But wakefulness did not dispel unease. She had heard no one enter the room, nor did she have any recollection of a light being turned on by whoever had come in. How was that possible? And why was it necessary to bring the horrid maternity dress that Edith's mother had worn nearly a century before in here while she slept? She felt too woozy and too weak to decide whether this was another strange arrangement, some protocol of the Red House, or whether it ranked as another sinister tactic to unsettle her. Catherine sank into the pillows, shifted her position to the portion of the bed not moist and creased. She pulled her knees up and into her belly, cradled her head with her hands, and tried to figure out what to do. With the harsh grit of Maud's medicine tainting her gums and tongue, she passed into and back out of, and then into, a semblance of sleep. Catherine roused again, with a sense of her own voice loud within the room. Her eyes were already wide open when she came to. She rose from the bedclothes, gasping from another delirious episode that felt uncomfortably similar to a trance. From deep sleep into a trance again? Never happened before. They only occurred when she was absent-minded, but awake. The second unbearably vivid dream receded, though not quickly enough. A group of small figures had been stood in a row at the foot of her bed. Or they were children wearing masks. Faces she recalled in unpleasant flashes. She flopped against the headboard with her face clutched in her hands to stop the swaying of her vision and the motion sickness it caused. Two of the figures had been smiling and holding the ceramic hands of the dressmaker's dummy. A girl in a tatty bonnet, and a figure with the stature of a boy, and the bearing of a doll. Real hair had been threaded into his colourless porcelain scalp. An old-fashioned tailored suit had made a tight fit on his small limbs. Like the boy had outgrown the suit, or been given a younger child's clothes. The girl's face within the bonnet was too withdrawn to offer anything but the glimmer of a bony chin and one row of discoloured wooden teeth. But in the nightmare, the dummy's shoulders had carried a head, a white face, with moist black eyes, partly obscured by a veil attached to a wide-brimmed hat. The hat had been decorated with dark flowers like an ancient wedding cake. Among the other childish figures, there had been a wrinkled and leathery black face, the eyes white and horribly eager. A small mouth in the tar black face had been open, gleefully revealing yellow peg teeth. The ape from the film that made off with Strader's head. Another of the small shapes looked to have suffered an accident or been misused. Its pottery face was discoloured, cracked, and there were small punctures or scars. The master of the revels? Elsewhere amongst the crowd, she retained a suggestion of uneven whiskers sprouting from a threadbare head of a large hair. It must have been a mask concealing something much worse underneath. The face hidden by the hair's pelt had painted wooden eyes, adrift from the sockets of the outer skin. Behind the figures, she'd received the impression of tails swishing with impatience, and then whipping with excitement for the entire time she spoke to them. They'd riposted with nonsense and rhyme she couldn't remember in any detail, but their jaunty words had made her want to get up and skip around the room like a child. Catherine trembled for a while, her eyes searching every inch of the visible room, until the impact of the dream lessened, and she was certain she was alone. She had dreamed of the dolls in Edith's bedroom, and in her state amalgamated the dolls with the murky features of Mason's puppets from the BBC film. Please let it be that. If she could rely on one thing in her life, it would be her imagination turning against her in the worst circumstances. Her body now felt as desiccated as one of Mason's preserved creations. The medicine she had been given, but for what? Maintained the mineral rime around her tongue and lips. It was all she could taste, and she was desperate to swill it away with water. Her glass lay empty upon the floor. Each step she took towards the enormous washstand fired a jolt of pain through her skull. She touched her arms and face, which registered in her mind as being hot and tender, but were actually cold and clammy. Her nightie and underwear were wet. She picked up and clutched the dressing gown around her shivering body. There was no water in the basin of the washstand, or in the jug beneath the bowl. No taps, it wasn't plumbed. She thought she might cry. She needed painkillers for the incessant judders in her head, not some ancient, sickening tonic concocted from stale ingredients. Nausea took her back to her bed, where she sat and peered at the door. She would have to go and find the nearest bathroom and source of water, a medicine cabinet. What was the time? Her phone claimed it was 2:30 a.m. Is that all? Now she thought about it, her writhing and gibbering seemed to have stretched into days. Catherine closed her eyes. If they had poisoned her, she should try and be sick. They had drugged her to take her out of her life, out of the world. The dress on the dummy was a new skin, a new identity. They were refashioning her to become one of them. Stop it! She had a chill, a virus. New places, new bacteria. That's all. Stress has made it worse. That's all. That's all it is. Outside her room, she again failed to find the light switches on the walls between the doors and the long passage. There was a switch at the mouth of the corridor by the landing and stairwell. She was sure of this, but by day had previously been guided by the window overlooking the garden at the passage's end. The window was no help now, so only the glow of her bedroom door and phone screen guided her through the heavy darkness that pressed inwards and swallowed the red house. The lightlessness had crept inside and filled the old spaces, clothing timbers, and bricks. But with the dark came a shift in character, one she remembered noticing before. The house was colder than it had been during the previous night, as if the building was now open to the elements. She could smell damp in fabric and wood, the pungency of black spores on water-softened plaster, as if the garden's decay had seeped inside the building. Even the unseen floor felt rough beneath her bare soles. So vivid was the change in character within the pathetic halo of greenish light cast by her phone screen. She had to make sure the red house was as she remembered it to be, by pushing her face an inch from the wall to see the wallpaper's pattern. When she found it, the air of the closest bathroom was icy. As though her life depended upon the tooth-aching water, she bent to gulp at the ropes of freezing liquid that thundered from the tap above the sink. She needed to dilute the disorientation, the inebriation of illness and sleepiness. Behind the wall, pipes juddered, clanged. Too ill to care about the noise, she left the bathroom but made sure the door stayed open. Same with her bedroom door, so at least some of the grubby light fell into the passageway from 2 lit rooms. It would allow her to do more than stumble through the hideous absence. How could they stand it here? Perhaps darkness was more of a natural state than daylight. Weren't stars just pieces of glittering debris slowly winking out on their journey to entropy? So what came after? Stop it. No light pollution here. This is how it is in the country. By the time she reached the landing about the stairwell, a door below clicked open and then closed. Briefly, a dim but comforting glow appeared downstairs. Catherine paused to listen. A second door opened more slowly, deeper inside the vast building. Maud. She wanted to be reassured by the idea of the housekeeper being up and about at this hour, but wasn't. Would the scowling drudge be of any assistance with anything but another homemade remedy or poison? But these women were old. Their joints must ache. Maud limped. Edith was in a wheelchair, so there had to be modern pain relief somewhere inside the house. And she must take enough of it to drive home. In strange, dark houses, you needed a goal, and she made this her purpose as she descended the first flight of stairs. If need be, she'd search every one of their bathrooms and kitchen cupboards. On the way down to the first floor, she gripped the banister rail. The mere effect of moving this far left her breathless and dizzy. Peeking over the railing, some thin light was reflected off the polished wood of the hall floor. Light originating from the adjoining utility corridor that contained the tableau, workshops, perhaps the kitchen, and Maud's room. The first floor was dark, but a few feet of sight was afforded by her phone screen, so at least she could see each step ahead of her. She moved across the first floor landing to the next set of stairs, her eyes imploring the oblivion that encroached upon the feeble glow of her phone, which returned nothing to her eyes besides the glimmers of brass door handles. She was at the top of the next staircase when the movement below began. She peered over the banister and caught sight of a small shadow fall across the faint light on the hall floor. A scuffle of cloth accompanied the motion. Instinct told her that announcing her position was a bad idea. And there it was again. What she understood to be a scampering close to the floor, in pursuit, she intuited, of the first figure. Neither noise resembled Maud's distinctive side-to-side shuffle. The noise suggested a small group or pack of animals. Cats? Rats? Catherine stifled a scream. The Red House could be teeming with rats at night. Had she not heard them last night too? A fitting revenge for M.H. Mason's extermination of the species, but not a vengeance that offered Catherine a shred of comfort while on the stairs. The screen of her phone winked off, as it periodically did to save the battery if she didn't keep the pitiful glow activated. And just before the screen light came back on, there was no question in her mind that footsteps had just announced themselves on the staircase behind her. She turned quickly, lost balance, and thumped down 4 steps, flailing at the banister with her free hand, before unintentionally casting her phone away. The handset lit up the silhouette of a small head, and what might have been hands covered its face. The fact the figure behind her had been so close was worse than what she thought she had actually seen. Whimpering on her hands and knees, she cast about to retrieve the phone. She snatched it up and held it before her face fearfully, as if expecting a blow from out of the darkness above her. The pallid phosphorescence of the screen cast its meagre range onto empty wooden steps and the banister rail. There was nothing there, and could not have been. She raised the phone higher, and her own shadow stretched up the empty staircase wall. A mind made strange with inebriation in oppressive darkness could see anything it wanted. Despite telling herself this, she struggled to rid her imagination of the notion that a small head, further up inside the darkness, was now turned in her direction and watching her. Silence returned to the stairwell. She chose to suppress, rather than dwell, on the scent of cold outdoor air brought in on someone's clothes that gathered around her. Catherine peered over the banister rail, but saw and heard nothing more from down there. Rodents were scared of humans, weren't they? Clutching her phone as if it was a flame and her only hope of rescue and survival, she continued down. Stood in the middle of the hall, she looked up and into the stairwell. The darkness was total. A swirl of vertigo and a panic that she could be hoisted up and into the space by something above seized her. When the fear passed, another replaced it. Whatever she thought had been following her down the stairs might drop upon her from up there. At the walls of the hall, she pawed the wooden panels, looking for light switches, something that was becoming an unpleasant habit for her in this house. There are at least 3 switches down here. She had noticed them, hadn't she? Between the framed photographs, one of which her phone screen illumined. A black and white picture taken of the Masons in their garden. In the photograph, they appeared older and thinner than she'd seen them before, but were dressed as formally as ever. Sunlight reflected off their bespectacled eyes. Violet Mason wore a white hat to match her dress and carried a parasol. M.H. Mason wore a black suit. Behind the Masons' straight forms, some of the trees were hazy, as if moving in a breeze. What was visible of the puppet theatre between the Masons' heads was blurred, as if active with motion too rapid for the shutter speed of the camera. Either a child or a figure on the backdrop seemed to be running sideways. There was a small black arm and a distorted head emerging from the unclear portion of the photograph. She'd not looked at many of the pictures closely during her tour with Edith, but wished she had done so. If she had, she might not be on her own in the darkness, looking at one right now. Towards the dimly glowing mouth of the passage leading to the service area, she moved with her arms stretched out. At the end of the corridor, on the left-hand side, was a slot of rectangular light, as if a small lamp were switched on in a large room, with the door mostly closed. From here, the thin light on the hall floor that she had seen from upstairs originated. A cold draught swept her hands and face in a steady stream. She suspected the door to the garden, at the far end of the corridor, had also been opened upon the cold night. The current of chilly air was too concentrated to be coming from a room indoors. The draught built into a breeze, and she stifled the idea that it wasn't a door or window open at the end of the passage, but a much bigger portal ahead of her in the darkness. The moving air was either entirely without sound, or her own hoarse breath was so loud about her face she was drowning out the sound of the wind. Stumbling through what now smelled like an unlit tunnel, her situation began to feel like she'd passed out of the Red House and was now journeying beneath its walls. The idea of being beneath the house seemed far worse than the frightful apprehension of being inside it. Only the approaching luminance of the partially open door assured her she was still inside the building. "Maud! Maud!" she called, in a voice just above a whisper, but didn't know if she was announcing herself or calling for help. She felt an urge to scream and a competing urge to sit down in petrified silence and to wait for whatever came next from out of the darkness. Why was she even down here? She should have stayed in bed. With her phone screen creating a small, weak sphere about her face, she almost broke into a run to reach the partially open door. Because someone must be awake. It was her only motivation for putting one foot in front of the other, and so quickly now. Mere feet from the door, the intensification of the chemical pungency hit her full and stinging in the face and brought her to a stop. The stench came from the entrance to what she knew, but didn't want to acknowledge, was Mason's workshop. Why was it open at this hour? The light, bleeding thinly from the space beyond the door, now resembled light issued from ashes glowing in a grate, or a small desk lamp with a crimson shade. With one hand clasped across her mouth and nose, she peered through the gap and looked away. She heard herself whimper and say, "God." She glanced back into the dim ruby air, and again saw the vertebrae of an impossibly curved spine, and so pronounced beneath the dead white skin, the bone joints seemed in danger of breaking through the bloodless flesh of the small figure hunched over inside the galvanized metal tub. Mason's ethanol bath, in which what must have been Edith sat facing forward. Without the cottage loaf wig of rags and false hair, the back of a mostly hairless skull confronted Catherine. The shoulders were so narrow and pinched, and the scapula so defined, she was not sure anything so wizened could still be living. But it was the mere glimpse of the scar, from a long dorsal incision, reaching from the nape of the scrawny neck to the black water's lapping edge, for which her shock and revulsion were mostly saved. A second figure she could not see, but heard sobbing, was also inside the room. Maud? Catherine fell as much as fled back through the oblivion of the utility corridor to the front door of the house. In the surreal confusion of her partial sight, the image of that emaciated form shivering within the black water hounded her, and she knew she would rather risk freezing to death outside than spend any more of this night under the same roof as these grim creatures that conducted such ghastly rituals in the early hours of the morning in a house alive with rats. For the first time in her friendship with Leonard, she felt hot knots of anger towards him. The two great front doors of the Red House were locked, and whoever had locked the doors had taken the keys. 35. When she awoke, the bedroom was still lit by the small lamp. Catherine sat up slowly and held her head in both hands until the swoops settled. The concussive ache in her head had lifted, as had the shivering and sensitivity of her skin. Maybe the hot constriction in her throat had awoken her, because the need to gulp at cold water was urgent again. A great distance of time and space separated her from the memory of running through the house to her bed. Her recollections of the previous night were murky. While more conscious than she had been in some time, she still struggled to distinguish between what had been a nightmare or delirium and what had been real. Poor, bald, scarred Edith. That had been real. Or had it? The children in the costumes, a dream. The mannequin with the head? Impossible. Just part of a nightmare. Illness, being drugged with what the old fools thought of as medicine, must have opened a distant region of her mind. The part she used for dreaming had accelerated its activity when she was half awake. Her trances verified she was susceptible to this, and God only knew she'd had a few of those. Until she could get out of the building and get home, she could not afford to consider her experience to be anything else. Her sanity was dependent upon it. She opened the heavy drapes and looked out at an indigo sky from which the light dissolved. Catherine quickly checked the time on her phone. 8 p.m. Not possible. Surely it was 8 a.m. and the last vestiges of night were surrendering to the dawn. She had dropped the phone on the stairs the night before. Her fingers had been clumsy about the handset's controls. She might have accidentally reset the clock. Weak and unsteady on her feet, she opened and fired up her laptop on the writing table. Like the phone, the computer showed a red battery level. But she had been recharging them. She remembered doing it. She reattached both chargers to the wall sockets. Even though there had never been a signal here, the idea of the phone and laptop being lifeless suddenly seemed too terrible to consider when surrounded by such ponderous antiquity. Once the laptop screen loaded, she was confronted by the horrible shock of having slept all day following the troubled night. 8 p.m. Her stomach was cavernous and burned with hunger. It's why she was so clumsy, so weak. Why her thoughts were struggling to coordinate beyond bursts of clarity in a fog of bewilderment. She'd been out of it for 24 hours, with little water and without food. The door to her room was locked from the inside. At the thought of being here again after dark, she twisted the key, then yanked the door open, and stared down at an antique silver tray filled with cutlery, plates, 2 silver tureens. An envelope rested between the teapot and butter dish. Beside it, a red hat box, with a folded cream garment laid upon its lid, and a pair of narrow white slippers. Carefully, Catherine brought the tray inside and placed it on the writing table. The tureens were cold, but she'd eat the old hat before she touched another morsel of Maud's food. Where did they even buy it from? The presence of food in the house was incongruous. Nothing at all was making sense. 3 days to be upset by a horrid film, frightened repeatedly, chased through the grounds by flies, to suffer the kind of delusions she attributed to the insane. Edith in that metal tub, the smells, the stairs. Stop it. Stop it! Stop it! She had come here as a valuer of antiques, but that role now seemed so distant as to be irrelevant. She hadn't valued a single item, because they were still testing her, assessing her. Maybe no stranger from the outside world could just saunter in here and make off with the kind of haul that would make international news. Or was all of this preparation? But for what? Her hunch about Edith's dementia extended into fears of a dreadful complicity. As if she had made an agreement with something poorly explained to her or deliberately concealed. Catherine could smell the delicate floral perfume wafting from the ancient lace of the gown upon the wooden dummy. It tried to insinuate its presence inside her head. She fingered the yellowing cotton of the hat. The silk flowers piled about its brim were brittle with age. The embroidered shawl was probably 100 years old, and even touching it made her shudder. So small and stiff were the handmade shoes, she could tell at a glance she wouldn't get 3 toes inside them. She tore open the envelope and drew out the stiff paper, watermarked with Mason's initials. The same stationery posted to the office and hand-delivered to her home. She struggled through the contents of the note, written in Edith's unsteady hand. When she finished, she slumped on the bed and stared at the dark window. My dear Catherine, we did not wish to disturb your rest, but have been called away to supervise tonight's events. Maud has left you supper. Refreshments will be provided after the performance of the Martyrs of Rod and String. A more modern drama from the Caroline period. We do trust you are now well enough to join us. Our theatre is a spectacular local tradition, with origins predating the first Roman footstep on British soil, though exactly when they started I cannot tell you. My uncle thought he knew and told me, but I forget. Your dress has been altered. A hat and shawl have been provided. Do take care of my mother's things. They will not be easy to replace. We begin when the first stars unveil. With kind regards, your fond friend, Edith Mason. P.S. There was a gentleman caller, a Michael, here this afternoon, a very agitated and persistent individual who seemed keen to speak with you. We told him you were unwell and resting, and he brought a girl with him who had far too much to say for herself. I did not catch her name, though that hardly matters. We sent them away to the pageant to wait for you. In future, will you please inform us when we are to receive visits from strangers? I thought I had made myself perfectly clear about our desire for privacy. Was he truly here? Had Mike come for her? The very idea of him being close made her feel sicker. No, he had not come to save her, because he had come with a girl. Her. Mike had brought her, Tara, with him. Such an act of feckless cruelty suddenly suggested to her that she had never really known him, and may only have been prey to her own wishful thinking for the entire duration of their relationship. How could she have been so wrong? On what level and in what way were his actions even remotely acceptable? And why was he here? How did he find it? Leonard. Leonard may have confronted him and let it slip out, or even told him she needed help, reassurance, a friendly face. Something like that, after she'd made the emotional phone call to her boss at the end of her first day. The very idea of Leonard interfering made her furious. It would mean Leonard had ignored her wishes and thought he knew what was best for her. If he still wanted to sell M.H. Mason's shit after what she had been through, she'd wheel him here and he could do the valuation himself. Time for her boss to step up because she was stepping down. Tara was now within the orbit of the Red House and its considerable treasures. So maybe this had nothing to do with Leonard, because Mike may have already told Tara about what Catherine was valuing here, the Mason originals, and Tara had insisted they come here. Bitch! Tara would have smelled the house's immaculate antiquities from the porch. Tara had taken her boyfriend, but that was not enough. She'd be pitching for a television documentary by tomorrow morning. While she'd been reduced to delirium and a half-crazed paranoia, Tara had come to spoil her and Leonard Osborne's exclusivity. She suddenly felt so deeply persecuted, she thought herself condemned. Her past, her trances, and her enemies all seemed to have gathered here, in some dreadful critical mass, specifically for the purpose of destroying what was left of her mind. She sensed a powerful, controlling force behind her life, tactically planning her downfall. Maybe it had always been there, as she had often suspected, as she was a hapless marionette in a cruelty play that began the day she'd been born and given away by her natural mother. Oh, Christ! Oh, Jesus Christ! She felt unstable, dangerously volatile, like she could hurt herself out of sheer frustration. Clothes, bag, camera, laptop, phone. Get your shit together, girl, and just go. No, wait. To flee in her car would mean passing through the hideous village and the pageant. But there was no other way out. The Red House was a trap at the end of the lane, the village a gatehouse. They all wanted her at the pageant. The festival needed a fool, A star attraction to be mocked, betrayed, and deceived. But who could possibly be down there? The idea of a pageant in that place was patently ridiculous. Another delusion of two twisted old women who'd either drugged her or made her condition worse to keep her here. What she'd seen, or thought she'd seen, of the village's residents weren't fit to participate in anything but their own funerals. She hurriedly packed her things away, then turned to the chest of drawers to retrieve her clothes. The drawer was empty. Her clothes were gone. Had been taken. Her dirty laundry had been inside a tote bag, and there had been one day of fresh clothing. Catherine looked at the hideous white gown upon the mannequin's torso and swallowed a sob. Slumped on the bed beside her belongings, she drew her fingers down her pale face. She had to stay strong, not make bad decisions. When you are ill and on your own, you can't afford to. Hadn't she learned this the hard way before? And was she now alone within the Red House? 36. Tonight she was transformed into a woman in white. Had become a flitting spirit from another era, barefoot like an urchin, playing a part in a performance foisted upon her because the house seemed intent on turning everything into a drama. She was wanted at the pageant, where the rest of the cast and audience had gathered, but she would not go. She would speed through the village in her car and leave them all behind without a word. Leave everything behind if necessary. Even Leonard, who had introduced her to this mess and may have brought serpents back into her life. She could even go missing. Had often fantasized about disappearing, as if such an act of desperation presented great life-changing opportunities, not tragedy. It was time to improvise, to tear up the script. But she would not leave before she explored this terrible old house and understood it, demystified it. Edith may have scattered the truth like crumbs, but an opportunity to better know the Red House and the instability of its occupants had presented itself. For the sake of her own long-term sanity, she could not risk her mind's entrapment beneath this spiky roof. And nor could she deny that she was still captivated by the mystery, by the sheer impossibility that such a place could exist in the modern world. She needed to know how this house was possible. Here. The house was still here. Like this, with Edith and Maud inside it, who felt like a facade for something else behind the scenes. But what? If any of these doors were unlocked, she would go through them. Catherine walked through the Red House and switched on every light she passed. She told herself she would not be frightened. She would be as alert and as focused as her enemies were. Time to turn back the tide of fear and bafflement, a tide scouring her shores since she'd arrived. And for a lifetime before that, too. The dull pressure of the receding headache still made her squint. Her balance had not returned to normal, and her skin was coated with a sheen of cooling sweat. But on through the passages she went. In her wake, light burnished and lacquered the timber panels and floors of the second story with a bloody sheen. In the second passage that led to the stairwell, she found 3 unlocked bedrooms, all empty of life and filled with treasures unused since the death of M.H. Mason, spaces that waited in faint light for guests who never arrived. Without fear of rebuke, she entered Edith's bedroom, a room also left unlocked. Perhaps it was permanently unsecure, so Maud could make swift passage to her ailing mistress. Catherine photographed the wall of doll faces. open-eyed, impassive, lifeless expressions in wood and cloth and ceramics, who had watched over Edith Mason since she had been a little girl. Once open, the two great wardrobes and the chest of drawers confirmed her preposterous suspicion that Edith only possessed clothes predating the Second World War. Edith had mimicked her mother and uncle in their prime, long after they had died. But had she also worn her mother's clothes while her mother was alive? Had Edith truly existed for so long inside one place, with no curiosity of what stretched into infinity outside of the grounds? It seemed so. Catherine photographed the dresses and the contents of the drawers. She would have photographs and prove to herself and others that she was not mad. This was all here, really here. Once the overhead light had been switched on, the next room she surveyed from the doorway shook her so profoundly it took most of her will not to scream as she steadied herself against the doorframe. The nursery was a place she could not bring herself to enter. 10 small beds aligned in 2 rows, beneath walls hand-painted with scenes of animals dressed as people. Animals that took tea, sailed little boats, flew kites, and ran in eager groups with wild white eyes and clawed feet as they chased rats. The only significant difference to the room on this visit was that each of the little white beds was now empty. And all of the bedclothes were neatly made, to suggest the beds had been unoccupied for a while. The vintage leather passenger trunk was also absent, as were the small leather boots and silken slippers that had been at the foot of each bed. The absence of Mason's morbid creations was reassuring, but only superficially. Catherine recalled her notion that small forms had followed her down the staircase the night before and inhabited the lightless spaces below. Oh, the marionettes had been removed by people to be used in some vile performance at the pageant. She told herself this as she stood frozen in the doorway of the room. And then she told herself the same thing again. The second time her lips moved. After taking one photograph, she closed the nursery door and walked to the far end of the passage, where an alcove was visible beside the arched window overlooking the garden. Inside the alcove, 4 narrow steps ascended to a rosewood door. There was an iron handle in the shape of a ring. It would lead to the attic under the pointed roofs, with the thin arched window casements that she had seen from outside. The door was locked. She stood against it and listened. Did she hear a tap, tap, tap from the other side? In the distance? Maybe. Yes. A faint, far-off knocking. Wood on wood. Up there. A rhythmic motion. Something stirred by the wind. Or a mechanism. Could be anything. She pulled away from the door when she thought of the chipped wooden hands of the master of revels clapping. On the first floor, Catherine made hesitant progress. She avoided Edith's drawing room due to an irrational fear that the preserved animals would tell their owner she had been inside the room without permission. Next to the drawing room, she peered into a games room. There was a long, unused billiard table and an iron fireplace. The part of herself that used to evaluate houses and their contents felt peculiarly distant, but tried to revive itself when she looked inside the library. The East Lake bookcases that housed Mason's books, she was sure, would fetch between £500 and £1,000 each. The first editions lining the shelves she could not even begin to evaluate. There were at least 1,000 volumes. She traced her finger along the spines closest to the door. Preparation of scientific specimens of mammals in the field, 1931. Museum of Zoology, University of Michigan. Directions for preserving specimens of large mammals, 1911. Museum of Vertebrate Zoology. Berkeley. The door beside the library opened onto light produced from twin desk lamps, as if the room was in use. This was the study, the place of M.H. Mason's death. Catherine half expected to see someone rise from the chair before the desk, or to turn away from the bookcases that were packed tight with more leathery book spines and bundles of paper tied with twine. Before the one window, a draftsman's drawing board was angled to catch what light fell through the glass. She sniffed at the air. A trace of stale pipe tobacco. Leonard coated the office with a similar odour. But how had this room still retained a vestige of M.H. Mason's own pipe smoke? She sensed a lingering presence, that of a man driven and uncompromising, who would tolerate no intrusion or interference with work that had been encyclopedic and curious, with unfathomable goals. Work that had eventually killed him. Whatever he had achieved inside this house, she was seeing mere residues. An old, damaged, grotesque film, poorly lit photographs in dim corridors, a room populated with preserved mammals, beehives crawling with blue-bottle flies, a nursery of marionettes with an ancestry Edith preposterously claimed stretched back centuries. But his vision was greater. She could sense this, but not define it. M.H. Mason's endgame eluded her. His niece spoke only to obscure and tantalise and mislead. And half of what she said was fantasy. But Mason's ultimate goal seemed intent on suggesting itself to her in terms that could not be understood logically. Her irrational instincts suggested that her recent dreams offered a more suitable path to enlightenment. Could she be stuck inside a giant doll's house? They had even got her to dress the part. Or maybe the Red House was a continuous puppet show in a vast theatre, in which the cast performed nonsensical and abstract scenes from dramas composed by a once fine mind, long since damaged and haunted into the grim surreal. She cut off the suggestions from her imagination when she realised this was how the mad must consider the world. Edith declared the rooms of the house had remained completely unaltered since her uncle's death. If it were true, the pipe and open earthenware tobacco jar, and the neat arrangement of pencils beside the open notebooks upon the huge desk, had stayed in the same position for 50 years, as had the crystal tumbler and what had evaporated to leave a brownish stain at the bottom of the glass. Perhaps only Maud's duster had made contact with anything within this capsule, frozen from the moment its master expired by his own hand. "You crazy bitches." Catherine confirmed her gravest fear when she spotted the ancient black stain spread across the leather desktop. Mason must have opened his throat over the desk, and Edith's mother had left the blood to dry. Catherine took one photograph and looked away. But Edith's curatorial integrity had been compromised by one thing. The straight razor was missing. It should have been upon the desktop, or beside the chair where it fell from cold white fingers. Perhaps the sight of that was too much, even for Violet Mason, and for Edith too. The household, his own family, had fostered Mason's delusions and morbid insanity. When he had gone, they'd preserved it. Why? The dying village honoured him with a pageant. Why? It was incredible, and incredibly sick. What was the attraction? If the devotion to his legacy was not inspired by any kind of charismatic allure that she could determine, or sustained by any attempt by the Creator to conceal what was evidently misguided and unhealthy, And if loyalty was not rewarded with material wealth, then what kind of a hold did a deranged former army chaplain still command over the entire area and his only surviving relative? Gingerly, Catherine approached the first wooden cabinet in the study. The thought of actually touching anything in M.H. Mason's study made her giddy, excited like a child. The cabinet was similar to the kind of furniture that held index cards in old university libraries. The drawers were unlabelled, but the top drawer contained hundreds of letters, as did the 3 drawers beneath. She walked her fingers across the top of the ancient paper. At random, she pulled out envelopes. A great many had been sent to him by a Hesson, Felix. The name meant nothing to her. Coldwell Elliot also appeared in abundance in the top drawer. She had never heard that name before either. Many of the Coldwell letters seemed more recent. He had been writing to Mason as late as the early 60s. The index cards were alphabetized, and Coldwell and Hesson consumed most of the top 2 drawers. There were also a great many letters from someone called Mathers, Samuel, catalogued with S-R-I-A beside his name. Mason had once conducted lengthy correspondences with a small number of people, but she had no idea who any of these men were. The adjacent cabinet was filled to capacity with aging photographs protected within dividers made from brown card. She raised a folio at random and leafed through the pictures. They featured the construction of the puppet theatre upon the rear lawn when it had known better days. Mason must have been behind the camera. Whenever she was featured, Violet Mason was dressed like a man in dark overalls and worked without looking at the camera. The construction appeared to be highly organised, if not systematic, with the building materials laid out beside large paper plans. Another bundle of brittle photographic paper revealed dramas in progress upon the stage of the theatre. Mason and his sister were absent from the murky pictures and must have been behind the scenes, operating the marionettes. The shots were all taken directly before the front of the stage, perhaps on a timer. Little detail of the activity on stage was revealed. The motion was always blurred, as if the antics of the puppets were too quick for the shutter speed. There were a great many pictures on browning paper of the derelict church she had seen at the head of the village, and even more of the perimeter walls, the oldest headstones and their indecipherable inscriptions. Much attention had been paid to one dingy and poorly lit corner of the cemetery. In another folder, there were hundreds of photographs of some kind of excavation or earthworks on the side of a small hill surrounded by open ground, though she had no idea of the location, which wasn't marked in anything, but some sort of code that resembled ancient Greek interspersed with Roman numerals. But it looked as though something was in the process of being dug up. What appeared to be small bones and fragments of cloth were set beside a measuring tape. The next drawer down repeated the obsessional character of the collection, though these pictures featured small paths and lanes captured from all angles upon open countryside. From a hill, the tracks had been traced onto some photographs with ink, like grooves in the earth. Desperate for embellishment, for an explanation, she moved down to the next drawer, at the bottom of the cabinet. The final drawer was comprised entirely of folders containing pictures of the night sky and moon in its various stages. As if Mason had picked up astronomy as one of his compulsions during an enigmatic journey that included marionette theatre and the extermination of thousands of small mammals. His approach to whatever interested him was always fastidious, even scientific, but his goals still utterly bemused her. This was no good to her, to what she wanted to know. She kicked the final drawer shut. Catherine moved her attention to the second cabinet. Its contents were more in keeping with what she expected from Mason, but soon regressed into a creative degeneracy that made her feel so sick she wondered if she would ever recover from what she saw. The dissection, emptying of internal organs, and then meticulous fleshing of hides, of what were undoubtedly small animals, filled the entirety of the top drawer. She looked at no more than 7 of the pictures, 4 rats, a squirrel, and what resembled a peeled badger upon a slab, before she had to look away and press her knuckles to her lips. But it was the final picture that most affected her. At first, she was convinced Mason had been preserving a dark-skinned child. A closer, less horrified scrutiny revealed it to be an ape that Mason had photographed after making a long dorsal incision in its back. At that point in the procedure, the monkey's arms draped long black rags of hairy skin that had been rolled down from its hands. The empty strips of flesh looked like opera-length gloves. On the reverse side, Mason had written, "Felix Hessen's Hulock Gibbon from Regent Park Zoo." So perhaps it had been a private commission to preserve an ape. The shock of believing, for just a moment, that Mason had been skinning a child forced Catherine to slam this drawer shut. The collection in the next section of the cabinet was equally disturbing. Carefully indexed photographs featured the still-articulated bones from animal remains, augmented with line drawings of wooden limbs replicating the true movement of joints. Several large albums worth of individual doll parts had also been photographed against black cloth. Body parts removed from what had once belonged to a set of expensive and lifelike J.D. Kessner and Simon and Holbig dolls. Jointed limbs, mohair wigs, rotatable hands. The bisque socket heads of female dolls and torsos moulded out of porcelain to resemble children's bodies abounded. The classic blue glass eyes and open mouths lined with little moulded teeth were the giveaway that they were German. After opening thousands of animals, Mason seemed to have progressed to disarticulating the more sophisticated varieties of doll. The files of photographs that followed the doll parts forced Catherine to utter, "Dear God," into the air of the now stifling room, so fragrant with stale tobacco, brittle paper, and polished wood. A vast collection of amputee photographs from the Boer War, Great War, and even the American Civil War awaited, as did line drawings and photographs of tin and wooden limbs, alongside their laced leather harnesses and the complicated hydraulic systems that replicated human joints. 100-year-old catalogues featuring the most sophisticated prosthetic limb designs from Gustav Hermann and Giuliano Vanchetti had been slipped amongst the antique medical photographs. Mason may have mastered taxidermy to a level unmatched in his lifetime, or since, but it had surely functioned as a precursor to the next step. An obsession with real surgery, and with the fitting of prosthetic limbs to stumps, and with suturing torn human flesh. Randomly, Catherine flicked through half a dozen of the medical photographs and saw all of the dead skin, patchworked with stitches, that she ever cared to see. She closed the drawer, using what little strength remained in her arms. Incapacity, disability, deformity, amputees. The horrors of the front, his own facial disfigurement, calipers, crutches, and wheelchairs. It all swirled like a horrible carousel through her mind, and made her nausea worse. The man had been traumatized by his experience of war and his great personal loss, to such an extent that he must have been insane the entire time he lived in this house after coming home from the front. He'd incubated here, cultivating his regressive, though artful, vision. He had evolved here. But into what? The contents of the penultimate drawer seemed to attest to her theory, and revealed evidence of experiments of a far more intimate nature that so shocked Catherine she knew that when she left the house tonight she would never return. Amongst a sizable private collection of Victorian memento mori photographs, featuring doleful families in their Sunday best, sat around the smartly dressed and waxen-faced cadavers of their recently deceased infants, Mason's curious obsession had turned to his sister. In the 1940s, according to the dates on the rear of the pictures, printed in Roman numerals alongside more of the Greek code, he had photographed his own sister in a variety of foundation wear and crippling S-bend corsets against a black backdrop. Despite the severe countenance of his sister's thin, masculine face, the pictures issued an uncomfortably erotic charge, though the composition and style of the photographs still suggested an artistic purpose was behind their creation. Violet Mason's flesh was never naked. From the throat down, she had been stitched into some kind of patchwork second skin, made from the type of brown cloth once used to manufacture the stuffed bodies of dolls, at a time when only the heads and hands of dolls were constructed from china or porcelain. Over the tight sackcloth skin, layered petticoats were then arranged, layer by layer, to eventually produce a complete construction, a muffling of the flesh. In addition, Violet's middle was always bound tightly to shape her torso. Her legs were gripped by iron calipers and thick leather boots, as if she suffered some crippling disability. The arrangement also resembled a form of punishment. Perhaps it was. Edith must have been an illegitimate child. So was this Mason's reaction to his sister taking a lover? On 2 pictures, prior to the layers of boned foundation wear and underwear being built over her thin body, Violet's loins were revealed. Stitched with an alarming suggestion of permanence, her abdomen had been fitted into what resembled brown leather shorts. Applied over a layer of the cloth-like skin, the leather breeches were sewn up her inner thighs, in the same way Mason had stitched closed the skin of an animal over an artificial wooden body, or a plaster mould in other pictures. It looked like a primitive chastity device. After each binding session, Violet Mason must have been cut out of the shorts and cloth suit, or the stitches would have been unpicked. At least, Catherine hoped so. What was being done to Violet Mason's head was equally strange and sinister. Perpetually built up to grotesque levels, her hair was intricately piled in the cottage loaf style that Edith had replicated. Catherine knew from other pictures that Mason's sister had thin black hair, so the seemingly endless array of profiles of his sister's head proved that the elaborate styles that dwarfed her bony face had been constructed from donor hair and rags. As the studies of the head section of the pictorial archive progressed, the face of Violet was consistently overlaid with a series of veils from the broad rims of Watteau hats. Behind the sheer face veils, the Masons had begun experimenting with a crude form of masking combined with theatrical makeup. Violet's face was often so tightly bound with gauze, her features were restricted into a narrow pout, with her mouth forming a small, dollish O. Increasingly, her eyes were painted on too, over closed eyelids with huge black lashes strikingly visible through the layers of netting. She had also worn porcelain masks that had either been decorated with cosmetics or were actual life-sized doll faces, but always further obscured through a layering of veils. It was as if M.H. Mason was fetishizing his sister as a doll, or perfecting something upon a living model that Catherine did not want to consider. Before opening the final drawer, she questioned whether she could tolerate any more. What had begun as a frenzy of rummaging had tailed off into an appalled gaping. She steeled herself, knelt down, and opened the last compartment, silently praying for a collection of seamstress dress patterns. Catherine held onto the cabinet to prevent herself from sitting down and allowing the shaking to take over. Her recognition of the buildings, photographed in black and white and collected at the front of the first drawer, had been immediate. The Magnus Borough School of Special Education. The home. The special school for special children in L.L. Fields. An earlier incarnation of the institution than the one she had known. This version had lawns cut and trimmed within paths, long black windows, and old cars parked out front. But what had Mason been doing, messing around with that school, and a place within a few 100 yards of her home? She scrabbled through the pictures looking for dates. 1951, 1952, 1957 in Roman numerals. Long before her time. It offered some relief, though not much. Inside another file, she saw a face she had known since childhood. A face of an innocent, smiling girl with sightless eyes that had always filled her with dread. Little Angela Prescott. The blind girl of her nan's stories, who had been snatched from Magnus Borough before Catherine was born. This was the iconic face of L.L. Fields that most of its inhabitants had tried to forget. The photograph of Angela had been cut out of a newspaper, as had the likenesses of Margaret Reed and Helen Team, her companions in tragedy, that were also stored in the same file. The cuttings were inside a transparent envelope, the type stamp collectors used. The same images from newspaper clippings that her nan once kept in a biscuit tin. The connection of Mason to the abducted girls filled her mind with a static of confusion that was underpinned with a dread so cold it made her shiver. The shock settled into a feeling of nausea, and a fear for her own safety that made the hair follicles of her scalp prickle. She closed her eyes and took deep breaths to settle herself. Mason was an old man when the girls went missing. And at the time, he was also a man not long for the world. He'd killed himself in the early 60s. Cut his throat. So was this why? Because of what he had done to little girls? From animals to puppets to children. She thought of the pretty little kittens in dresses, and the demented but grotesquely beautiful world of preserved animals and dolls he had created inside his own home. His connection to the missing girls suddenly seemed plausible. Back in the 50s, would anyone even have thought twice about an elderly man with a priestly bearing taking photographs of a school? Or was he just an archivist? Or a historian of the locale's stranger byways and most curious events? Please let him be. There was nothing else in the 2 Magnisborough files to condemn him as a kidnapper and murderer. Just the clippings and scores of photographs of the school and its grounds. She shouldn't even be in the room. She was trespassing. But she suddenly wanted to confront Edith with the pictures. Her horror dwindled into confusion when she perused the next file. The photographs were mounted in embossed paper frames and all featured another child, but one she did not recognise. Judging by the quality of the paper and the tones in the photographs, she guessed they were developed in the 40s. Dates on the rear confirmed her hunch. The first picture showed a little boy sat in a wheelchair outside a stone cottage. His legs were withered. The same boy appeared in 2 other pictures, taken on the perfect lawn of a large, orderly garden. In the first garden picture, he was alone, smiling at the camera. In the second picture, he sat watching the blurred activity upon the stage of Mason's theatre. So the latter 2 pictures must have been taken in the rear garden of the Red House. There had been a disabled child at the Red House around the time of the Second World War. Catherine screwed up her eyes and scrutinised the blurred frenzy of activity on the stage of the puppet theatre. But the only details she could determine were suggestions of an old bonnet around an indistinct face and what appeared to be 2 thin arms thrust into the wavy air above the bonneted figure's head. She looked away, dizzy from a powerful jolt of déjà vu. Questions darted through her mind, but would not settle into coherent answers. Maybe this was Edith's son. She might have followed her mother's example and had a child out of wedlock. There was no evidence of Edith's father in the house, and she had been too polite to ask about Edith's dad. If Edith was his mother, the boy could have been carrying the same congenital deformity that beset Edith. But Edith had lived to her 90s, so where was the child now? In another picture, the disabled boy sat between Violet and what Catherine assumed was a young Edith Mason. Violet wore a long black dress that concealed her feet at one end and pinched her throat at the other extremity. Edith was dressed in a near-identical fashion. The severe expression on Edith's face matched her mother's. Only the boy was smiling, and he held Edith's pale hand. Catherine's trembling fingers, that she could not still, loosened another photograph from out of the paper folder. The picture featured the boy in the wheelchair, and M.H. Mason, the patriarch, sat in a garden chair. Mason wore a white linen suit and hat, but had failed to fully conceal the devastated side of his face, even with his head angled away. Behind the boy's chair, Edith, draped in her widow's weeds, stood ramrod straight without the aid of a wheelchair. So she had not been disabled when younger. Her face was as bloodless and long with misery as it seemed to have remained into her 9th decade. Catherine wondered if Violet had been the photographer. Her fascination soon turned to panic. In a separate envelope, the disabled boy reappeared as the subject of 2 further photographs. This time, none of the Mason family were in shot, though the little boy was not alone. Because it appeared that one of Mason's troupe of marionettes had joined him for a photographic opportunity. No. Catherine wanted to unsee the figure perched upon the disabled boy's lap in the manner of an ancient ventriloquist's dummy. The puppet was almost the same size as the boy, its calipered legs at least as long and thin. But what was most striking about the puppet in the little tight suit was its wooden face and long black hair. She'd seen this odd and scruffy thing before, in her own childhood trances, at her school that one time in the playground, and outside of her den on the other side of the green fence that Alice had climbed through. Which would mean her trances were memories, albeit repressed, but true recollections. Catherine hung her head between her shoulders and took long, deep breaths to try and stop the shaking that had come to her limbs. But Mason was long dead when she was a child, had been gone 20 years. Violet would have been dead by then too, or extremely aged. So had Edith, Maud, or their collaborators brought this troupe to the derelict Magnusborough School, and into her life when she was a 6-year-old child. And if the figure with the wooden face and calipered legs that Catherine had seen when she was a child was no hallucination, it couldn't have been. The figure could not have been a puppet either, because when she had seen it, there had been no puppeteer. The thing with the wooden face must have been an actual child then, wearing a mask and dressed as one of Mason's puppets. But if a costumed child had been at the Red House in the 1940s to be photographed with the disabled boy in the wheelchair, then who had worn the same outfit in the early 80s, when she had seen the figure with her own immature 6-year-old eyes? Had she caught a glimpse of a similar figure? Right here, in the nursery, too. There had been a mostly concealed head with that kind of wig. She had seen its messy black curls, but no face. She wondered if it had featured in the BBC film of Henry Strader's execution. She couldn't be sure, as the puppets had been in period costume, and she'd kept covering her eyes. You sick fucks! A terrible suggestion arrested her mind, which still felt like it was swimming with drugs and aching from trying to process so much unpleasant imagery and information. But had the Mason family snatched all of the little disabled children from the Magnusborough School in LL Fields in the 50s and 60s? Had the Masons been befriending lonely and disabled children in that school with a patsy? A costumed, masked go-between? Perhaps using other children dressed as Mason's beloved troupe of marionettes to function as mimics, as saviours to the defenceless and vulnerable. The disabled boy in the wheelchair might have been just such an abductee, maybe one of the first in the 40s. In her trances, Catherine had seen what she'd thought of as strange children within the buildings of Magnusborough, as Alice had climbed the grassy bank leading up to the school. She hadn't imagined it. She wasn't crazy. Here was proof. And her trances may have been submerged traumas. Her contact or her reunion with the Red House must have brought the memories back with force. There was a connection. If 2 generations of Masons had been haunting that school for decades, they would have taken Alice. And would have wanted Catherine, too. But then who were the children disguised in the marionette costumes? Other abducted children? Vulnerable children, groomed, recruited, and then made to star in the sick plays of the Mason family upon their lawn for years? And to lure others to the party at the Red House. Alice, too. Alice. If her suspicions were true, no wonder the Masons were still hiding from the world. Which begged another question she wanted the answer to. Was Edith really broke and looking to sell up? Or was she confessing to Catherine? Or doing something much worse? Now that Catherine was a woman who had once been the child that got away because she hadn't followed Alice through the fence, was Edith Mason hoping to resolve unfinished business? It was possible. Oh, God. Oh, God. Had they come back for her, these two horrid old women, to finish the child-snatching work that M.H. Mason had started decades before she'd even been born? Had she not seen a child in the Red House too, at the window on her first visit? Or was that a doll? Someone had pressed a doll's face against the window when she was returning from the hives too. Maybe that wasn't a doll, and there was actually a child or children here. The locked attic. A cellar. What had really been in those nursery beds? The movements at night. A small figure standing up at the end of a dark corridor. What she had thought was a trick or an animal. Catherine clutched her face with her hands. She felt weak, woozy, wanted to throw up all over Mason's hideous study. It was preposterous. She didn't know what to think. Maybe it was her that was truly mad, eaten alive by paranoia, and she was only rationalising her presence within this building, as well as its very connection to what had always been dismissed as her childhood hallucinations. The worst thing about being mad was not realising that you were mad. Evidence. She needed more evidence. Those few scrolls of parchment she still had the stomach to take down from the honeycomb of boxes in the study and to untie, were all written in what she thought was ancient Greek, as were the bound volumes of Mason's black notebooks that filled a small bookcase. Same again with the 4 upon the desk he had filled with writing right up until his death. The neat but incomprehensible text was only ever relieved by chemical compositions and what looked like trigonometry. The M.H. Mason legacy didn't need a valuer or an auction. It needed a psychiatrist and a secure archive within a private hospital where the monomania that his niece had mistaken for genius could be studied at length by those accustomed to the sophisticated expressions of the incurably damaged. Catherine ran back to her room and grabbed her bags. Then made her way down to the ground floor with her car keys clenched between her teeth. 37. Before Catherine moved any further from her car, she tried to identify the source of the dim, coppery illumination at street level in the village of Magbar Wood. The light appeared to originate from within the houses, which barely qualified as silhouettes, bordering the 2 streets that formed the entire village. The faint glow seemed to emit from weak bulbs, screened behind the net curtains and grubby windows she'd seen during her last visit. The light barely touched those gathered for the pageant, and only occasionally made the jerky suggestions of a crowd visible. But a bustle was evident down there, a milling of shapes, though there were no raised or excited voices. She guessed that around a score of people were scattered along the visible portion of the 2 lanes, moving between the flat facades of the stone cottages. Buildings, she was certain, were near deserted during her last trip. From where the crowd had gathered was a mystery. It seemed impossible those assembled were indigenous to this place due to its state of dereliction. If they had travelled from neighbouring locales to celebrate the memory of M.H. Mason, then she could only assume they were privy to a secret tradition, and also mad. A candy-striped pole of metal blocked the narrow road that led into the village. Hidden within the hedgerow on either side of the lane, her desperate hands had just passed over 2 stone bollards upon which the pole was chained in place. She would get no further by car. It was as if her movements had been anticipated. Maud had even stolen her shoes, because Edith wouldn't let her leave. Beneath the soles of her bare feet, the stones dug deep and made her shift her position. And now that her unprotected feet were moving across the ground, she knew there was little chance of her reaching the nearest A-road. She could barely even see her feet, let alone road signs. Above her, the great canopy of black sky featured an array of stars unobscured by cloud. And for a moment she stared upwards at the heavens and felt she could have been on a mountain summit surrounded by thin air. The black eternity resembled a night sky she had once seen in northern Spain, one immediately unfamiliar and too vast. A sky that frightened her with the sense of belittlement that comes swiftly downwards in a sudden awareness that one stood insignificant, nullified by an infinite surrounding void. As she had done in her room during her first night, Catherine looked away from the sky before the realization became too complete. She dithered beside her car, nervously watching the village from a distance. Just getting out of the car had taken all of her willpower. Currents of cold air pressed through the thin white dress that had been laid out for her. She shivered while her thoughts scratched about for an escape route, because that was what she had been reduced to. Escape. The nightmare she had stumbled into at Green Willow when she stood amongst the dolls in the room of a scruffy guest house would not end. Without an alternative, Catherine climbed over the pole and entered the village. The first heads she saw were crowned with large hats. Little more of the figures was visible. The people would veer close to the lit windows, then shuffle away. She wanted to believe the crowd moved about refreshments and concessions on the narrow pavements. But the motion of the throng also suggested some kind of dance was being performed, as the movement of the half-lit shapes seemed to replicate itself in a pattern. The poor light, combined with her fragile senses, may have warped her perspective too, because the people seemed too small to be adults. Children. The harder she stared, the energy of the assembly also struck her as similar to that of excitable toddlers released from houses to play outdoors. She wished she were not wearing white, a desire that grew with every step deeper inside the village. And where would Edith, Maud, Mike, and Tara be? The only guest she could count upon as being familiar. The sole buildings representing any kind of communal area were the Sea Scout Hall and the church. A desire to sneak to the far side of the village and then keep on creeping for as long as her bare feet lasted felt urgent enough to be desperate. But she had to find Mike. If her suspicions about the Mason's legacy of abduction were true, then Mike needed to be warned. Tara could go to hell. Would she get past pain and rage if she saw Mike? She would have to, because Mike had come here in a car. Tara's car, because Mike couldn't drive. To get out, she had to find Mike and the bitch he had come here with. Tara's car must be parked on the road that ran into Magbar Wood from the other end of the village high street. She told herself, then reminded herself, that Edith and Maud were hardly threatening physically, as long as she didn't swallow anything they gave her. But were the two elderly women working alone? This is what she needed to know. She thought of the thin beekeeper beckoning to her from the garden as she stood at the window. And were they still using a child? But what happened to the children of the Red House when they grew up? She needed to get far enough away to pick up a phone signal to call the police. Her story would be preposterous, but then so was the household she was trying to flee. Whatever had happened at the Red House in the past, it was up to the authorities now to fathom out. The sparse crowd withdrew at her passage inside the village. She offered a nervous smile to the vague covered heads of what she was now sure were elderly adults. She had encountered at least one here before. Children wouldn't be out so late, unaccompanied by adults. All of the people were small, because they must be wizened by age. Though the two capering figures that passed a lit window to her left, as if keeping pace with her, made her anxious. Their antics, even in darkness, suggested something unsupervised and out of control. Her attempt at a friendly smile ached like the rictus of an insincere grin maintained before a bad joke. At the intersection of the two lanes, she looked to the church and scout hall, but could see no further than the last residential buildings in the second lane. When she looked at the houses, only glimmers of flat, dirty stone and coppery light behind calcified nets was visible. Inside the open doorways, there was darkness. Two women tottered past her, and were either veiled, masked, or had painted their obscured faces. Because faces could not be so pale without embellishment. The efforts at masking failed to conjure any sense of romance or the illicit behaviour associated with masquerades. What the women's outfits did inspire was a deep uneasiness about the intent and purpose of the tradition being celebrated within the miserable village. Thoughts of Violet Mason's bony face, half concealed behind netting, were inevitable, but unwelcome. Unless you are one of them, you cannot know them. But what could these frail old things do to her, even if they wished her harm? Moving past the intersection and towards the far side of the main lane, her vision jumped and flitted as she searched for Mike. But if she wasn't mistaken, her progress was now being thwarted by changes in direction from the stooped-over figures moving closer to the house fronts. The people who slowed her progress appeared to hobble across her path as if wearing shoes that were too tight on their hidden feet. An observation she soon heard and occasionally saw, augmented by the rapid patter of the metal tips of canes across tarmac and cement. For one horrible moment, she thought of herself as an animal being run to ground, incrementally worn out by the patient circling of a pack. Or were they just as equally fascinated by her as she was by them? There was nothing she could see to account for such agitation in the crowd either. Or was it excitement? No concessions, as she hoped, offered food or souvenirs on either side of the lane. So where were they all headed? Under closer scrutiny, the energy of the crowd now struck her as being akin to the jostling she associated with festival crowds in the darkness of night, before a star attraction came on stage, suggesting all here were waiting for something that had not yet happened. A woman whose footsteps Catherine tried to follow stepped into a brief wash of light to reveal a 3/4-length cape and high Medici collar tied about her neck. The woman's tiny head was concealed by a pompadour dome of what must have been, at one time, someone else's hair. It was now puffed out on an invisible wire frame and held in place by tortoiseshell combs and what looked like long iron pins. Propped upon the elaborate wig was a little Juliet cap constructed from pearl beads. On a sudden whim to ask who was authorised to remove the barrier pole so she could drive through the village, Catherine reached for the woman's elbow. The little woman altered her course and crossed the street, but not before Catherine had seen half of a deeply lined face beneath several layers of black netting. In the brassy light, the skin of the woman's face was as white as a clown's in full makeup, Catherine turned round, because the three figures whom she confronted with her shocked silence also stopped moving at the same time as she did. She was sure they had been whispering. The figures dispersed around her, as if terribly eager not to miss something up ahead in the street. As they fled, Catherine received an impression of yoke collars and floor-length pleated skirts. She saw the back of an Eton jacket with swallow tails and a short knitted cape, clothes that hadn't been fashionable in a century. They were all covered from chin to toe, and again, all she had made out through their patterned veils were smudges of white. Their faces must have been coated in stage makeup, or were clad in colourless masks. Their wake was a thick scent cloud of lavender, an odour failing to mask the competing ones of camphor and the mustiness of clothes left in damp conditions. "What? Hello? Wait! I'm looking for—" Her plea was ignored. There was a snigger at her outburst from another direction, which was shushed. The cackler desisted, but whoever had scolded the giggler now laughed too, before darting away. If they're laughing at me, they should see themselves. At the end of the street, she discovered another iron, candy-striped pole blocking access to the village. She wanted to scream. Beyond the barrier was a darkness, unrelieved by a tree line, hedgerow, or moon-silvered fields. Her imagination suggested the world reached its edge at the horizontal pole, and it was too dark beyond the barrier to see any evidence of the car that must have brought Mike and Tara to Magbar Wood. Huddled together beside the beery light of the last window of the street, a small gathering of silent, rapt shapes distracted her. An elderly figure in the centre of the group performed a curious skipping upon the narrow pavement. She caught glimpses of its prancing between the vast hats of the onlookers. The dance had long passed from fashion, or perhaps never extended beyond the borders of the village, and what she could see of the dancer's head was mostly engulfed by a black wig. Where the tresses parted, the revealed features were covered in white grease paint. The cheeks were rouged, and the eyes decorated with long lashes like an aged cross-dresser. Around his throat, the dancer wore a Mr. Toby ruffle. His painted eyes were closed in concentration. His grin was pure music hall farce. Clack, 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 went his tap shoes upon the paving. Having seen more than she cared to, Catherine turned about to head back to her car. She'd sit in it and sound the horn. Mike would hear it. If whatever functioned as officialdom at the pageant also heard the horn, she would demand the maypoles that blocked the road be removed, and inside a locked car she would feel safer. Her decision was thwarted by the sudden electric crackle and hiss from the adjoining lane. The interference was followed by a brassy groan, like the iron hull of a ship grinding against stone. Catherine clutched her ears. A burst of music followed that suggested it had been made at the dawn of recorded sound and was being played at the wrong speed through ancient speakers. A discordant metallic fanfare. Loud music played tunelessly, but still recognisable as Greensleeves, as if blasted from out of an ice cream van decades before. The crowd about Catherine paused in what she took to be awe before they all turned towards the junction of the two lanes. The shock of the reappearance of Greensleeves in her life made her want to sit down in the street and sob. And the music was clearly a summons to those gathered for the pageant, who now tapped and rustled through the darkness between the stone gully formed by the houses towards the intersection. "Can you tell me what's happening?" she called, on the verge of tears, to a figure that hurried past her with the aid of two walking sticks. She thought the old woman smiled behind the netting that dropped from the wide brim of her hat, but she did not answer. Two small men, bent double with age, tottered on frail legs to move around her. "Please, sir, can you—" Their narrow faces were hints of white beneath the brims of ill-fitting Homburg hats that failed to contain unkempt hair that trailed over their collars. She reached out and seized one of the men by the upper arm and quickly released the limb. Not only because it was as thin as a wooden flute beneath its drapery of black cloth, but because the man let out a shriek and fell. "Oh, I'm sorry. I never meant... Here, let me help." He was soon back on his feet, helped up by a man in a 3-button frock coat and someone of indeterminable gender swallowed by a tweed cape. With their gloved hands, they snatched at the elderly figure who had virtually disappeared against the unlit road surface. "I'm really sorry," Catherine said to the back of their hats. She joined the crowd's momentum, if it could be called that, with the intention of returning to her car at the opposite end of the lane, which wasn't far, though the determined crowd either blocked what little light issued from the windows of the houses, or the lights had dimmed in some coordinated fashion, which was impossible, and must have been her imagination. Perhaps a residual effect of Maud's tonic still ran strong in her blood, because she endured a few terrifying moments in which she thought she hung within a moving nothingness. There was no edge or border to the night, no horizon, and she wanted to crouch and place her hands on the earth until the rustling of old limbs in vintage cloth had ceased in their surges about her. Only as the vestiges of the motley horde thinned, and the most infirm of their number tottered and guided each other around the obstacle of her body, did some of the whiskey-tinted light cast enough of a glow for her to move again, and without the sensation of falling backwards. Once more, the world around her had become insubstantial and unreal. Maud's tonic must have combined with the cold and darkness, and with her being ill, and her meddling with old dolls, antiques, and taxidermy. All this had integrated to contribute to her disorientation. She also wondered when she would stop seeing things not as they were, but transformed. She needed to calm down and stay upright and clear of the small shadows that hobbled about her. And she must remove herself from Magbar Wood because hysteria wasn't far away. When she reached the place where the 2 lanes merged, she could see that the doors of the derelict church were now open. A full blare of the hurdy-gurdy fairground melody clanged against the stone walls of the chapel and bulged outwards. A dim red light was emitted. Before the covered gate of the churchyard, the glow was joined by a ruddy luminance from the doors of the neighbouring scout hall, as if this was now the heart of the pageant. Catherine continued towards her car. A hand gripped her elbow. "You won't find this in the Guardian Guide," she shrieked. "Mike! What are you fucking doing here?" It was out of her mouth before she knew it, when she only wanted to fall against him and sob. He released her arm and stepped away. The smile receded from his mouth and vanished from his eyes. Mike looked away, then at his feet. "Leonard called me. Said you would be here. He said you needed help. He told me to come and bring you home." "Leonard!" I'm sorry, Kath. You don't know how much. Look, forget that. We need to get out of here. Tara's car is... Your nose is bleeding." The strange night sounds and sights retreated, and her focus on Mike's pale and miserable face surprised her, as if she had awoken from a trance she'd endured for so long, It had begun to feel normal, only to rediscover her will once the soporific spell had broken. Her chin and lips were indeed wet. "How could you? How could you? With her?" "I'm sorry. Sorry. Fuck you! Look, when you told me about the girl that you hurt in London, I only answered her messages because I wanted to hear from her about what happened before we got any deeper. Her side of it. And then you met her." "I wish I never had. You were right. She's poison. She's been using me. I can see that now, and I'm a bloody idiot. I don't know what I was thinking." "I bloody well do. Things weren't great between us, Kath. Not since, I didn't know what to do." Shit! He swallowed at the bolus of pain that constricted his throat. But was he swallowing his anguish at being betrayed by Tara, or remorse at what he had done to Catherine? "You slept with that horse-faced bitch." Look. And for the second time in her life, she struck someone's face. This time there was no closed fist, but an open hand. Catherine turned towards the church, as if it offered some hope of sanctuary. Through her blurred vision, trembling from the emotion that shook her body, she was sure the aged and diminutive members of the tatty assembly had all gathered at the top of the lane and were turned in her direction to watch the confrontation of two strangers on the border of their village. "Kath, something's not right here. I mean it." Catherine turned away from the church to find Mike so close they both flinched. "No shit! You don't even know the half of it. You can hate me forever. I don't expect you to forgive me or to even talk to me again. But come home with me, yeah? Tonight. Please." "Where's that bitch's car?" "In the lane, on the other side of that pole. I can't find her. She's gone." "Gone? What are you saying?" "We got split up. We went up to that church. She went inside. I didn't want to. Didn't like it. But she hasn't come back out. I can't find her. She's got the car keys. We all need to get out of here." "She's still in there?" "I don't know. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Up there, I saw something really weird. Horrible. What the fuck is this place? Leonard had to show me on a map." "But you still brought her here. You betrayed me with that bitch, and then you brought her here too. Were you thinking of her career? Because I know she was." "What could I do? I shouldn't have said anything about the house. I know, damn it, I know. But I did. Before I knew what she was doing to us. Then it was too late. She wanted to see it, the antiques and stuff. This guy, Mason, his animals. She knew about him." "You stupid bastard." Mike held her arm. "She would have come out here anyway. She's already been looking for that house since I told her about the animals. But she couldn't find the village. I still have no clue how we found it today. By accident, I think. But I needed her to drive me. When Leonard said you were in trouble, I had no choice. I don't have the money for that kind of cab fare from Worcester. I told her I wanted to find you. Told her it's you I really care about." "Liar. This is all so messed up. You messed it up. Tara didn't care. She just wanted to get here to see the house. She's so driven. She's mad. Even after what she's done to us, she didn't care about a confrontation with you, as long as she could get to see the house." Mike clenched his fists, as if he were going to punch himself. Shit! 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 Catherine looked at the church. The strained and rapid rotations of green sleeves swirled about her and grew louder. Even the stars moved in a circle above her tormented mind, or so she imagined. That bitch is up there. Her chest felt like it had been pierced by something cold and made her breath shuddery. This night was the endgame to what started in the torture chambers of tarmacked junior school playgrounds. Of course. But at last she could see the end. Fuck therapy. What could a counsellor or a doctor do to prevent destiny? She had been right all along. She knew it. Beneath all of the reassurances, she had always known that other forces guided her down the tragic spiral of life like magnetic fields sucking water through a grate, a circular but inevitable descent. You either endured it and suffered, or you did the unthinkable to your enemies and at least went down with a sense of justice being served. Mike's voice brought her out of miserable absorption. There was some kind of service in there, singing, around this glass coffin or something. Pretty damn sinister. I split, but Tara wanted to see if she could find that crazy old woman we met up at the house, the one in the wheelchair, to see about looking at the stuff in the house. Edith. Yeah, Edith. Tara wanted to talk to her about a film. Edith said she would be here with you. But we couldn't find Edith, and Tara hasn't come back out of that church. This is all wrong. Jesus, this place. We should just go now. Keys. The car keys. We've got to find your bitch. Hey, I told you, I messed up, I was wrong. Bit late for that, don't you think? Don't go up there. I'm not again. I think it was a funeral or something. I can't look at that woman again in the coffin. What woman? What are you talking about? I don't know. She was in this case. It was all lit with these red lights. I was watching from the door. Then the lights went out. The doors shut. But Tara was still inside. What the fuck are they doing in the dark? Jesus Christ. Catherine began walking to the church. She would get the keys, but she wouldn't look at the woman in the case. Almost certainly more of Mason's handiwork. She'd seen enough of that for a lifetime. Don't go! What about the car keys, you moron? Mike bit the inside of his mouth. She'd never seen his eyes so wild-looking before, never seen him this frightened. Fuck the keys! Let's walk out of here! But I'm not going back in there. I'm taking off. I don't have any shoes. How can I walk? Shit. Look, if we get split up, I'm going to wait for you. By the car, yeah? It's parked in that lane by the pole. I'm not leaving you out here. This place is all wrong. I'll be waiting, yeah? Kath. My hero. I don't care what you think of me, but I won't leave you here. If you two go back to that house, I'm coming up there to get you, yeah? She was right. Tara had come here. No doubt with a sense of the antiques documentary story of the decade filling her nostrils, as well as a perfectly laid-out vengeance narrowing her reptile eyes with anticipation. Take Mike and break off their relationship. Show up at the Red House and inveigle herself into Edith's confidence, as only Tara could do. To spoil the valuation and auction with promises of a lucrative television contract, augmented with lies about what Catherine had done and handled with care. Edith would be thrilled by the subterfuge and scandal. Her lonely, mad existence would be lit up with even more of Catherine's misery, and with new talk of the greater riches available through Tara's influence. I'll kill... Catherine's attempt to speak broke into a sob of rage that felt like it could damage her. But then she smiled, and she felt as if a terrible constriction had been released from around her heart. Let her have it. Let her waste her time. Even if Edith had been in possession of the Rothman treasures lost when the Titanic went down, Catherine knew she'd rather die than value the Mason estate. Tara was welcome to the Red House, and she was welcome to Edith. It would all be evidence soon, in a police investigation. There would be yellow tape strung across that porch not long after she found a phone signal and directed the authorities up that lane. "Kath! Kath! Kath!" She could hear Mike's voice behind her. Catherine pinched her nose to stop whatever was running out of it, and even more strongly now, and carried on to the church. As she moved, she located the wet wipes in her bag and tore one free to wipe at her face. Once she was level with the gaping red doorway of the shabby scout hall, a needle was scraped out of a groove inside the church. The awful metallic rendition of Greensleeves stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, behind her and further down the street, a door slammed shut. She turned her head to see if her craven ex-boyfriend had followed her up the street. The bloodlight from the church and scout hall dwindled into shadows as it bled down the narrow lane. But Mike was no longer standing where she'd left him only moments before. In fact, there was no one behind her, or even present in the lane. But all considerations of her ex-boyfriend were erased at the sight of the vessel, as well as its murky occupant, that lumbered through the light of the church vestry. An object preceded by a bustling crowd in vintage costume. The casket was lowered to skim beneath the arch, but then rose, shaking, as if those who transported it had suddenly stood up straight. Catherine took the long box for an antique coffin, made out of long glass panes held together by iron brackets. Some kind of sarcophagus, as Mike had suggested. What she could see of the occupant of the rectangular casket looked like a mannequin. A small female dummy dressed in a lavish black gown and sat upon a high-backed chair. Tiny and immobile, save for the wobbles as it was clumsily manoeuvred down the church path. Nothing of the face, beside a small whitish oval, could be seen behind its black veil. She began to fear she might be in the presence of an embalmed body of local significance. Thoughts of Edith's mother came to her again and were as unwelcome as before. Had Violet Mason been preserved as a saint and locked inside the wretched church? But if she died after her brother, then who had preserved Violet? But then, it couldn't be Violet. The body was too small. Since her first visit to the Red House, she wondered if anything seen thus far had filled her with as much revulsion as the strange glass canister and its shrunken occupant. She tried desperately to convince herself that the effigy had been constructed from papier-mâché and dressed in funereal black clothing. Unless a child had been employed to represent a female character pertinent to the tradition of the village. A float draped in black silk followed from the church to join with and to bear the horrible cargo. The crowd chattered excitedly in voices too low to hear. They merged into one messy column in the shadows before the front of the scout hall. Catherine looked back down the lane. Mike had gone. But this is what he had seen. Something that really upset him. She understood why. Catherine took 2 steps away from the scout hall. But while she'd been staring with a horrified fascination at the relic, the crowd and their effigy had produced a ring around the front of the hall and church, blocking the entire width of the lane. They moved the wobbling sarcophagus right at her. Again, with what felt like a horrible inevitability, she was trapped. She retreated up the little path and ducked inside the hall. There was nowhere else to go, and nothing could have tempted her to stand her ground and be made to peer inside the upright glass cabinet. If she hadn't moved so swiftly, she would have been forced to see the occupant of the sarcophagus in much greater detail. She would have been face to face with it. Inside the hall, she came upon multiple rows of collapsible wooden chairs, older than the narrow building that encased the furniture. The only light was frail and filtered through the dirty glass of 3 small stage lights, fixed above the curtained podium at the far end of the hall. Catherine moved along the back row of seats and sat in a tiny, uncomfortable chair at a distance from the aisle, and as far away as she could get from a small wooden stage draped in velvet curtains. She bit her bottom lip and dabbed a wet wipe at the fresh blood gathering under her nose. She must look a fright. Barefoot in the white dress, with blood running over her mouth. Somehow, her ghastly appearance seemed fitting. Tara must still be close. She must have been inside the church to watch whatever pageant service had recently been conducted. Tara hadn't come out of the church, but may have been at the end of the procession. Maybe she was with Edith. If Tara entered the scout hall with the crowd, Catherine would have to get the car keys off her, find the car, and leave. But how would she get the keys? When she realised her hands were shaking, she clasped them together in her lap. Maybe it was the thought of seeing her again that contributed to her palsy. Or perhaps she had entirely, finally, lost her wits. All she had seen this night might appear eccentric but unthreatening to a mind less disturbed than her own. It was possible that her sanity had unravelled, and she was now stuck in a continuous loop of grotesque fantasy erupting from her subconscious mind. In fact, within near-total darkness in unfamiliar surroundings, she must remember that anything could seem to be just that. Possible. She prayed she was delusional, ill, drugged, anything but fully lucid. Because if she were mad, at least what she was experiencing was imagined and not real. And into the hall they came. They hobbled and they scuttled, they shuffled and they crept, but moved in haste to find seats. Some of the little figures crowded the floor before the stage, like children before a Punch and Judy show, until the hall was filled with the groans and squeaks of small bodies shifting upon the wooden chairs. And they all looked forward at the stage. Catherine suspected they were aware of her, but deliberately ignoring her. The members of the audience were so shrunken in their capes, she doubted a single one was younger than 90. But how had some of them moved so swiftly outside? In the vague burgundy light, she also stared at enough vintage millinery and evening dress to fill a small museum. Watteau hats and great headdresses drooped with leaves and half-roses, forming misshapen rows of black humps up to the stage. The closest veils in her row were black, some spotted, some patterned, and all covered hints of bleached faces. Gauzy and spangled fans quickly spread. All of the men needed a haircut. She felt like she was stuck in some vast and surreal memento mori photograph. Hair and nails continued to grow after death. She stopped the train of thought because it led to assumptions that would be unbearable while trapped in the dark among these people. There was still no sign of Tara, or Edith, or Maud, for that matter. From the seats before her, the fragrance of musty fabric began to drift and settle about her, as if the garments had only been recently released from confinement in damp, airless spaces. in unheated rooms in old houses. She knew the odour from the house clearances she had attended. Old bottled scents, similar to Edith's perfumery, had been lavishly applied to cover the smells of age and to conceal something else. A trace of the chemical pungency of the Red House. It made her sick in Mason's workshop and began to turn her stomach again now. She rummaged in her bag for more scented wet wipes so she could hold a handful against her nose and mouth. It was too late to stand up and make her way out. She would draw attention to herself as she climbed over the little laps in the dark. She would be forced to sit in the stench. The hall was airless, the windows blacked out. If the door closed, she might faint. Where was Tara if she had not come in with the congregation? And Mike? He was there, behind her in the street, and then... Could he have moved out of the lane so quickly? And had Tara left the church and found Mike? Would they leave without her? She swallowed a sob. Directly beside her, though the small woman had covered her face with a fan, her neighbour's exposed lower legs distracted Catherine. Wool gaiters were side-buttoned over the woman's high-cut shoes. Above the covered ankles, 2 pale legs were visible. As if aware of her scrutiny, the legs withdrew beneath the seat of the chair, but not soon enough to prevent Catherine's glimpse of what resembled carved ivory limbs within iron calipers. Legs that curved out of a hint of leather straps about the knees. Catherine made to stand up and get out, but the doors were now closed. The glass sarcophagus stood upright before the sealed entrance, as if the figure inside was present to watch a performance. The wooden throne inside the glass case was festooned with briars, and flowers were entwined around the legs of the chair. The tiny figure upon the throne remained still, the veiled face obscured. Before the lights dimmed even further, Catherine noticed a tiny hand upon the armrest. It was as white as bone. She stifled a scream. The whispers, shuffles, and creaks around her settled to silence and anticipation inside the black hall. Only the stage was now visible. Her sense of the walls and ceiling and floor slipped away with the going of the light. All was removed from the world, and the invisible audience hung in darkness before the stage. Where she was in space and even time, she feared she was now losing her grasp of. The curtains shrieked across their rails and revealed the stage. 38. In the tense darkness, the din of applause subsided. Catherine was sure the audience had been stamping the heels of their feet against the floorboards. But the noise of applause, the sound of wood knocking against wood, was too high up, and she felt no vibrations through the soles of her shoes. So they must have been banging their chairs with hard objects and not clapping with wooden hands. An idea her paranoia was only too happy to revive. Now the performance had ended, the stage lights slowly glowed red, but illumined little beyond the head of the hall. When as much light returned as the tired bulbs were able to emit, she was relieved to see that the curtains around the stage were closed. The performance had drained her. She would be unsteady on her feet if she tried to stand. Now, the tired old world had reformed around her. Its dusty ruins could not compete with the vitality of the drama. The duration of the play was intentionally short, because no one could have withstood any more of it. What she had seen through her fingers in snatches was all she had been able to bear, in the reeking darkness of the blacked-out hall. the recording of what must have been the voices of M.H. Mason and his sister Violet. She had plugged her ears against with torn wet wipes. What the script had been based upon she did not want to guess. What she'd heard of the narration accompanying the activity of the marionettes had been as original and insane as what Mason had left in his study. The hanging of the martyr, Barnaby Pettigrew, and the burning of the martyr, Wesley Spettle, had nearly made her sick. The audience had wept and groaned as if at a funeral. During the execution scenes, most of the marionettes had posed as children. Ragged, terrified children who watched their masters' ghastly public demises carried out by court order and mob respectively. Executed for witchcraft and necromancy, or so the crackling voice of the narrator had droned from somewhere behind the stage. Something only Jacobean playwrights would have dreamed of depicting in such detail. Before each scene, the plaster-faced master of revels had walked centre stage upon its canine hind legs, grinning despite missing a nose, to deliver soliloquies in what Catherine guessed was a mostly indecipherable English in the Tudor idiom. She'd once heard a fragment of Tennyson, recorded on a few surviving wax cylinders, reciting his poetry, and the narration to the M.H. Mason play had been about as clear. She hated the idea her imagination mooted that the script was far older than Mason and had been transmitted to him from the past. No wonder the BBC had packed up and run in the 50s. At its heart, the drama was some kind of morality play. In her glimpses of it, the hair-headed puppet and the bonneted girl with the long chestnut hair had presided over the sentencing of Pettigrew and Spettle in some distant court or municipal authority. The same roles they had played in the smashing of Henry Strader upon the wheel in the BBC film. But in return for the sentences they'd handed down to the puppet masters accused of sorcery, the marionette cast had visited the judges in their beds at night and hauled them away in their nightwear to wooded scenes depicted by a backdrop, where a grisly revenge was taken and fates were decided. What had been most disturbing in the haphazard fragments of the drama she had seen were the episodes that featured the judges yanked off the stage and upwards into darkness. The judges had kicked their legs as they went. At the same time, the recording had unleashed the sound of animal screams, to which the crowd had twitched and hissed with excitement. If their diminishing, though continuing cries could be trusted, the violent ascents of the judges into the air didn't so much indicate the end of their lives, but the beginning of less merciful torments. All this in return for what they had done to the martyrs. The procession of the performers at the play's conclusion depicted the cast as ragged urchins and stumbling invalids who disappeared, one by one, through a hole in the cloth wings of the stage. An aperture they drifted towards on strings Catherine had been unable to make out at any time during the performance. She'd also scanned the cast to catch sight of the figure of the wooden-faced boy from Mason's photographs, from her childhood trances, and from her own memory. All of the marionettes were in various costumes in each scene, but there had been crowd scenes in which she had seen something with girlish curls bouncing upon its small head. From where she was seated at the back, in what little she could bear to watch, that character had also seemed disinclined to show its face to the audience. She was now paranoid enough to believe the figure had known she was settled in the hall and was deliberately concealing itself from her. When the performance finally ended, she'd found herself breathing hard into her hands, which covered her face. The doors to the hall were open, and the effigy sealed within glass had been taken away. What was left of the crowd had jostled from the hall with a weary determination. Most members of the audience had already found their way outside in total darkness, while she still waited in petrified silence, praying there would be no encore. At least the terrible movements of so many small limbs in rustling fabric, all about her in the darkness, was over. What the village had dressed and gathered for had finished, perhaps for another year. But why keep it alive? Beside her, on an empty chair, her bag gaped open. During the performance, it had been somewhere by her feet, but now the bag was upon the seat next to her. The bag was empty, ransacked. A white piece of aged paper was all that had been left behind by the thief. Had it been the elderly woman in the vintage dress? Catherine took out the notepaper, opened it, and tried not to cry. "You look so pretty, so stitch up your cunt, else he'll put his pizzle in there and break your heart apart." Catherine dropped the piece of paper and moved quickly to the doors of the empty hall. As she ran, she knocked aside the little chairs on both sides of the row. It was like running through a large Wendy house. Amidst the clatter of her route, she looked to the distant curtains of the stage, terrified they might open again. The only goal of her purposeful scrabble was the dark lane that led out of Magbar Wood, and the car that must be waiting there for her. Mike would not let Tara leave without her, and despite all Mike was guilty of, she now wanted to cling to him like he was driftwood in a freezing black ocean. As part of the incongruous irrelevancy that can accompany the exhaustion of fear, she wondered if she should post Violet Mason's antique maternity dress back to Edith, which made her wonder whether the Red House was even visited by the postal service. It must be, because Edith had said they received inquiries about her uncle. They also had food, so Maud's fare had to be procured and delivered from somewhere. These little shreds of evidence that Magbar Wood and the Red House were real, while the horrid suggestions of the things she had half seen in them were not real, were all she clung to as she walked, as quickly as it was possible, to walk without breaking into a run, out of the hall and down the lane from the church, which now looked to be deserted again. The lights were out, the doors were closed. But the small theatre crowd had not dispelled. It milled in the distance in the adjoining street she would have to cross to reach the barrier pole and the lane that led away from the village. The people had gathered about their icon. The glass in their midst was catching the thin light. As she neared, the crowd appeared less animate but more organised. The attitude of the mob suggested it was waiting for her, like the girls at school had once waited outside the main gates. She recognised the feigned indifference of small bodies about to circle, her scalp iced with panic. She told herself she couldn't be in any danger. They were elderly people, cut off in a rural backwater and just going through the routine of a tradition. One revived by the mad old Masons, who had the local population under their influence. She had been ill, Maud had drugged her, and they had put someone up to stealing from her and inserting the obscene message inside her bag. The ghastly nonsense of the Red House and of M.H. Mason had postured for long enough as some form of alternate reality. She had to fight its influence with every ounce of strength in her mind and her body. But the horrible notion that she was part of a scripted performance that had yet to reach its final scene persisted. Catherine broke into a run. She was having a breakdown. She thought she had become better when she moved home to Worcester. But you are only better as long as nothing goes wrong. Mike had gone wrong. Tara had come back. She had been lured to the Red House. She was being dragged back to the condition of her childhood. The will and fates of the world had reasserted themselves into her. At several times in her 38 years, she'd come to believe the world was a wholly insidious place. Tonight confirmed it. and now she just had to get out and away, and keep running as far as her unshod feet could take her. Maybe until she reached the sea, where she could crawl around the coastline and find a tiny spot where she would be left alone. Where the two streets met, 3 small figures stepped through a doorway to vanish inside a house. From her angle of observation, they appeared to step upwards and disappear into a fold of nothingness, rather than merely enter an unlit doorway. To cleanse her eyes of any more hallucinations, she looked up. But the sky seemed closer than it should have been to any part of the earth. She returned her gaze to the ground, only to see the faces of the remaining crowd all turned in her direction. A shuffle of small shapes came towards her. She avoided looking directly at them, in case acknowledgement allowed them access to her. They didn't need permission. By the time she was hurrying past the encroaching group, she overheard things she was sure were intended for her, but indirectly, as if the speakers feigned fragments of conversation she happened to overhear in the street. "There'll be some raw meeting soon, my love." "Aye, let porcelain mingle with flesh. One be smooth, one be wet." "There's them. Hobble and wooden stumps." "Little boots. Stitching, eh? Stitching, to be sure." "Needles need work." "Brace us neck and pop in cold eyes." "Soak the hide, keep out grubs. Stuffing's sawdusty dry." "They's coming all right. They's don't get out, does her?" "Stop it!" she screamed, before she reached the end of the miserable collection of buildings and ran at the darkness towards the memory of where she had seen the candy-striped pole at the border of Magbar Wood. "Hearken her!" someone said, and cackled. On the other side of the barrier, Catherine groped with outstretched arms, her fingers spread wide in the dark. Her hands met nothing but empty air. It was as if existence and matter had ceased to be. When she looked down, she failed to see her own feet, where they slapped about the uneven road surface. She wondered if she was now somewhere else, lost and blind beneath the stars of a different night. Where was Tara's car? And where was the hedgerow? The lane seemed much wider than it could possibly be. She had walked a few 100 meters into a cold absence and found nothing. She couldn't see anything, let alone a parked car, and would never know for certain whether she had stumbled past it. Maybe the car wasn't there anymore. She would have seen headlights or an interior light if it was occupied. Had they already fled and left her behind? Her imagination stood in for logic. Cars were not welcome and were removed. And there were never any other cars here because the village had remained unchanged for a century, perhaps longer. Mason had somehow preserved the place and its occupants like he'd preserved the rats of his dioramas. The people had not been wearing costume, but their actual clothes. The entire area was a cruelty play that repeated its trickery like a vast clockwork toy, year after year. A surge of panic overwhelmed what little of her reason had just driven her into the lane. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" came as a mantra through her startled breaths. "Why are you doing this to me?" She tried not to cry. Useless shrieks issued from an inner room in her mind. Her body felt weightless, like all of the blood had suddenly evaporated through her skin. It would take her all night to walk a few miles in such a lightless void. Beneath the soft soles of her feet, sharp stones on the rural lane were already making her hop and wince. Even the dim amber glow of the village buildings appeared reassuring compared to the pitch-black lane. She gripped both sides of her face to slow everything down inside her head. Mike. Mike had said he would go back to the house to find her if she didn't return to the car. Mike wouldn't leave her out here alone. He might have already gone on ahead while she was trapped inside the scout hall. She had been foolish and willful and should have stayed with him when she had the chance. If Mike was up at the house, they could find a way out together. A flicker of comfort, little more. But it gave her a tenuous purpose. But whether he was there or not, she would have to return to the Red House. She would freeze out here. The village was hostile. The Red House was, at least, familiar. It had lights, or a more reasonable excuse for light than Magbar Wood, where she could not bear to remain. Catherine turned about and began fumbling her way back towards the village. On the other side of the village, in the lane that would return her to the Red House, only when she had grasped the unruly intrusions of the hedgerows, did she stop hobbling. She knew at once that her own car was no longer where she had left it. They had stolen it with the same spiteful intent with which they'd emptied her bag. But when did they steal it? And how? Let alone why? She'd not heard a car engine anywhere near the village. And surely the population was too old for car theft. Had they taken Tara's car too? None of them were allowed to leave. Stop it! Catherine glanced back at Magbar Wood. She'd just run through it, huddled into herself, too afraid to look up and about. But she'd known the night's celebrations were far from over. As she'd run through the village, she'd hoped the effigy in the glass cabinet would have been returned to the church and that the pageant crowd would have begun dispersing. But the crowd appeared to be regrouping, perhaps for the next stage of the pageant. A notion reinforced by the formation of one purposeful mass in the main lane, and what now appeared to be a lit procession about the relic that had been mounted onto the float. Horrified, she stood and watched the glass casket glitter amidst a haphazard concentration of candles at the intersection of the two lanes, no more than 20 meters away from where she stood, shaking. She was sure the veiled face inside the transparent case was now watching her. Catherine turned and ran. Every step further away from Magbar Wood became one step closer to what she guessed was the destination of the ghastly parade. The Red House. Behind her, the discordant rendition of Greensleeves foghorned and twisted its horrible ditty into the air. 39. The newspaper cuttings beneath the plastic coverings in the album were either yellowing or fragmenting. Grease from his fingers and crumbs from his desk had further tainted the paper whenever it was brought out for his delectation. Leonard raised the metal shade of the desk lamp further from the album. With expertise in the preservation of old precious things, he wondered at his carelessness in the matter of this newsprint, but also remembered that had the police investigations ever neared him, he may have been required to dispose of his interest in certain local matters. Maybe the original stories from the newspapers had been archived somewhere, or had been, what did Catherine call it, digitized? Or was it digitalized? He couldn't remember, but it wasn't entirely out of the question that he might replace his copies one day, though inquiries might still carry a risk. Leonard briefly looked at the drawn blinds. Outside the office, the street had fallen silent. He had not heard a car for over 20 minutes. Even though he could recite the best part of each article from memory, he bent to his reading, and started at the beginning of the album, featuring the first of the ridiculous Pied Piper stories and the initial rumours of the green van. The stories began in 1959 and lasted until 1965. Leonard wiped a tear from his face when he saw the photographs of Margaret Reed and Angela Prescott smiling back at him. The portraits were taken at the children's home the two girls resided in, until their leaving of it in 1959 and 1962, respectively. A long time ago, their pictures were displayed in every national newspaper. Margaret had spina bifida, myelin meningocele. Poor Angela was born blind. They'd both been abandoned young. The Magnesborough School of Special Education was the closest thing to an actual home they'd ever known. A place where they made the kind of friendships that lasted forever. And the place in which they found the path to salvation. No arrests were ever made after the disappearance of Margaret Reed, but 2 male care home workers who were lovers were interviewed after the abduction of Angela Prescott and later released. At the time of Angela's disappearance, the green vehicle was described as a tradesman's Morris Minor van with no signage. Then briefly the vehicle even became an ice cream van in some news reports. Leonard moved on and read the front-page story from a long-extinct newspaper about the Magnesborough School of Special Education's closure in 1965. Then he progressed through the album to find the news stories of Helen Team, a Down syndrome girl local to Elil Fields, who vanished from the reopened and refurbished Magnesborough School of Special Education in 1973. In the Helen Team pages, Leonard paused to treasure each photograph of the holiday snaps of the hapless Kenneth White, beloved of those distant Sunday tabloids. In each picture, strands of White's comb-over rose in the breeze that came off the water of a choppy sea in Rill. The same 3 bleached pictures supplemented every story of the sex offender's arrest for the suspected abduction and murder of little Helen Team. There were pages about his release, re-arrest, re-release, and subsequent suicide by asphyxiation in his white Austin Princess outside his council flat in 1975. Case closed. Kenneth White had been a volunteer with disabled children, from whom he'd once taken his pick. And Ken was prolific with Down syndrome girls, which led him to being investigated when Helen Team disappeared. But Magnesborough was an institution that White had never worked at, nor had any contact with, and probably never laid eyes upon when he was active in Leominster during the 60s and early 70s. He had form. One paper even tried to resurrect the Pied Piper story of the 60s around White. Leonard marvelled at the ignorance of the press. The Pied Piper led able-bodied children away and left the lame behind. But surely this story was the complete opposite. The Magnesborough abduction cases weren't consistently picked up by anyone but the American journalist, Irvin Levine, who wrote a series of stories for the News of the World while working in England at the time Helen Team's abduction made headlines. Levine was a tenacious man and the first hack to champion the link between Helen Team and the 2 earlier cases of missing children, the all-but-forgotten Margaret Reed and Angela Prescott. 3 abductions from the same home across its 2 incarnations. Leonard remembered that summer being one of great personal unrest. But it seemed the press at the time hadn't much stamina for the story of a handicapped girl's abduction. After making his brief link, Levine became busy with a best-selling book about something else entirely. Case forgotten. As with Margaret Reed and Angela Prescott, Helen Team was never found. The school that all 3 girls had been taken from was closed for a second time in 1975. When Alice Galloway was said to have been abducted from out of the disused Magnesborough School's grounds in 1981, after climbing through a hole in the perimeter fence, the story made the nationals for a week, and the locals every day for 3 months. Alice isn't in Wonderland. Plenty of people were interviewed by the police that time, though none were arrested. Leonard read of the hopes, and then the dashing of these hopes, with renewed relish. Alice Galloway's parents campaigned for the police to do more in their search for the missing girl. The next time the Magnusborough School made the headlines in Leonard's clippings, but only at a local level, came with the decision to demolish the derelict school buildings in 1988, along with most of the surrounding residential area of social housing in Ellil Fields. The last part of the album dealt with the human remains found by labourers after earthworks were conducted to level the Magnusborough School to build a dual carriageway in 1989. Briefly, the smiling faces of Margaret Reed, Angela Prescott, Helen Team, and Alice Galloway reappeared for a week, as did the Pied Piper name once given to the child snatcher who had never been caught. But this time, the green van and ice cream van weren't mentioned. Once the human remains were found to be those of children interred over a century before the disappearances of Margaret Reed and Angela Prescott, the story died. With certainty, it was decided by archaeologists and the police the discovered remains were those of infants laid in unmarked graves by the orphanage staff on the same site. No one dug any deeper. Leonard found the sensation of reading all of the articles together, now they were much improved and enhanced by time, akin to being drunk after a funeral. Finally, he removed the pictures he always saved for last. On top of this prized collection was the only photograph he possessed of himself as a boy. A picture that was now faded to a brown smear. But he didn't need to see much to remember himself in the picture as a thin, pale lad in an old wheelchair. His withered legs slack, small black boots at rest upon the footplate. It was taken outside a little stone house in Magbar Wood, the place of his birth. He remembered other pictures being taken of him at that age too, on a grass lawn so sweet and bright with sunlight that he was sure he had been in heaven when he first saw the garden, up at the great house of the last martyr. But those other pictures of him were kept in a place no one would ever see, unless invited. The last 4 pictures in his portfolio featured another child. 3 of these pictures were in colour. A pale, sun-bleached picture of a little freckled girl in school uniform, whose pretty green eyes were telescoped behind the cumbersome spectacles she was once made to wear. There was a picture of her as a baby, too, sat in her little pram, covered in Union Jack flags on the blessed ground. Her third picture featured her wearing a pink pinafore dress. She was looking at the camera, smiling. In her hand, she held an ice lolly shaped like a coloured rocket. The final photograph of the girl in this part of the collection was in black and white, when she was much younger. And it featured the young mother of the girl in a room so dark and small and dismal. It could have been a room for another poor woman giving birth at home 100 years before. The woman held her new baby against her chest for those few precious minutes before the little girl was taken away. Leonard shuddered from the emotion that came into his heart like an electric current, and he wept silently for a while, then wiped at his face. "You were given away." He blinked back tears. "You were despised because you were gifted. But you were not forgotten by those who cherished you." Leonard kissed the photograph of the little girl holding the ice lolly. "Time to come home, kitten." Leonard turned in his chair and spoke out loud to the window and the world beyond it, as if an accusation. His voice was broken by emotion, but carried by anger. One must never forget the enchantment and the terror of childhood. For some, it will always be acute. Their path is much closer to ours. What you discard, we will cherish. Leonard placed the pictures back inside the album. He closed his eyes and gathered himself, then shut the album and looked across to the open safe. From the top drawer of his desk, he removed a pair of white cotton gloves and slipped his thin fingers inside them, then removed a blank cassette tape from the drawer. He pushed his wheelchair back from his desk to the wall and applied the brakes, then placed his hands upon the armrests of the wheelchair and stood up, stretched his back, and raised his white hands to the ceiling. His stiff knees cracked. Unsteady on his feet, he walked across to the little stereo system he kept in the office to listen to the weather reports after Catherine had left the office. She'd once tried to play a CD on it, but found the CD player to be broken. She didn't have any tapes. Leonard opened the cassette deck and fitted the unmarked cassette inside the door. Closed the lid. A tremor passed along his index finger. He pressed play. From out of the static and wear on the tape, the great voice of the last martyr, Mason, rose to begin the recitation. Keep one kitten, destroy the rest. Leonard half closed his eyes for a moment to savour the sound of the martyr's voice before moving to the corner of the large rug between the two desks. On his hands and knees, he rolled the rug back to the far wall until the faded white circle of the ring of roses was completely uncovered. Drowning is the preferred method. Up by the hind legs, a quick blow to the back of the head. Upon the bare wooden floorboards, he slipped off his shoes, unbuckled his trousers, let them drop. Removed his pullover, tie, shirt, socks and underwear. Folded his clothes and placed them upon his desk. Once he was naked, he carefully removed his hairpiece. Against his scalp, the adhesive tape issued a ripping sensation, but caused him no discomfort. He placed the mop of grey hair upon his clothes, then removed his eyebrows with 2 sharp tugs, and returned to the circle. Relax a dried skin to reintroduce suppleness. Bathe with warm water, ammonia, sulfonated neatsfoot oil. Place the specimen in a moist box for 1 night, then scrape the skin. Wash the skin. In nothing more than the illumination from his desk lamp, Leonard moved his arms through the air and studied his scars. Stroked the furrows where great rents had been made in his flanks, caressed the long ventral incision down to his hairless pelvis, and shivered, rolled his eyes up. Gently pressing the thin, pale flesh of his abdomen, he closed his eyes to delight at the parcel of sawdust packed inside the cavity. Once salted, fresh skins of large mammals can be washed with ivory soap, rinsed 3 times, then degreased with petroleum. Such was his excitement, a little warm urine trickled down his inner thigh from the pink hole in his smooth groin. Plug their openings with cotton, apply cornstarch, and wash the blood away. The man some people called Leonard sucked in his breath. His legs trembled. those parts of his hairless arms that were still capable of sensation, were blessed with shivery bumps that had nothing to do with being naked. He took his mind from the recording for a moment and focused his eyes on the safe. It was too easy to go to the ground and give in to the golden rushing of things through himself. Clean a skull with soap and water, mixed with ammonia and sodium sulfate. From the cavity in the wall, he withdrew the wooden chest bequeathed to his care by the last martyr. He tried not to remember the time of his succession in detail, because it still caused him great pain. A time so grey in his mind, when his master could no longer bear the burden of the great art and what his troupe demanded of him. Mason, the man who had found him as a boy and shown him miracles. The man who had appointed him successor and servant of the great tradition. Leonard carried the box across to Catherine's desk. The altar she had sat behind for 12 months, bathed in his adoration. Leonard opened the chest. The wax mould of the face should be applied to the mannequin at this stage, boomed the voice of the last martyr. And such was Leonard's ecstasy at this point. He heard no more from the recording. As Leonard raised the small golden effigy of a hand from its velvet compartment inside the wooden chest, tears burned his eyes and blurred his vision. The blessed hand of Henry Strader, the first of the known martyrs. The hard-polished fingers of the relic were waxed above the palm, as if the hand were acknowledging a crowd from atop a raised arm. Leonard's own gloved hands shook around the smooth, gleaming container, and his fingers became as insubstantial as feathers. He wept. "Saintly mentor," he said through his sobs, "extend thy reach through this vessel." He wanted to shriek out his prayer, but kept his voice down in case the accountant next door was working late, or someone should pass in the street outside. "Open this pathway to sublime knowledge, that we may carry the true cross." Leonard sniffed and blinked away his hot tears. So little was salvaged after the routing of Henry Strader's broken remains by beggars in that filthy street on the morning of the 6th of June, 1649. The power of the revelation that never dimmed with time struck him hard. He actually held in his own humble hands one of the few surviving parts of the first of the known martyrs. One of the actual fingers, no less, returned to Strader's birthplace after his murder. The very idea never failed to paralyze Leonard with astonishment. "Grant that such heavenly treasures will bless your keeper's pilgrimage." Leonard kissed the side of the golden hand. "And that other wretches will be saved as I was saved." From the wrist portion of the reliquary of the hand of Strader, Leonard unscrewed the golden cap and gently removed a small parcel from the hollow canister. Carefully, he unfolded a fragment of protective material. The fabric was stiff and brown, a glorious shred from the shirt of the king who lost his head. From within the wrappings, Leonard removed the wizened third finger from Strader's right hand. The relic was as black as licorice and almost weightless. When he cupped the finger in his palm, his entire body convulsed. and he longed to slot something sharp beneath his meagre flesh. Before he fainted from the touching and the blessing, he slipped the soiled linen upon the girl's altar and placed the finger of the martyr upon the cloth. Leonard regained his breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead and nose with the back of one gloved hand. Gently, holding the aged chin of the leather face with his fingers, he then raised the dandelion of the smooth field from the wooden chest. And with the dandelion came the perfume of stale incense and old sweat. Long curls of raven hair fell from the relic and tickled his knees. He could barely stand upright at the sight of the mottled ivory of Henry Strader's skull fragment stitched within the discoloured fabric of the scalp. So glorious was the sensation of holding the head of the martyr, he became terrified he might urinate again. Holding his breath, the lean tendons in his legs quivering like catgut strings, he placed the dandelion of the smooth field upon his old, hairless head. When the skull fragment rested upon his flesh, he collapsed to his hands and knees and began to whisper from behind the blank mask of leather, pressed so close and hot to his face. "Live through me, Lord, so that I may do thy bidding. Let thy will be resurrection. As thou did raise them, we too are saved." 40. His religion didn't understand it. His science couldn't explain it. But my uncle found something, and it passed across a distance you cannot imagine, unless guided, as you have been, my child. As soon as Catherine's feet skittered across the polished floor of the hall, Edith's sharp voice had come down at her from the vaulted airiness above, to cut short her breathless cries of, "Mike! Mike!" The mistress of the house had spoken from where she waited behind the first-floor balusters, sat in her chair, a carriage that appeared to have absorbed the frail body inside it. A body that now appeared as little more than a collection of bones wrapped in an evening gown of black silk. Edith's small face was but a pale smudge, high up in the air, at the furthest reach of the red lights of the hall walls. Mike had not been outside the red house. That great spiky monolith with roofs and chimneys and finials she could no longer see, all rearing into a night that itself lacked definition and borders. Catherine had been calling and then crying his name in the lane that tapered cold and lightless to the black front gate. There had been no answer. The front entrance to the house was open in expectation and emitting the unwelcome red glow of the interior. Tonight, each of the arched front doors had been swept back to the reception walls, as if to provide access to a group of guests. From the distance, the amplified blare of Greensleeves still drifted, as if broadcast from a nightmarish ice cream van that collected children after midnight. The encroaching sound had finally propelled Catherine through the front entrance. But was Mike even here? If he was, the idea now troubled Catherine more than she wanted to admit. And what was Edith talking about? The sudden sound of her voice from above had nearly stopped her heart. But as ever, the old woman's meaning was obscure and disingenuous. "What do you mean?" she cried out to the small figure above her. "What are you saying? I don't want to be guided." Edith pretended not to hear her. The distant head of the woman was angled upwards at the skylight. "My uncle found the places where they rested, buried with the remains of their murdered masters. In unmarked places they hid themselves and waited, eager to perform. You know of Henry Strader's fate, and you know of the fates of the other known martyrs, blessed Spettle, blessed Pettigrew. They too heard the calling from hallowed ground. I don't want anything to do with this. Where is my bloody car? You've no right! Edith ignored her pleas and continued to speak as if to an audience peering through the skylight. My uncle spent years looking for what remained of them, for what had returned itself to our soil after the last martyr fell. But maybe my uncle was found, chosen. Perhaps the other known martyrs were too, in their own times. Who can really say in these matters? I do not want to know any more or see any more. Nothing of what you are trying to show me. But what called out to the martyrs was a life most precious and sacred, not life many would recognize or believe in unless they were young. But this life came back to certain things when called upon, my dear, in the right places. Small things were repaired. There was resurrection. Blessed resurrection for them and for those who revered them. Enough of this! Mike! My friend, Mike! Is he here? My car has gone. My bag. Do be quiet! You are hysterical. I will not conduct a conversation about a stairwell. It is undignified. Edith's chair rolled backwards out of the whiny light. But how she had been moved, or by whom, Catherine didn't understand. The regular squeak of wheels rotated along the first-floor landing in the direction of the drawing room. The wheelchair moved as it had done so during her first visit, a time that now seemed like an old and weird dream, and one she wished she had once taken better heed of. Either she had gone mad here, or nothing but a total relocation back to a recognisable world would create a discontinuation of the house's manipulation of her mind, her memory, her dreams and imagination. The very structure and its trapped chemical air were like a powerful psychotropic drug, one whose effects prevented the organisation of clear thoughts. Catherine climbed the stairs. Perspiration from her race back to the red house cooled beneath the thin dress and made her shiver. Both of her feet bled. Perhaps she'd never been this ill before. Mentally ill. But if she had to seize Edith by that scrawny neck, she would have answers. Edith had not invited her to the pageant so much as sent her there. Edith had not been present because Catherine would have seen her enter the wretched hall. But who had operated the marionettes? Maud. Please let it have been Maud. When Catherine stood in the doorway of the drawing room, 100 glass eyes glittered in the dim light around Edith, who grinned behind a gauzy veil. Like an old exhibit returned to its place in a public display, her wheelchair was back in position beside the fireplace, with Horatio curled around the iron footplates. I just want my car back and my things, and then I will go. Go? Where, dear? Back to where you came from? Preposterous. Why would anyone want to go back over there? It's been quite the ordeal, I can assure you, just tolerating the place again for a short while. Catherine approached the old woman. I have a life. A life? Why, really? A family. Not your real family, dear. Catherine reached out her hand and steadied herself against the back of a chair. Her thoughts scrabbled. She was at the heart of a cruel conspiracy. She was asleep, and this was a nightmare in which she was endlessly persecuted. What do you know about me? Edith smiled and softened her voice to a tone of patient understanding when speaking to a confused child. You were given away, dear, and picked up again. That was very kind. But you didn't get far because you were born in Magbar Wood. The last child, no less, practically within the shadow of the first known martyr's tomb. So you could hardly fit in anywhere else, could you? Our people never did. You may never have amounted to much, but nonetheless, there are those for whom you were always special. And since my uncle returned enchantment to our little corner of the world, there are some opportunities that are granted to so few. We mustn't spurn opportunity, dear. Don't you agree? Your little friend Alice has known marvels since she joined us on your behalf. Catherine sank to her knees. She needed to be close to the floor before she collapsed. She was so tired now, her breath shook its way out and her legs trembled. Once she'd got her wind back, she would set off again, with or without Mike, through the garden gate and across the fields. Eventually she would reach a road. On a road there would be cars with people inside them. People that belonged to the world she knew. She found herself staring at the hem of Edith's long, antique dress. Try and understand, dear. All my uncle ever tried to do was startle us awake, into wonderment at what lay beyond us, after us. We all became party to what chose us to see such sights, things that had not performed in this part of the world for many years. Please, I don't want to hear this. You are mad. Your uncle was insane. Perhaps he lost his way at the end. And he lost his nerve, dear. He was old and tired. But he was once a man of God, let's not forget. It was perfectly natural for his old faith to return when it was too late. You must understand, as we have all had to accept, that what was fetched out from those hills and from the church, my dear, was not so easy to put back. It was too late for that. What are you saying? I don't understand. My car, my friend, Mike. Edith gazed into the middle distance. When my uncle opened his throat, he only seemed to tighten his relationship with it. You could say he even strengthened the whole family's association. He was the first to be saved. My mother was next. I can't even remember when. And then it was my turn. Edith smiled her yellow smile. And we've all made a great effort to welcome you too. But we're tired now. It's very demanding on us to be here, even for a while. Please, what is happening? How many little girls were ever offered such a gift? That is what you should consider. Catherine gripped the wheelchair, as if a closer proximity to the old woman would add weight to her pleading. Gift! I'm not well. Please. I need help now. Edith? Please. It would have been better if you had come across with your friend Alice. We saved that little stowaway because you weren't ready. You still wanted to fit in somewhere, out there, in a world that despised you, rejected you. But all of this unpleasantness could have been avoided if you weren't so stubborn. Their arms are always open for the lame and the forsaken. Of course, you may find it strange at first. We all do. It's much easier for the little ones. Beyond Catherine's hot tears, Edith's shape blurred to a shimmer, itself vanishing into the dark mantel and fireplace. The wheels of Edith's chair squeaked. Something clicked above her head. She briefly thought of knitting needles as small fingers, cold as porcelain, combed through her tangled hair and touched her scalp. I want to leave. Where is Mike? Hush! Edith's voice dropped to a whisper. I tried to leave once. When I was 12, I ran away. I didn't get far. About as far as my poor father did before me, though I never met him. When my mother caught up with me, she remarked at how I had followed my father's footsteps into the meadow you'll never find the end of. Then she put me in a room with Griselle Killigrew for a day, and I never ran again, I can tell you. Catherine raised her head, frowning so hard it hurt the muscles around her eyes. She pushed herself to her feet, swallowing the constriction in her throat that seemed determined to render her mute. What are you doing? What? To me? Enough of my old tales. Your young man, your beau, is waiting for you. Mike. He came with that girl who had too much to say for herself. Maud was the same once. Compared to your friend, I'd like to say poor old Maud got off lightly, but then I doubt Maud would agree with me on that matter. Edith tittered. Catherine's voice was more intention than sound. Mike's here. Tara. Strangers have never been welcome. How could they understand us, Catherine? She said us and looked at Catherine in such a way as to include her. We have made a rare effort for you and your needs. Needs? I don't. All must learn there are consequences for what they desire. Catherine wrung her hands together until her fingers hurt. She stepped away from the mad old thing in the chair. Stop this! Stop it, now! I don't want to hear any more of your crazy shit! When you were mooching in my uncle's room, did you not come to a better understanding of our history? We hoped you would. It's why we let you go in there, so you could see how my uncle was tutored in the great art. The girls. Those girls from L.L. Fields. What did he do to them? Edith continued reminiscing, as if Catherine had not even spoken. Nothing had changed between them, even now. To my uncle, I think they returned changed, much changed. They were not so gentle then, no, dear. You see, in their beginnings, the troupe hid while the savagery of this world was unveiled. Oh, they saw injustice and tragedy unfold upon those they loved, and those who loved them. Tragedy that you can't imagine. It's why they made the cruelty plays, to remember those who were murdered. But my uncle found the troupe damaged, as children are disturbed. As we all are, changed by adversity, when we are tender and innocent, by terror, by cruelty. Such things change us, dear. Shape us. Edith spread her spidery white fingers. They were back inside the tight silk gloves, for which Catherine was glad, as they had been so cold upon her scalp. She wasn't sure who Edith even spoke to anymore, but the woman kept on talking. The brittle voice filled her head. She briefly imagined being trapped inside the red house, listening to the woman's words forever. She wanted to scream. They recognized my uncle's suffering, It was akin to their own, and he put a troop of those wretched shadows back together, as others had done before him. Through him they continued the tradition, and they are very much looking forward to picking up with you two from where they left things. A long time ago. But not so long for them, dear. Or Alice. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You don't know me, who I am. You know nothing about me. You are frightening me. Please. I just want to go home. She looked at the window as the discord of Greensleeves neared the house. You're sick. Your uncle was sick. This house is sick. You took those girls. Alice. Sick? You little fool. Is not the world that persecuted them sick? The world that burned and broke and hanged their fathers sick? They only want to save you. Save you as they saved the other poor wretches that were discarded. They have only ever offered sanctuary to those who are as broken as they were broken. Edith seemed to lose interest in her after the outburst, and looked fondly at the kittens in their glass cabinet. Wide of eye, curtsying, their tiny furred faces seemed scandalized behind the spread fans. Catherine had come up to this room in desperation, and she had run back to the Red House because there was nowhere else for her to go. Don't even think that. But on reflection, she wished she'd just hobbled into the darkness on the road leading away from the village, or clambered across a ditch and fled into an unlit open field. Even if those old things, those people from the village had come after her and moved around her, whispering in the void, it would have been better than this. Catherine backed towards the door. She fought hard to suppress all of the instincts that tried to make her accept something impossible. She fought against thoughts that wanted to become as insane as the Masons and the house they had filled with so much confusion and horror. In the doorway, she weighed up her options, which still didn't add up to much more than an escape through the meadows at the back of the property in complete darkness, alone. My parents will be looking for me. You understand that, don't you? My colleague Leonard will tell them. Are you sure? Yes, the police will come here. I hope not. They'll waste a great deal of their time because they won't find us. This is one of those houses where an invitation is necessary. Stop it! Mike! Where is Mike? You said he came here. He wasn't invited. Are you sure of that? And they will not let go of those they love. Not again. Not ever. We are the exhibits to small tyrants. You were never our guest, but theirs. No one is ever anything else here. Tell me where he is. Tell me. And they will remake their guardians in their own image, as angels have always done. Shut up, you horrible bitch! The fact that the face Edith turned upon Catherine was veiled, she considered a mercy. The salacious ape that followed your scent? Is that all you can think of at a time like this, when you witness miracles? Your hosts will be so disappointed in you, Catherine. Where is he? Your beau was invited inside to wait for you. And wait he does. You will find him in my uncle's workshop, with his lover. Those who wrong you will always be taken care of by those who love you. Your mother certainly was, after she gave you away. My mother has known such torments for what she did. They saw how you suffered. They shared the pain in your dear little heart. Now you are here, her suffering can end. What are you saying? Edith grinned. "Here you are wanted. Here you are loved. I don't want to be loved by anything here." "But you do. It's what you've always wanted. Your heart bled in the right place at the right time. They came to you, like they came to my uncle. They came to bring you home, where wonders never cease, where you will be loved." For several seconds, the suggestions behind Edith's words did not register. Catherine's entire mind was one morbid but half-conscious blank, in which she could hear the rushing of her blood mixing with the cacophony of the pageant outside the front of the house. She slipped into one of those rare episodes when the separation of her consciousness into three divisible minds occurred. One was frantic with fear and panic about a terrible outcome. Beneath that maelstrom, she was aware of a strange feeling of acceptance that almost cried out for calm. Deeper still was the edge of an awareness that partially understood the impossible, and had always done so, but never converted comprehension into a lasting belief or wisdom she could call upon. She decided she must be stuck in someone else's nightmare, as if she were trapped in the residue of M.H. Mason's consciousness, or Edith's, and whatever it was that consumed this house. The sense of this idea retracted as soon as it had begun and was submerged again. Only fear and despair were left behind. She'd been driven to what she sensed was the end of her mind. The situation even stopped feeling peculiar. And for barely a moment, she came near to a precipice of understanding something much bigger than anything she had ever known. She was brushing against something so monumental, her reaction to it would be pure terror. But she must get beyond the terror and find peace, or she would break. She found the strength to run out of the drawing room and into the dimly lit passage beyond. It was there, as she fled for the stairs to the ground floor, that she heard Edith's final words. "They are the ones who offer justice now, my dear. And their justice can be terrible. What they did to your poor mother." By the time she made the ground floor and stood within the hall, another voice spoke. To her. She couldn't be sure. But it groaned and circled down the stairwell, as if from beyond the roof of the red house, like some great unseen mouth now covered the place where the skylight of red glass was normally positioned. It was a voice she recognized. A man's voice, the one narrating the play in the village, and one just as unclear and obscured by static as if broadcast through poor reception across a great distance of time. Another old recording, because no voice spoken in the present day was capable of such solemn and dour intonation, with a timbre degraded so horribly by age. "Keep one kitten, destroy the rest." Much of the speech she didn't catch. Words slipped into white noise and became garbled. What she did hear, she wanted to block her ears against. "Drowning is the preferred method. Up by the hind legs, a quick blow to the back of the head." Catherine moved across the hall. "Bind the toe with cotton threads. Push the wires through the false body. Pack soft stuffing around the wires." She looked at the gaping front doors. The music in the lane had stopped. She could see nothing but the tips of blood-lit weeds beyond the porch and a long line of candle flames. "Treat larger mammals in the field. Depends upon the circumstances. The trap. Placement, temperature. Before you carry it indoors, never cut the throat." "Mike!" Catherine screamed and ran into the unlit passage that led to the back of the house. At the far end of the utility area of the building, one door was open and its murky light served as a beacon. "Mike!" The voice from above came down and filled the spaces of the red house to both push and chase her through the corridor. "A ventral incision through the belly, or a dorsal entry through the back. Breastbone to tailbone. Undress from the incision. Scissors to disjoint the arms and legs. Pull down the skin to the toes. Cut across the foot." Without light, because her slapping hands failed to find the switches, she was at once ungainly and glanced off a wall. The blow forced her to slow down, to all but stop moving. She could not see what was around her feet anymore. Had something moved near her feet? Was that a quick series of bumps close by? Footsteps? Maud. Was Maud a child killer? Catherine imagined the woman's mute head, mopped in white hair, close by, waiting with one of Mason's fleshing blades in her angry old hand. It must be a trap. Edith had lied about Mike to get her down here. They'd stolen her car and bag and phone, cut her off and were tormenting her. Was that how it went down here? How did they know she was adopted? Had they killed her natural mother? Isn't that what Edith had said? For giving her away? No, Edith had said that her mother's suffering would end now she was here, which implied her mother was alive. But where was she? Lies, half-truths and manipulation. All she had ever been offered in this house. But Alice. They knew about Alice. "Go through, Alice. Go through, Alice. Go first. Go first. It's all right. Don't. Alice? Alice, come back. It's not safe. Alice, please, Alice. We're not allowed. Come back." She cupped her hands over her ears to drive out the sound of her own memories and the drone of the man's voice, which made her nerve endings shriek. The static, corroded voice was inside her head. Such was her disorientation, she thought she might fall in the dark and not be able to get up again. She swatted her hands about her body to ward off what she thought was Maud. "Trim close to the skull. Around the eye orbit, detach the lids. Remove the eyes. The lids must be arranged under a magnifying visor as microbes are moved beneath a microscope. The smallest adjustments give the effects of panic and terror." "Stop it! Stop it!" She ran to the open door of the workshop, to the dim, dirty light. There was no other light here. It was a place where you squinted and crept and tottered and brushed against things in the darkness you could not identify. "Trim the ear to the base. Separate the skin from the cartilage. Then turn the ear inside out. Unglove the head with sharp tugs." "Mike! Mike! Mike!" she cried at the open door of Mason's workshop. "Flesh the meat from off the skin. Degrease the skin. Rinse in plain water." She looked inside the workshop for a moment that seemed much longer than a moment, then sat down just inside the room with her back against the wall. The wall held the weight of her body that her legs could no longer support. A degreased skin can pickle for months and incur no damage. 41. The flesh of the lovers was pale. Only what looked like a long sideways mouth, which ran down Mike's entire back, offered any variation to the dull gleam of his skin. Before him sat a woman whose face Catherine did not need to see to know her identity. She knew it was a woman because one of her heavy breasts, as white as a fish's belly with a nipple like a bruise, was visible between Mike's elbow and ribs. Their dark, wet heads rested together, forehead to forehead, as if they shared a whispered secret like a boyfriend and girlfriend in a scented bath. A dark fluid filled the tin tub to their upper arms. Unmoving, Catherine looked at them for a while, nonsensically feeling her presence was an intrusion upon a moment of deep intimacy. She also felt the cold shock of carnal betrayal, a disgust at death, and grasped the horribly simple fact that someone could be alive, but go to the wrong place and then not be alive. Some time passed before she realized the unfamiliar sound in the room came from the pit of her own stomach, rhythmic, like hard breaths, the sound of a stranger in a dark room. Catherine left the lovers and walked to the back door of the house. The sound was still coming out of her mouth like she was giving birth. It was strangely reassuring because it made her aware she was still alive and real for a bit longer. The back door was locked. Of course it is locked. She peered through the little panes of glass in the top half of the door and saw stars. She looked down upon stars too. Or was that a strange effect of light upon the glass? What light? But the very thought that there was nothing outside anymore, no earth or trees or sky, didn't surprise her. She didn't really know what this place was, could only be certain of one thing. She was tired of running. It didn't seem to be getting her anywhere. She felt like she had swum the English Channel in her clothes, so if there was no more running in her, or point to it, there was only here. And her walking through this place and not thinking much for a while, like she'd reached the end of something important. Herself. In her right fist she held tight the rosewood handle of a scalpel she had taken from the workshop. She wondered if she would be capable of using it on anyone who came near her in the dark corridor, or who tried to prevent her from leaving the house. Or maybe she could use it on herself to frighten them. That would be easier. She used to stamp on her glasses at school and slap her own head until a teacher came. One of the quiet girls with white socks pulled up to the knee, who would never be her friend, would always run for a teacher when she went crazy. Crazy, she learned when very young, was as good a defense as any if you wanted to be left alone. The Red House, she mused, had played the same card. From up above came the crackle-static fizz of the old recording. The great M.H. Mason she had come here for continued to speak across time in a place he'd curated into an elegant hell, one that smelled of that which disguised death. For posterity, he'd recorded his apocryphal madness to inspire others. They are illusion and deception. She caught snatches of the dreary announcements within the interference, and only half heard them when the voice passed into clearer bursts. They are conjured, their history is obscure, and... Along the length of the utility corridor, she met no interference. She tried all of the doors because the rooms beyond had windows big enough to smash, and they faced the outside. If there was nothing beyond the panes of glass, then maybe nothing was still better than this. Every door was locked. The passage was a funnel. It had led her to the workshop and demanded she come back out again. The front door was also shut against whatever was out there too, or had been out there. There was no more music, no more green sleeves. The things with the candles had not followed her inside. Were they ever there? From the inside, the doors had been secured and the keys removed from the brass-framed keyholes in the locks. So someone was inside the house with her, securing doors behind her. They could see in the dark, and they had something special planned for her. Maud, you mute bitch. Catherine turned and headed for the stairs. I find the presence of immobile rats far more confirming and comforting than I find the company of my own species. She had to stay within the fraying boundary rope of reason. Even though her thoughts and half-thoughts and assumptions were being blown about by currents of fear and confusion, there was an explanation, a rational explanation for this situation. Edith was no killer. She was too infirm. Maud? Maybe M.H. Mason and Violet Mason had once been real, mad but real. Yet Maud and Edith were behind this. They were continuing whatever M.H. Mason and Violet Mason had started. Think. Edith and Maud must have taken Alice all those years ago, with help. There must have been a team effort behind the abductions of Alice and all of those helpless children who went missing from Magnus Burrow, the ones her nan had told her about. M.H. Mason and Violet had begun something here. Others had continued the tradition. Wasn't that what Edith was getting at? And in the Red House, M.H. Mason's descendants had continued to play out their fantasies, their psychopathic delusions about some nonsensical but hideous legacy of marionette theatre, and upon her too, whom they had long coveted because she got away in 1981. Edith was now trying to make her accept the surreal rites of her family, trying to insert them into her thoughts as some kind of alternative reality, some bending out of shape of natural law. It was preposterous, and she wasn't entirely convinced by her theory, but it was all she had to go on. But were they going to kill her? Was she right now being battered about like a mouse in sharp claws before the coup de grace? Making herself acknowledge that this was all for real gave her a cruel sense of comfort. Because above all else, she must refuse to accept the impossible things the Red House and its constituency were suggesting to her. Otherwise, she was lost. Catherine stood in the middle of all the small, finely dressed animals. As she stared at an empty wheelchair, Horatio watched her with an eternally wet eye. M.H. Mason's niece, his loyal priestess, was missing from the drawing room. The absence of Edith mingled with recent memories she no longer wanted, of the old figures prancing about the pageant, and of something jabbering from behind a door down there. Her coma of numbness, her brief spell of reason, broke. She shook. She sucked at, more than breathed, the air. To fight the sweeps of nausea that circled her cold scalp, she sat upon the rug. A small avalanche of dust in the fireplace made her shriek. She sat back on her heels and stared into the great centrepiece of the room. Another trickle fell into the clean black grate. This time she just flinched. She could hear nothing but the droning of the recording, which seemed to come out of the fireplace too now. In the corridor outside the drawing room and about the stairwell, Catherine went and patted her hands along the wood panels for the light switches that blended with the walls. Those she found she slapped on to commit more of the dim ruby glow to the staircase. They have electricity. They must pay bills. People know they live here. The two adjoining corridors of the first floor remained in darkness. Going inside the lightless mouth of either to find a switch was more than she could endure. They wanted her to go up. The children must dance for someone. Maybe she should start the cutting up there. 42. Though they were both in no condition to do anything but loll like mannequins upon their seats, if either of the occupants of the attic were to move, she believed she would pass out. Catherine imagined she was in the attic room of a doll's house, equipped with 2 dolls, and filled with the amplified noise of a badly tuned radio. Under the roof, the noise of static and the metallic voice was so loud, she looked up to make sure she had not walked beneath an enormous, asthmatic mouth, with a microphone pressed to its lips. Thrust out before her, level with her shoulders, the scalpel trembled because she held the handle so tightly. Her other hand was clamped across her mouth to smother the kind of whimpers most people never hear themselves utter in an entire lifetime. The walls of the space she had entered were cluttered and obscured by old wooden tea chests, a set of dining chairs under dust sheets, and a painted rocking horse as big as a pony. Her vision flashed across all of these things, and more that didn't even register, as she searched for movement amongst the furniture. None was forthcoming. As the terrible voice buzzed, she detected the whir of a clockwork toy. Mechanical parts in what looked like a phrenophone, in perfect condition. She'd once seen one in a museum, but it had not been as polished and shiny as the one sat upon the little collapsible table. The device looked like a gramophone, but it didn't play records. It was designed to pick up faint radio signals, and it was operated manually. Hanging from the side of the wooden box was a black handle, but who had turned it? She returned her attention to the 2 bodies in the attic. Surely the withered figure slumped upon the chair behind the table had been incapable of operating the phrenophone. Dressed from head to toe in a white suit and apron, the hands concealed in buff-coloured protective gloves, was the fly-keeper she had seen in the overgrown garden. Scalpel leading the way, she approached the table at which the figure may have once sat upright, and stood as close as she dared in case it twitched. Through the gauzy front of the mask, an indistinct head was just visible. Catherine tugged off the mask and stared at what remained of a yellowing face, as dry as parchment, like that of a pharaoh on display in a museum. Some of the face was missing, burrowed back above one eye socket. The lipless mouth was open and as dry as a bone inside. The gleam and lustre of the open and static eyes assured her they were made of glass. The dried sinews of the throat were neatly sewn together by a line of stitches. It was M.H. Mason. The protective clothing seemed to have settled around the thin and collapsed shape inside. But it could move. She had seen it move. How? At the sudden recollection of its movements between the trees at the foot of the garden, Catherine withdrew from the table. She promised herself that what she had seen in the garden, that vestige of humanity in white clothing, was not some old toy wound up to stagger feebly through an old routine, as if set off by a mischievous child trying to get her attention. There were no scarecrows of poorly preserved human remains temporarily occupied by what other life existed here, or behind here, or was close to here, that Edith had alluded to. A force she thought she had sensed, but could not see. Because thinking like that, and believing such things, was just what Edith wanted her to do. And she must not accept Edith's lies. So, there was another occupant of the Red House who had worn this outfit in the garden on that first day. A third inhabitant. There was Maud, Edith, and one other who had waved to her from the foot of the garden. She had seen faces at windows, disguised faces. So maybe this other she had yet to meet was the killer of Mike and Tara, and little Alice. Perhaps he was the disabled child from the old photos in Mason's study. The one she guessed might be Edith's son. He would be very old by now, past 70. Under his mother's tutelage, Edith's son may even have preserved his grandmother and great-uncle. The house was so insane, anything now seemed possible. And it could also have been this other she'd heard creeping around the house at night, crawling outside of her room. Catherine turned to the second occupant of the attic, who sat and grinned inside the casket like a satanic version of the Madonna. It was the relic she had seen at the pageant. Housed within the glass, she made an educated guess that this was, almost certainly, Edith's mother, Violet Mason. A woman now revered as a saint by the local vestiges of life, if you could even consider them as the living. Under closer inspection, the facial skin of Violet Mason's remains was as pale as an unearthed grub and as wrinkled as a wet cotton sheet. So shrunken was the form, the crumpled features under the great black hat and behind the patterned veil would have been at home upon the head of a child. The eyes were open and bright, and almost certainly made of glass. German. The dress was made of finely embroidered black silk and covered the figure's limbs. Only the hands were visible. They were as colourless as putty, with fingers as thin as pencils, but looked alarmingly soft. The garlands inside the casket were fresh, as if plucked that very day from the meadows. Someone had preserved Violet and stored her and her brother's remains up here. It was ghastly. But Catherine knew she must stay on the side of reason, or she was lost, completely gone. These were embalmed corpses. They were not living. But how was Violet's corpse transported up here? The corpse had been in the village, then in the lane. How? When she was in shock in the workshop, Edith's emissaries must have carried the glass casket up here. Maybe while Maud took Edith from her chair in the drawing room and carried her away somewhere. This all could still make sense. Only just, but stay with it. The glass coffin had been placed before an antique telescope made from brass and mounted on a wooden tripod. The lens faced an arched window. Catherine had seen the window from outside the building when down in the lane. She remembered the star charts and photographs of the night sky in M.H. Mason's study. The obsessiveness of a talented amateur that was barely scientific. This is where Mason had looked to further reaches, and implored the sky for a meaning that he had found an absence of in his own world. As he went mad. Catherine turned her attention to the monogrammed leather trunk, but made sure to cast her eyes into the shadows between the hummocks of sheeted storage, though she wasn't sure what she suspected could move within these darker places. But this was definitely the same leather trunk she had seen in the unoccupied hotel in Green Willow after Edith first made contact. She had seen it again in the nursery. The brass clasps were turned upwards. The trunk was unlocked. Catherine took her hand from her mouth and steadied her fingers enough to hold the clasps. She stifled her breath, then tugged the lid of the trunk upwards with all of her might. The lid flipped backwards with a squeak and slapped against the rear panel. She stepped away, sunk to a crouch, the scalpel held out front. The top of the case was fully open. It was lined with what looked like oilcloth. nothing rose from the musty confines. She leant forward and peered inside. When the noise from the phrenolophone abruptly stopped, the sudden silence of the attic was obliterated by her own scream. Catherine couldn't stop her body shaking. It took a while to realise she was also stepping from one foot to another, as if wet, and trying to dry off and keep warm. Using what remained of her wits, she guessed she was going into shock. Because Edith's lifeless form lay inside the trunk, collapsed like a doll with its mouth open. Entirely white eyes were turned upwards inside the small skull. And Catherine knew from a glance there wasn't a single breath of life inside the woman. It appeared the figure had just been dropped inside, perhaps once some unspeakable function was over. Uncovered by the disordered hem of the gown she wore, Edith Mason's little feet were sealed inside ankle boots that buttoned up the side. Fixed to the heels of her footwear were ugly iron calipers, which disappeared inside the multitude of petticoats and skirts beneath the black dress. Catherine didn't know where to go next, but she moved to the staircase she had climbed to enter the attic. She was only able to focus on getting out of the foul room at the summit of the house, one step at a time. On her way down the flight of stairs, she became aware she was descending into bright red light. The second-floor passageway that contained the attic entrance was now better lit than she thought it was possible for the corridor to be. Down each side of the wood-panelled walls, the glass shades of the lamps now burned brightly, and the light issued was no longer murky, like sunlight trapped inside syrup. Instead, the wall lights possessed an incandescence that stimulated an emotion within her that was so unfamiliar, it took her a few moments to identify her reaction to the new visibility. Reassurance. This new light must be another trick of the Red House, of Maud, the killer, or both, or whatever else inhabited the building that could not be seen. Stop it! She steadied herself against a wall before moving on. She was being directed to something she could not second-guess. Play along and identify it. Sudden jolts of recollection made her whimper. Edith's collapsed and lifeless body, the separation of flesh on Mike's back, that black slit. A cold, bloodless breast above the murky surface of the fluid in the bath. The crinkled face of Edith's mother, those supple but limp hands. Catherine tried to douse the sparks of recent memory before they lit her up with panic. The preposterous and sickening nature of what she had been made to confront in both the workshop and the attic she didn't so much refuse to examine, but was now unable to consider. If she even tried to, she knew she would fall to pieces and not be able to put herself back together again. She raised her face to sniff at the air that now blossomed with a floral aroma. The corridor was infused with the scent of roses, and the air was warm enough for the blood to return to her skin. Perhaps it was another trick, or a late welcome from a building she must resist. But she could not suppress her gratitude for the return of her sight, and for a smell beyond the caustic burn of the chemicals, and for something to touch her skin that wasn't cold. The Red House was silent. She moved on with the scalpel held out front. As she passed the closed doors in the passage, she watched them closely and felt her neck tense once they were behind her. She was as wary of the building as she would be of a violent bully that occasionally smiled at her. At the stairwell, she looked over her shoulder. The corridor remained empty and well lit. The fragrance of flowers was even more potent by the stairs, as if the aroma filled the great stairwell to the roof. The wooden floors and walls of the adjoining passage were also lit with a hearty crimson radiance from wall lights that had previously emitted a murky glow. She peered over the banister rail. The whole floor looked as if it had been recently polished and buffed. She went to the arched window of the landing, opposite the corridor that held Edith's room and the nursery, drew the heavy curtains to be confronted with a wooden shutter. She opened the shutters and peered through. Saw nothing but her own pale and haggard face in the reflection. The glass was so clean and the world beyond the window so black. The pane functioned as a mirror. Over her shoulders, she saw the second floor of the red house tunnel away into the distance. A casement window. She put the scalpel down upon the little padded bench before the pane of glass and gripped the latch. Turned it and gingerly pushed the window open onto cold air and a night so still, lightless and silent, she could have been looking into a void. The windows of the ground floor must have been concealed behind drapes and shutters too, because not a streak of light escaped from below to illumine the absence. Where had the people with the candles gone? Were they like Edith and Mason, the flykeeper? Did they come alive and then fall down like dolls? She killed the train of thought because it made her hands tremble. Catherine sat down upon the window seat and pulled her ankles together, placed her hands between her knees and began to rock backwards and forwards. She did it out of habit in moments of great anxiety, and God knew there had been a few of those. What to do? The doors to the rooms downstairs were locked, and the windows were unavailable to her for an escape. She would never be able to bring herself to jump from a first-floor window unless the place was on fire. Had the world truly been removed from outside these solid walls? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Where was Maud? She must have turned up the lights and locked the front and back doors. Catherine stood up, her vision blurred with hot tears. Maud! Maud! No one answered. She clenched her jaws and looked at the scalpel to usher a spurt of lunatic courage, then ran back at the corridor housing Edith's bedroom and the nursery. She turned the door handle of the nursery, locked. Ran to the door across the corridor and tried that, locked. Worked her way back down to the end of the passage and yanked at the handle of every door. Locked, 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 locked. She wanted to scream again, but doing something, anything, kept her mind off matters her chaotic mind must be prevented from dwelling upon. Catherine arrived back to where she'd started her search and stood outside Edith's bedroom. Without much vigour left in her limp arm, she pushed the handle. The door clicked open. She went through and shut the door behind her, then locked it. This room she was allowed inside. She was allowed to see the attic, and she was allowed to see the workshop. Something without speech, perhaps even without a tongue, was telling her a story. It was like walking through the cells of a horrible comic book with red pages that smelled of flowers. And on this page she was allowed inside Edith's bedchamber. Scores of dolls watched her with their perfect and placid faces. Their tiny glass eyes caught the scarlet light. The bedside lamps, the standing lamp, and the ceiling light all burned brightly. The curtains were drawn against the absence beyond the windows. Catherine raised the skirts of the heavy eiderdown and looked under the bed, but refused to contemplate what she was looking for. She saw nothing down there besides a ceramic chamber pot. She opened each of the great wardrobes and then pulled the hung clothes back and forth with one hand. In the other hand, the scalpel was ready to jab. She opened drawers and raised the lacy tablecloths on the small tables. She peered behind the great mirror of the dressing table. She filled the grate of the fireplace with spare bed linen and packed it in tight before concealing the aperture with the black iron cover. She sat in the middle of the bed and watched the door. She rested the hand that grasped the scalpel beside her thigh and waited. 43. When Catherine awoke with a gasp, she was still propped up in the middle of the bed, inside Edith's room, with a row of plump cushions supporting her back. The back of her eyes felt bruised, and she was nauseous. All of the muscles in her legs ached. Her feet were terribly sore. She was ill, exhausted, fatigued by going in and out of shock, still drugged, but she had only passed out from sheer exhaustion. And for no more than a few seconds before some inner alarm jolted her awake. About the room, the lights still burned, and the house remained perfumed with the sweet scent of roses, though the room had taken on a new aspect. All of its dimensions and accoutrements were as she remembered before she nodded off, but the air had changed, had become delicate. The alteration might have been imperceptible were her situation not so desperate, but she identified a lessening of the density and pressure of the room's atmosphere. It was also no longer warm and airless. The space she occupied felt softer and flimsier, cooler. Perhaps it was her imagination, and despite her physical discomforts, she no longer felt so heavy, but was marginally more buoyant, or even insubstantial, upon the bedding. Catherine climbed off the bed and approached the door. She glanced up at the dolls and refused to engage with a sense that they appeared happier. Beneath the bottom of the door, a hint of white light had appeared on the floorboards. Making as little noise as possible, she turned the key in the well-crafted lock. The key turned and issued the merest click. Catherine inched the door open and blinked in sunlight. On the landing and at the end of the corridor, the curtains and shutters had been opened, and the corridor was flooded with strong, unseasonal sunlight. Down below, she received an impression that the heavy front doors had been cast aside as she slept, and that each and every arched window on the ground floor had been thrown wide to welcome the light, as well as the crisp, warm air and its scents. A bouquet of freshly cut grass and crowded flower beds, sweet with pollen. From above, the scarlet glower of the stained glass had been replaced by a pinkish hue that tinted the air in a way she thought enchanting. She couldn't have been asleep for more than a few seconds. Of that she was almost certain. But somehow she had woken in daylight. The great perfumed house seemed joyous at her waking, keen to show itself as a place of luxury and discernment, as she had once hoped it would be. A peaceful magnificence that guarded the beauty and craftsmanship of an age she had studied and admired her whole adult life. It was no longer a place of small shadows and a murderer's light. The stench of death had left its rooms. It was making a new declaration of intent. This is a house you would not wish to leave, and you could only dream of a return to a house on the borderland of wonders. She visualized the dusty lane that she must run down to get away. Restraining her desire to rush madly for the front doors, she descended the stairs slowly, her eyes everywhere, especially up the stairwell, to spot small faces that might peer down. There were none. Then her scrutiny turned to the ground floor, where a lumpen figure, with a thatch of white hair, might be ready to welcome her with a fleshing tool, or worse. But Maud was nowhere to be seen either. Catherine paused in the hall as her nerves cried for her to delay no longer, and to rush at the front doors before they were closed and locked upon her as they had been the night before. The light outside the red house was near blinding. Here was the first sunlit and cloudless day of summer, but one that burned stronger than any she had known. The arched doorframe resembled a planetary eclipse, as if some great star moved through the firmament. The light that entered the building infused her, began to open a receptivity to a sense of beauty and hope she had received but glimmers of before. It was irresistible. Childlike excitement fizzed awake and tingled in every cell of her body. A broad comprehension of something significant that remained indefinable tried to spread through her with the warmth and light. True meaning was within her grasp, and an anticipation of the revelation shortened her breath. A sense of something her conscious mind resisted by trying to confront and understand. When she looked into the light, her mind had never been so clear, so awake, so vital. Every sense and nerve ending stretched to its euphoric pinnacle. She shielded her eyes as she took a few steps closer to the entrance. Through the glare, she could see a cultivated front garden, and beyond the garden wall, a great ocean of meadowland stretching to the shore of distant, pleasingly rounded hills that shimmered in a nourishing heat. You could walk forever in that direction, but you would return here. She paused on the threshold. This world outside was lit by a great white sun, one that complemented the vista as if her own eyes were covered with the camera's soft filters. It was like she was in the same building as yesterday, but somewhere else too. If she were to walk down the lane, she would arrive at the village and the church. Any further in that direction, and all would be unrecognisable. She sensed this, but didn't know how. She turned and looked behind her. Beyond the wall and at the far end of the utility corridor, the distant back door of the red house was now open. The doorway was a rectangle that issued an even more intense light into the building, light that flooded the previously unlit passage. The dazzling rear doorway briefly flickered as someone moved across it. From the aperture, she heard the distant clink of cutlery upon china. Above the fragrance of the flowers wafted the aroma of warm cakes and fresh bread. She smelled hot, sweet tea and the refreshing zest of chilled summer wines. Her mouth watered. She drank deep of the breeze that refreshed her face, like a plunge into transparent seawater on a stifling day. Her face was wet with tears. She crossed the hall and walked towards the back door. Out there were her answers. The lump in her throat was the most tangible and solid part of her weightless body, and its effortless drift towards that square of light. She covered the distance quickly between rose-tinted walls. Proud doors were shut on wonders that would surely overwhelm her if she entered any room. She approached the light of the garden without fear, and near burst through the portal that beckoned her with such urgency. So verdant was the garden, the sun's reflection on the lawn made her shield her eyes. She'd never seen land so fertile. Intensely green foliage and grass, sprayed with orange, buttercup and purple flowers, rendered her breathless at the beauty she surveyed. Behind the glinting panes of the greenhouse came the suggestions of great waxy tropical plants. The garden furniture was as white as a cricket pavilion in a dream. The wood of the theatre gleamed between velvet wings, and below a watercolour backdrop Monet might have painted. Beyond the trees that bordered the garden's far boundary, she caught glimpses of a vast English meadow that shimmered in the heat. The beekeeper raised his gloved hand and waved from behind a trellis, from which roses both entwined and burst, red, white, and pink. Behind the mesh of his hood, she could see no face. She was too far away. But the gentle, grandfatherly ease with which he moved amongst the indistinct hives faded her memory of the unpleasant thing she had so recently seen in the same outfit. Seated at the wrought iron table, its paint so brilliant a white it made her squint, the two women, dressed from throat to foot in black gowns, sat within the shade of a tree. Veils had been unfurled from wide-brimmed hats and obscured the blanched faces they had turned towards her. Their pale hands matched the china of their raised teacups. A third chair was drawn back from the table. There was no surprise or tension in the posture of the three people in the garden. They were casually waiting for her to join them. Catherine turned to face the presence she sensed behind her, deep within the red house, and started at the sight of the three figures stood where the utility corridor met the hall. There was no mistaking the thick limbs and stocky torso of Maud. Even from a distance, the mannish face beneath the thick hair, cut so crudely and unstyled, expressed such a long-standing dissatisfaction with a housekeeper's lot that her patient resignation seemed to have passed into weariness. How was that possible on such a day as this? Catherine's interest moved to the housekeeper's two small companions. They stood on either side of Maud, and each of the children had one hand enclosed within the housekeeper's thick fingers. The disabled boy with a wooden face and thick black wig was dressed in the same dated suit he had worn the last time Catherine had seen him so vividly, when she was a child, and his thin legs were still encased by a scaffold of caliper. He raised his free hand into the air, as he had done when Catherine was only a child who peered through a wire fence at the derelict and vandalised school for special children. The little raised hand and its fingers were either closed, moulded, or carven. The face on the tiny wooden head that confronted her across the distance between them was painted on. It smiled sadly under the encroach of the unruly hair. On the other side of Maud, light glinted off the thick lenses in the plastic frames of the little girl's glasses. One eye looked unusual at a distance, and Catherine guessed the eye socket was filled with gauze, and the lens of her glasses was still covered in sticking plaster, as it had been when Alice was 6. The last time Catherine had seen her childhood friend. The only other feature that struck her, and with a suddenness that made her scalp chill, was Alice's teeth, and she hoped their exposure formed part of a friendly smile. 44. Catherine awoke, propped upright in the middle of the bed inside Edith's room. Behind her, the cushions had slid about as she'd moved in her sleep. Without having been conscious of them being open, her eyes stung. Her chin was wet and her mouth dry from where it had gaped for how long? The white light of day under the door had vanished. She was returned to night. The door to the room was still locked. The scalpel lay on the bedclothes where she'd dropped it. She had been in a trance like no other. She clutched her face and almost cried at the thought of having departed the profound vision, only to find herself still trapped. But what she had just seen was surely too vivid to have been a trance. There had been such strong smells and temperatures. She'd come out of it with a clear but diminishing notion of being intensely happy. Not since her childhood had she been rendered so incapable and woken so fatigued by an episode. Their early potency and the narratives in her mind she had been unable to adequately hold in her memory. But she knew hours had passed during the more arresting episodes when she had been a girl. Her mother used to call them one of your naps, but they both knew they weren't naps. What she had just experienced exceeded even her most intense childhood trance. She had been inside the Red House too. Alice had been present, and the boy from her childhood trances. And it was as if whatever was in the building, or perhaps the Red House itself, was trying to reveal its connection to her childhood, an unseen bond that had always been in place. Her instincts suggested this. But the idea didn't frighten her as much as it had done before. Because of Alice and the strange boy with the wooden fence. The same boy she'd imagined as a child, and once thought real, even a saviour. It was like the return of the boy's presence had added a different atmosphere to the Red House. In the intense vision, it had also been morning, and the sun was bright, the day beautiful, a light of salvation, the light of her childhood trances. All over again, she'd felt the joy of being taken out of herself, removed from a world that tormented her. She was no longer being hunted in the dream, no longer frightened. In the dream, she had been welcome. She knew that much. The Masons had also been present, but alive and all too real within the beautiful garden, a place she had only ever known as a repository for weeds, flies, and decay. And she'd awoken feeling the dream had provided some much-needed hope of liberation. As recovery from a trance often encouraged her to do, she tried to re-engage with the physical world, and the one she'd grown up to accept was the only world. A world she'd slipped away from too easily since her arrival here. Catherine clambered off the bed and stumbled for the door, then found she didn't have the courage to open it. She hesitated, fretted, tried to hold back tears. Logic attempted a brutish and clumsy reappearance. Why would Maud, and possibly a second presence she had yet to see, kill Edith and throw her remains in the attic trunk, as well as start the phrenephone to frighten her? She held her face and muttered to herself, trying to force an explanation that would deliver her from a confusion so awful she thought she might have a seizure. Maybe the body of Edith in the trunk had been an effigy, and Edith was still playing an elaborate trick on her. She came from a family of performers. Or had Edith been playing dead? And maybe the lights were on dimmer mechanisms. Had to be, because they weren't so bright now. The interior was returned to its usual obscurity and horrible dim light verging on no light. The scent. The scent of roses could have been created by some kind of infusion. Mike and Tara? She tried desperately to think of how they fitted. The household and the village suggested they were some kind of clan protecting awful secrets. She felt this instinctively. And if Edith had become aware of Catherine's return to Worcester, tracked her down and invited her here, then Mike and Tara may have inadvertently become embroiled in some protracted ritual. One that only made sense to a couple of isolated and deranged elderly women and those in their service. She didn't know. She didn't know anything. She wanted to know, and she wanted a natural explanation. She would have given anything for this to make sense logically, no matter how repellent the truth. Her desperate explanations still felt insubstantial. as though she was repeating wishful thinking to believe something she knew to be false. Edith had been making preposterous claims that she and her biological mother were from the village. She knew nothing of her natural parents, only that her mother had been poor and unable to cope. Could she and her mother really have been from Magbar Wood? The village would have been under the awful influence of the Masons then. Judging by the age and state of the closed stores, she imagined her birth would have occurred around the time the village stopped functioning. Maybe her mother had tried to save her from what was happening by giving her up for adoption. If there were a grain of truth in any of her suppositions, then all that had happened to her since she first drove to Green Willow felt inevitable. Some kind of destiny. Even a part of something mystical that M.H. Mason had started that wanted to reclaim her. Wasn't this what Edith wanted her to believe? No. She could not allow herself to accept what was being suggested to her by Edith, about what Mason had excavated and brought inside this hideous house. Something from the past. Something that had transformed the Masons, if not taken over their lives and those nearby. She would not accept Edith's madness, because it was patently impossible, absurd and irrational, nonsensical superstition. But what did they, Edith, Maud, and whoever else was here, really want from her? Of her? And what did they want her to think right now? That the Red House was alive? That existence could stop beyond the windows too? As if the building was some kind of doll's house that changed and played out its stratagems with living occupants? Edith had said something about a great effort being made to remain here. What had she meant by that? She thought harder on what she knew. Mason had spent a lifetime meddling with pieces of things that predated the Romans. The house and the land it was built upon had been significant to him in some way, and she seemed to have been infected by the place as he had. So maybe the taint that poisoned M.H. Mason had endured. One that let you see through to other things, other sides. It took Alice. Stop it. Maud had drugged her. She was now susceptible to anything. She could be full of LSD. She had no idea what she had been given to drink. But people had died here, had been murdered here. Or had they? She had to get out. Catherine unlocked the door of the bedroom, but waited with her ear pressed to the wood. The scalpel gripped so hard, the handle hurt her hand. She heard nothing outside the room. Tensing her body, she turned the handle and stepped backwards as she pulled the door open, and stared across the unlit passage at the glimmer of the closed door opposite. She moved into the doorway, tried to direct her hearing further into the corridor she couldn't see, to detect a creak of a floorboard, a footstep, a breath. Nothing. She peered to the right. Nothing visible beyond a few feet of near-total darkness, partially relieved by whatever thin light fell out of her room. To her left, a glance informed her the stairwell was lit, but only just. All was as it had been before she came down from the attic to lock herself in Edith's room and fell into a dream-filled coma. So this, the house in this physical state, was real. She shivered, was dressed in only the thin white pageant gown while stood in a draught. One that grew stronger, as if there was a window open nearby. But not in her room. No. The current of cold air blew from elsewhere. Outside. Yes, a window must be open in one of these locked rooms, because the air smelled of wet leaves, Slippery brown leaves, layer upon layer of rotten leaves and rotten wood. Black soil, long, wet grass, cold air on a cloudy day with a hint of bonfire smoke. Impossible, but her senses told her she could now be outside on a winter's day. The fragrant draught blew through the passage from the window at the end. If it were open, she could climb out onto the roof outside, find a way down, and run. Catherine moved through the darkness, the scalpel leading, towards the source of the breeze, like it was an escape route detected in an ancient tomb. She swiped the blade in arcs before her. If anyone stood in her way, the surgical steel would find them before she did. And if she wasn't mistaken, there was also an aura of greyish light visible around the curtains as she approached the casement window. It must be open. Perhaps it had been all along. Or was she meant to find it open? Dawn could be breaking. Blessed morning might have arrived. She drew aside the curtains and pulled back the half-open shutters to see what looked more like dusk. She might have been in a trance for so long she'd gone through the day and woken late again. But in winter? And she must still be in a trance, because how else could she explain what stood upright down there amongst the high grasses of the overgrown garden? She put the scalpel against her forearm and pulled it back in one quick slice to make sure she was awake. The pain made her jump, and in the grey light, she saw a dark, wet line appear on her skin. Catherine whimpered. She must be hallucinating, but didn't feel drugged anymore, not even vaguely soporific. The trance was over. It might have left her mentally drained and physically tired, but she wasn't dreaming this. There are other places. She closed her eyes and shivered before the open window. Blood trickled down her left forearm and tickled her wrist. She opened her eyes. They were still there. A line of ragged children with odd-shaped heads stood in the thin light. They looked up at her in silence, just as they had watched her so many years before. The tatty silhouettes of their heads she better understood now to be mostly comprised of animal ears and poorly fitted wigs. The tallest child was a girl and wore a bonnet. Closest to the house, the boy, with a painted wooden face and unkempt black hair, raised one arm as if to wave. His other hand was enclosed by the small fingers of a little girl. One lens of her glasses was covered in sticking plaster. Somehow Catherine found the strength to turn on her leaden feet and to flee back to Edith's bedroom with her hands clutched across her eyes. None of this was real. She must still be stuck in a trance, a powerful one she had become conscious inside and remained conscious within. Or she had been drugged. Powerful chemicals were making her see things. In her mind, she could see Edith's lipless mouth and thin yellow teeth. One of my uncle's formulas. Or had she just seen children wearing masks? She had heard children here, seen their faces at windows. Hadn't the Masons once dressed children up here? But Alice was impossible. If Alice was even alive, she would be the same age as Catherine was. Catherine fell upon the bed and began to scream to wake herself up. But the sound of her hysteria only seemed to alert the inhabitants of the house. Because now there was a commotion downstairs, and then in the stairwell, and then in the corridor outside. And she could clearly hear the sound of feet running to the door of the room. Little feet, A crowd of little feet. 45. She came awake with her fingers clutching cold metal on either side of her hips. Old steel bed springs protested with enough groans and squeaks she barely heard herself whimper, "God." Sunlight slotted through chinks in wooden boards nailed across the window frame. A draught scented with earth and dew brushed her face. She remembered she had been stood before a window looking at the children in the garden. Then she had come back to Edith's bedroom and fallen upon the bed, where she must have passed out. But she hadn't passed out on this bed. What came after her return to the room was vague, or receded to fragments, and no matter how hard she swiped at the pieces of memory, they mostly sought oblivion. Perhaps mercifully. Because there had been a commotion. A rushing of small feet towards the room, and then inside the room there had been a bustling. The activity had been all about her face, accompanied by the smell of old clothes, of neglect, and fresh earth, winter air. She remembered the sounds and the smells. Had a wooden face pressed itself close? And then, nothing. Bits of another bad dream between other bad dreams. She must have dreamt that she had seen children in the garden, wearing masks, but looking up at the window she peered through. Before that, there had been another dream of the red house filled with sunlight, the perfume of flowers. People had waited for her in the garden. All of this must have been part of a trance, imagined. She'd had 2 trances then. Or 3. Or one so powerful it had felt like several. She didn't know, because the passage from one place to another, and now to here, was less like waking from a deep sleep filled with vivid, urgent dreams, and more like waking into a new day, with the actual memories of the last time she was conscious quickly fading. It was not possible for such hallucinations to feel like actual memories. Her visions were delusions. That was one thing she must not kid herself about. In the reeking darkness of the strange room, she was too stiff with fright to move. So she remained motionless, no less inert than a doll, but one filled with horror. Until the terror subsided, and she thought she had been emptied of the capacity to feel anything. Her skin was cold, as if she'd been exposed to the elements all night, or even longer. But though she was cold, the sensation wasn't one of physical discomfort. Shock also rendered her unable to speak, or even cry out. Thick-headed, she could have been mistaken for thinking she hadn't slept in weeks. Or maybe she'd slept for weeks, and only half awoken. She pinched her wrist. As she performed the simple maneuver, her arms were numb, heavy, cold, her fingers thick, half paralyzed. But she was awake. This was real. A thin cut on her forearm poked beneath her sleeve and had recently begun to scab over. She could not see the scalpel or any bedclothes. And what was she lying on? Bare springs, because there was no mattress. In the vague light that passed through the boarded-up window, she could also see that she had been changed into a garment that looked and felt like a dress. Even her throat was covered by something tight, a stiff collar. The gown reached her ankles, and she could feel its constriction about her hips. The garment was old. What she could see of it was grubby, once white. The light was dim, but she was also certain there were no dolls on the far wall or furniture in the room. Where they ended their journey, the shards of white daylight struck unclean walls. So, had she been drugged, which had made her imagine everything? She couldn't accept that. Her recollections of the house and all that had happened were too sharp, too vital. While she was unconscious, her clothes must have been changed, and someone had left her sitting on bare metal springs, slumped against a metal headboard. But inside a new place, another building, or maybe in a part of the Red House she had never seen before. Or the physical world had been transformed again, and in a manner more radical than ever before. The idea that she was still inside the Red House, and still in Edith Mason's bedroom, and lying upon her actual bed, grew through her bewilderment, and close to a horrible acceptance of the impossible. And if she needed prompt confirmation, beside the bed was a great black wheelchair, tipped on its side upon the bare wooden floor. Gradually, her eyes adjusted to the darkness. Mould blackened the walls she could see lit up by bands of watery daylight. And that's what she could smell. She recalled noticing the same odours before, in the darkness of her room, in the corridor outside her room, and inside the dining room. Most of the remaining wallpaper was mottled into neglect. Leaves and loose bricks lay upon the floorboards. Part of the ceiling had fallen in too, because slats of wood were visible. The wiring had been stripped from the walls. A decomposing mattress was slumped against where she remembered a mirror to be. Continents of black stains had joined up on the mattress. Parts of the fabric and stuffing formed wet lumps on the floor. She clutched her face with hands so cold and heavy they felt like they belonged to someone else, or were, at the very least, near paralysed. Her features were slippery with some kind of cream or ointment. She looked at the sleeve of the ancient white nightgown from which an unfamiliar perfume drifted. Gingerly, she touched her head. Her hair was pinned up inside a cap, across which her numb fingers scraped. On the floor beside the bed were shards of mirrored glass, smashed out of a frame many years before, and now glimmering among the detritus. With a slow and ungainly arm, she reached down and picked up the closest piece, breaking it free from a rime of dust and a glimmer of silvery insect trails. She rubbed the section of dull speckled glass with a thumb, turned it to her face, and stared at the sight of something so pale it was almost blue. Whitened skin. Her skin. From outside came a sound she never thought she would hear again. The rumble of a car engine and the ripple pop of tyres across a rough surface. Beyond the sound of the car, birds issued terse cries into the cool air. Stepping off the bed took all of her strength. For a moment, she'd thought she was fastened to it. But once she was up and on her ungainly feet, moving was much easier than the act of pinching her flesh or picking up the broken piece of mirror. Now she was upright, she even felt agile, nimble. Through the unlit room, her legs carried her swiftly across the dross and wet bricks to the blocked window. Frantically, she moved her face behind the rough, damp-darkened boards, until she found a suitable gap to peer through. A vehicle came into view. A green van, an old model, even vintage, that was driven carefully. It stopped moving at the end of the overgrown front garden, an area now protected by a metal chain-link fence she had never seen before. Most of the brick wall she remembered was missing. The sight of the man who stepped out of the car made her dizzy and then relieved, and then close to paralysis. Without the aid of his wheelchair, Leonard Osborne stood beside the open driver's side door. He then walked stiffly around the bonnet of this vehicle she had never seen before, and stood before the fence. He held something in his hands, something black and hairy that he placed with great care upon the roof of the van. He turned to face the house. He removed his jacket slowly, his trousers from his thin legs, his shirt. And all with deliberate care, as if his actions were rehearsed, or a prelude to a special act. By the time he was looping his underwear over one unshod foot, Catherine had closed her eyes upon the sight of his pallid and wizened torso, separated into a patchwork of thin lines, faded purple and white. Scars. When she reopened her eyes, she dug her fingers between two of the wooden boards nailed across the casement frame and clung onto them to stay on her feet, because Leonard Osborne's face was no longer visible. Leonard's head was tilted upwards towards the front of the house and was covered in a dark leather mask. The mask was featureless, and that, she considered, was the only mercy in what she was being forced to endure. Cascading about the outside of the mask and down past his bony shoulders were luxuriant black curls of hair. The horribly feminine tresses reached his protruding ribs. The rest of the man's body that she could see was naked, save for a soiled bandage around one thigh, visible when he unlocked the metal gate built into the security fence. Carrying a grey sack, he walked up the path, under the porch roof, and out of her view. She became aware that she was now panting against the rough wooden planks, but her breath was weak, soundless, and must have been muted against the wood. Blind with panic, as much as going blind among the black spaces between the thin shards of white light in the room, she fumbled around the wet, crumbling walls and used her hands to feel her way to the door. Little impeded her stagger. There was a hole where a handle once turned. She stepped through the doorway and into a vista of ruin. Behind her, the door drifted shut. The red house was derelict. The air inside was cold and lightened enough to suggest the great skylight of crimson glass was no more. No rugs, no carpets, no pictures, no light fittings either. A great pungency of damp wood and urine assaulted her senses. The stairwell was missing most of its banisters. The ends of the two corridors were lost to darkness. Floorboards were warped and even absent above what looked like deep black cavities about her feet. Leaves had blown in from somewhere and settled into mounds of mulch against the walls, joined by fallen chunks of plaster. But down below there was movement, and a sound she had heard before. A sound she was too transfixed with fear to investigate, as it shambled through the neglect and half-light, 2 stories down, out of sight. Footsteps. The distinctive side-to-side shuffle of a heavy-set woman with a limp. Maud. From deep within the bowels of the building, the housekeeper now moved into the hall directly beneath the stairwell, as she had once walked to collect Catherine so long ago. A chain slid through a metal loop. Down there. Metal was rattled, and wood groaned out its resistance at being moved. The great front doors were unlocked, and the light increased in the stairwell as the doors were opened. And then they were closed and locked again with the same slow procedure. The light downstairs dimmed. 2 sets of feet scuffled and creaked across what was left of the hall floor. But there were no voices, no greetings between the housekeeper and her visitor, which was even worse than the sound of their feet beginning a noisy ascent of the stairs. Carefully, upon the broken and uneven floor, Catherine slipped backwards and into the mouth of the corridor she had come out of. Once back within the shadows of the passage, she crouched down and tensed. With her cheek pressed into the moist, crumbling plaster of the wall, she peeked out at the stairwell. In a grotesque and nonchalant parade, Leonard came into view, with Maud following. The naked and scarred body of the old man she had come to love and trust moved with a casual ease up the stairs, his spine too straight for a man of his age, his head and upper body covered by the horrid locks that swayed as he walked. His face was blanked out by the old leather mask that offered no suggestion of eyes, mouth, or nose in the dank and dim space the shaggy head rose through. Behind Leonard, with her face cast into the usual dour indifference, Maud dragged her bandaged foot upwards, one step at a time. Catherine did not want that black leathery face turning in her direction, so she slipped backwards without a sound, deeper into the corridor, as her captors made the second-floor landing. Her mind scrabbled for a solution of where to flee if they came for her. Fear turned to relief when she heard their footsteps crunch, bump, and scuffle into the adjoining corridor that housed the bedroom she had stayed in. Behind her, and next to Edith's disused bedroom, she could see the vague outline of the nursery doorway. It was open. She eased herself to the empty doorframe and peered inside. In a haze of light emitted around the hardwood board that had come loose in both top corners over the far window, she could see that the shadowy space was empty. The walls were as softened by moisture and mould as the walls in the rest of this building that she had awoken within, so confused and frightened. She fled back to the landing and listened. In the distance, from out of the adjoining passageway, she heard the muffled sounds of something being dragged around a floor and knocked about a distant room. Catherine fled across the landing and began a descent of the stairs, her only relief being her skill at moving so quietly and swiftly down to the floor below. On the first floor, the wooden walls had been smashed through, or were black and buckled with damp. A quick look into the gap that had once been the entrance to Edith's drawing room revealed it to be an empty shell that stank of urine and worse. Somehow the curtain rail above the boarded-over window had survived. She made haste to the ground floor. Some of the floorboards of the hall were missing, to reveal rubbish-filled spaces and crumbling cement between crossbeams. Great rusted nails reared like small serpents in the thin light, and she delicately moved her feet around them to prevent spearing the sole of a bare foot. The front doors had been shut behind the visitor. A dull glimmer of iron chain looped about the handles suggested they were secure. Catherine turned and fled into the dark utility corridor, keen on reaching the back door while Maud and Leonard were upstairs. They must have come out of the corridor on the second floor, because she heard their feet creak and bang about the upper stories. They must be looking for her, and were going to search Edith's room. The thought made her need to escape greater. There would be time enough to fathom what had happened here, how she had been kept prisoner and mesmerized or drugged, or whatever they had done to make her experience a derelict building in its former glory, an illusion generated by her own imagination. Mason's magic worked. Bewitched. Impossible. Stop it. There will be time. There will be time. There would be time. And for the rest of her life. But for now, she begged herself just to get outside. It was dark in the utility corridor, and she could not always see where her pale feet stepped. But through some of the gaping doorways, smidgens of daylight fell around the boards, nailed across all of the windows. She quickly peered inside the rooms she passed, and there were no longer any great tableau beneath glass. Each room was empty. One squalid room had the remnants of a wet sleeping bag, bunched up amongst plastic bottles, piled at the foot of a stained wall. There was some evidence of an old kitchen, with a few cardboard boxes and plastic bags scattered across the wooden counters that had not yet been torn from the patchy walls. The grocery bags and the messy assortment of discarded tins and glass jars were modern and new. A loaf of bread spilled white slices onto a murky bench surface. So someone had been feeding themselves and using that space to prepare basic food. Maud. Oh, Jesus Christ. So what had she really been eating here? It didn't appear to have been pheasant. Catherine slowed down as she approached the workshop. Not just because of what she remembered having seen in that terrible space, but because it was the only room in the corridor with a door in place. Not an old door either, but a temporary one. The kind she had seen in chipboard walls around scaffolding on building sites. The door was closed, padlocked. As was the back door she had run to. And the door was not only closed, but also sealed with a padlock and chain and fresh hardwood panels that had been added to the frame at some point recently. The acrid smell of new wet timber was still detectable about the surface she ran her hands across. In desperation, Catherine began to cry and whisper and whimper as her pawing became clawing and scraping and a hopeless shoving at the wood of the back door. Until she disturbed whatever or whoever it was that began to fumble about inside the sealed workshop. And whatever was inside the workshop soon scratched at the other side of the makeshift door. The pattern of footsteps and the incoherent grunts suggested an animal or someone helplessly drunk had been imprisoned within the room. Catherine backed away, up the corridor towards the doorway of the stinking kitchen area. The figure contained within the workshop began to moan and then bark like a dog with something stuck in its throat. The scratching of the fingers evolved into an angry hammering. She realised she wasn't so much afraid of who was on the other side of the door, as much as she was afraid of why they were being kept inside the room. Because they kept captives here, drugged captives, and killed them. Leonard was in on it. He was the Mason's accomplice. He had set her up. The valuation, her entire job, was a sham, a prelude to this. Maud was his ally. It must have been going on for years, since before she had been a child in dismal LL Fields. She thought again of Alice clambering up the riverbank to the hole in the green wire fence, of the black and white faces of the disabled girls in Mason's study. Margaret Reed, Angela Prescott, Helen Team. They must have all been brought here. How had they snatched the first 3 girls? Using children, like those she had seen in the special school, dressed as Mason's marionettes, on M.H. Mason's orders, with the intention of drugging and killing disabled and vulnerable girls here. Were they still doing it? Leonard and his confederates must have waited for Catherine all these years too, for decades, because she was a witness to Alice. Preposterous, Because Alice was still a child here, or had that been a hallucination? And where, or what, was Edith Mason? The house. The house could not have altered so radically. There was no drug in existence that could make her see it as it had been, that gloomy, oppressive, but perfectly preserved revival house. It was not possible. Her situation was impossible. Like the story in a horror film, and her explanations didn't work. But here she was, right now, in a place as real and as vivid as any she had known in her life. From the other end of the corridor, the sound of 2 sets of feet descending the stairs to the hallway compelled Catherine to duck inside the kitchen and to press her back against the far wet wall. Briefly, she inspected the kitchen windows to see if one of the boards could be levered off. The bottom panel had been kicked in at some point and clumsily reattached. The wood looked like wet cardboard. She tried to peel the sheet of chipboard away from the nails as quietly as possible. In the distance of the house, she heard a chain slide through door handles. They were going then. Leaving. She crept to the doorway of the kitchen and noticed a small camp bed pushed against the wall on the side of the room opposite the window. A mottled pillow without a case, indented by the impression of a head, lay at the top of a single tartan blanket. So who slept here? Maud? When they had a victim to torture and kill. Catherine stuffed her fingers inside her mouth to still her whimpers and to hold her jaw that was now quivering uncontrollably from shock and fear. She peered out into the utility corridor. In the distant gloom, Maud dragged M.H. Mason's leather trunk through the hall and into the little reception corridor before the open front doors. Leonard carried bedding folded over his arms. Was that what she had been sleeping on? If so, were they taking evidence of her visit out of the ruined building to dispose of? Perhaps that's why they had been in her room, to remove traces of her now the time had come to kill her and finish this deranged ritual they had started when she was sent to value antiques. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Who were these people? Was Edith still inside that trunk they must have fetched from the attic? And if so, was Edith Mason alone inside it? She was going mad from the impossibility of it all. From the continuing maelstrom of confusion and terror the house would give her no respite from. Footsteps approached. Someone was walking through the utility corridor. Catherine cast about the kitchen, found a bread knife in a tub of margarine crawling with ants, pulled the knife free and backed against the wall beside the window, out of sight of the corridor, and waited. She stayed silent, trembling as the 2 sets of feet shuffled and bumped outside in the utility corridor. No one came into the kitchen, but she could not believe they were unaware of her. She heard Leonard and Maud unlock the workshop door. What they pulled out of the room did not put up a struggle. It came out groaning and coughing and seemed to be willingly led by its silent captors through the utility corridor towards the hall. Crouching in the stinking darkness against the wall, Catherine waited and listened until she was sure there were 3 sets of footsteps moving away from her position and back towards the front of the house. When she was certain they were returning to the hall, she peered around the kitchen's doorframe and saw a clump of slowly moving figures blocking the light that seeped into the passage. Once the group had struggled out of the utility corridor and into the hall, they were lit up by the light falling through the broken skylight and by what shone through the open front doors. And what she saw fused her enduring terror with a greater incomprehension. So quickly, she thought she might faint. Between the skinny, naked figure of Leonard and the squat, lumpen Maud was the silhouette of a woman in what appeared to be a long grey dress and white apron, the same outfit Maud wore. A bag, or a garment like a hood, was pulled over the figure's head. The woman was unsteady on her feet and occasionally issued a grunt or piteous cry as she was shoved about the hallway. When Leonard and Maud released her arms, the captive spread pale hands as if she was suddenly finding her feet upon an icy pavement. Catherine clutched her ears to try and stop the spinning inside her skull that demanded she just run down there, screaming, and get it over with. Just have them put an end to her and this torturous theatre of cruelty she was still stumbling around as an unwitting player. She had been on centre stage. It had been all about her. But since she had woken in the derelict building, she seemed to have been marginalised. This notion should have brought comfort, but instead, the greater and more sinister mystery the day had introduced was taking her to a point where death might even be something of a blessing. She thought she had been here before, at school as a child, in London, when Mike left her, even inside this house. But none of that had even been preparation for this morning. As she continued to gape at the grotesque spectacle within the dilapidated hall, Catherine became attuned to a scrutiny that made her shiver from head to toe. Taking her horrified stare from the tall, upright figure with the hooded head that grunted and swiped at the air about its concealed face, Catherine looked at Leonard and was quite sure the emaciated, naked figure had now turned its indistinct leather face in her direction. She ducked back inside the kitchen and was sure if she heard a single footstep approach her position, her heart would simply stop. The next thing she heard from the front of the house was the doors being closed and chained shut from outside the building. Catherine peered out again and saw the thin, hooded figure in the housekeeper's uniform, alone, and stood within a broad shaft of dusty sunlight falling from above. The slow, painful, and wretched fumbling of the thing commenced, and the draped head groaned as if in pain while reaching for what it couldn't see. Leonard and Maud were no longer inside the great hall. They had gone, left the building. The doors of the Red House were closed and sealed again. Why? Why had they left the hooded captive inside the hall, as if for her to find? Catherine left the kitchen. Hesitantly, she walked towards the ghastly hooded occupant of the hall. The woman was tall and thin, and as she drew closer, she was reminded of someone who had just stumbled away from a traffic accident. The woman was in shock after what had been done to her, which might also account for the sounds she made. Catherine glanced around the hall and up the staircase to the next floor. Empty. Maud and Leonard had really departed and left her alive and alone with this bizarre spectacle of helplessness, dressed in a vintage housekeeper's uniform. Upon the head of the tall woman was a sack, not a hood. A dirty old sack that fell to the woman's collarbones. Inside the hall, Catherine cleared her throat. "Don't be frightened." The woman let forth a surprised grunt. Her hands rose and battered at the air as if she was trying to fend Catherine away, or reach whoever had just spoken and broken the silence. "Don't move. The floor isn't safe." "Have they gone?" Can you hear me? Have they gone?" The woman oriented her frail body to where Catherine's voice had risen. As she turned, she nearly fell. Catherine moved to her and held her elbow. With her other hand, she tugged the sack off the woman's head. Transformed by the dress and apron, making sounds unrecognizable as even human, and the fact that the woman had been harrowed by torments that had seen her blinded, still could not disguise Tara. Not even the glass eyes fitted into the red eye sockets, or the fact that no tongue moved within her wide open mouth, could protect the appalling creature's identity. The sound of Catherine's whispers in the airy hall unbalanced Tara. She broke from Catherine's hold and fell against the grubby wall, where she crouched near the broken skirting boards, with her dead glass eyes open wide and her bloodless hands clasped to her cheeks. Her mouth gaped, but nothing save a rasp seeped out, as if the disfigured creature was losing the last of its air, and probably dearly wished that it was. "Oh, God," Catherine heard herself say. "What have they done to you?" When she was struck by the notion that what had been done to Tara had been done on her behalf, Catherine then felt as if everything had stopped moving inside her body. For her. She remembered Edith's words and began to shake. "They are the ones who offer justice now, my dear. And their justice can be terrible." This was for her. But it wasn't possible. Tara had been killed with Mike. They had been slaughtered and drained. She had seen the livid sutures upon his back in the metal tub, the tub in which the balding Edith had also once shivered like a wet foal, unleashed from some hideous womb. But if Tara was still alive, then what about Mike? Where was Mike, and what had they done to him? "Keep one kitten, destroy the rest." Catherine thought of the rotten hives, hectic with corpulent flies, and whimpered. She had been sure that Tara was also lifeless in that ethanol tub. Had she been alive, but unconscious? But how could she have survived the awful wounds inflicted upon her head? Catherine looked to the stairs. She thought again of Edith, so lifeless inside the trunk that she had just seen removed from the building. And she thought of Edith's mother and uncle sat like motionless mannequins inside the attic. Whatever hope drained from her body during this moment of reflection, she knew would not be returning any time soon. No. No. Please, God, no. Oh, God! She ran across the broken floor to the staircase, and seemingly without breathing, leapt as much as she ran, with her foul skirt hitched up to her thighs, to the first floor and across its landing, and up the next staircase, and on to the next landing, and down the first corridor to the room she had so recently awoken inside, Edith's bedroom, the room of dolls. She never made it far inside the room. "Who are you? Who are you?" She screamed at the figure, sat upright on the bed frame, surrounded by so much rot and decay. "Who the fuck are you?" She settled upon her knees. "Please, please, tell me, please, please." The skein of light that had originally roused her now fell upon the figure, sat upright on the bed. A woman with a face Catherine recognised as her own. The very same pallid face that Catherine had seen, only partially reflected, in the shard of mirrored glass. "You're not real," You're not the real one. You're fucking not! As she drew closer to the bed, she saw that the seated figure's mouth was open. And about the mouth, the flesh was purple, as if there had been a struggle to push something past a resisting jaw. The front teeth were broken. From the dark lump of the body, left so lifeless and without rigidity, the arms had flopped hopelessly. After some vigorous commotion had occurred upon the rusty metal of the old iron bed frame, the hands had fallen open upon the unclothed springs, wrists upturned, one featuring a small vertical cut from a scalpel. A magnetism came with an abruptness that seemed to pull Catherine from where she stood at the foot of the bed and jolted her head forward. She thought she might faint within the eager force that sucked her towards the ghastly figure of herself propped up on the bed, until some new and unwelcome instinct suspected that if she were to lie upon the bed, she would join in some unnatural union with a lifeless figure, only to have to break apart from it again. Flashes of things sparked across her mind. A beekeeper raising a hidden face within an overgrown garden, a figure standing up behind the counter of an abandoned village store, the scurrying aged of the pageant. Catherine stumbled away from the bed and sat down hard upon the floor. She recalled the rushing of small feet through the house to the door of her room, and the sense of a frenzied activity around her face. Before she had awoken here, in the ruined house. The real version. So where had she been all that time when it had looked so different? Did it also exist in another place? Places. And if that was her body upon the bed, then... Into her thoughts came a memory of Edith's lipless mouth, spouting its madness. Small things were repaired, my dear, and there was resurrection, blessed resurrection, for them and those who revered them. She had said something about their guardians being remade in their own image, like angels had done. They tutored Mason in the great art. Dear God, what did you bring into this house? No, the thing on the bed was not real, was not her. This was still a dream. She was still imprisoned within a trance. Her entire consciousness was now a trance. On the floor, she was jerked into an awareness of the car engine being turned over in the lane outside. Catherine crawled to the window and pulled herself up the wall, slammed her hands against the wood. She was real. Not dead, not a ghost. The thing on the bed was an effigy. She could hear the sound of her hands against the wood. Yes, she could. They had only made an effigy of her. They must have done, because she could think and feel and move. Edith had been able to move and talk too, and Catherine could still move ever so swiftly. She had virtually glided up and down those stairs, over broken floorboards and rusted nails, without incurring a scratch. The cold was not unpleasant. She snatched out her hair and screamed. Stop! 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 But down there, between the security fence and the brick walls of the red house, Maud stood in profile and did not even turn towards Catherine's cries. Maud had raised her chin, but betrayed no emotion beside the usual stern disapproval on a long-suffering face. She had also raised her arms, as if it were her turn to be measured for a fitting. Naked but masked, Leonard stood before Maud. An open, straight razor filled one of Leonard's bony hands. His other hand gripped Maud's throat like she was livestock. The blade glinted silvery in the mackerel light of this terrible dawn. His leather face was angled towards Catherine, to where she peeked from between the planks of wood. And the eyes behind the featureless mask, she knew, were fixed upon her window. Because he wanted her to watch, had waited for her to look out and to witness this. With a quick jerk of a bony arm, the taut bicep so bumpy with scar tissue, Leonard sliced the razor against Maud's rotund belly, then punched his whole hand inside her. And deep within the unresisting lump of the woman's dense body, his hand went to work. He tugged the razor upwards like he was trying to free a stuck zipper on the compliant servant's clothes. With quick, hard jerks, and sometimes a sawing motion, he worked his hand up until the razor was buried between Maud's heavy bosom. Through the gaps in the wooden boards, Catherine heard the ripping of linen, and worse. And in shocked stupefaction, she watched Leonard hold the housekeeper upright by her throat, while his other hand unspooled the housekeeper into the overgrown grass. Catherine's muffled grunts that came from the fingers she'd stuffed inside her mouth failed to obliterate the sound of Maud's spilled innards dropping heavily into the weeds. The squat figure seemed to sag and deflate forward onto her executioner, like a sack of emptying meal slit down the side. Ungraciously, Leonard tugged and pulled the collection of rags and string and tow and sawdust and hard brown lumps from out of the loosening skin of the housekeeper, which soon flopped about his shoulder, the head still heavy and bobbing like a waterlogged football. His coup de grace was to yank the white wig off Maud's scalp, which was revealed to be stitched like a moccasin. And the neck supporting the pale head never recovered its posture. The heap of clothing and thick, lifeless limbs that once was Maud was stuffed untidily into a grey mail sack that lay waiting in the wet grass. Catherine watched Leonard drag the full sack out of the gate and toss it into the back of the green van. So complete was her horror, Catherine remained still and silent, empty and numb, until the final part of the truth appeared to her in the form of a memory. A recollection of the insane words that had croaked from Edith Mason's horrid mouth about her mother, her real mother, who had suffered, who had known torments for giving her away, who would be released. Those who wrong you will always be taken care of by those who love you. Your mother certainly was, after she gave you away. Maud. Don't never come back. The housekeeper's eyes wet with tears when she put Catherine to bed when she was ill. The sound of her sobbing in a dark room while Edith bathed. Because she knew what was happening. Something she could not stop. A terrible sequence of events she was commanded to take part in. She had been neither alive nor dead. Here, they had done away with such distinctions. Maud. Mother. After the door was slammed, this old man of great and inhuman strength that she knew nothing of stood alone beside the van in the lane and angled his leather face up to the red house as if in awe of it. He raised his two thin, scarred arms to the air in salute, or as if he was making a command that she did not hear, nor would understand if she had. And just for a few seconds she thought but was not sure. The air around his black wigged head shimmered like summer heat above a meadow. 46. When the green van was long gone, Catherine rose from where she had been slumped upon the floor. She walked past her body upon the bed and drifted down the stairs of the red house. In the hall, Tara still leant against the wall, but had found her feet again and gingerly prodded one dirty bare foot about. Within the housekeeper's dress, her body trembled. If Catherine were to undress her old nemesis and check her flesh, she knew she would find a long scar. The new housekeeper's hands were raised, but performed no meaningful function. At least she had fallen silent. Not from acceptance, but perhaps from what preceded acceptance. Tara flinched when she became aware of Catherine's silent presence moving down the stairs. When she reached the hallway, Catherine had no curiosity left about what would happen next, but inexplicably in her shock, knew the worst was over. But she did wonder again, in a vague and emotionless way, about what would happen if she were to lie down upon the bed with her old self. She knew it wasn't allowed yet, and that it would be a struggle for her to get off that bed again. But when she did, at least there was a wheelchair and someone in the house to push it. There was work to be done upon the specimen upstairs. When she looked at Tara, and when she thought of Maud and Edith and the old keeper of flies, that was M.H. Mason, and Violet Mason in her case, and the population of Magbar Wood, she understood this. And she knew bitterly that the things she had seen in the attic and the one slumped upon that bed upstairs had been left as a form of explanation that no words could ever suffice to explain. And Catherine wasn't to remain here for long. Not in the building, as it was here, but as it was in another place. In other places and in other forms that she had already seen. Now she had stopped screaming and sobbing and banging her hands against the damp wooden planks. The knowledge came to her as naturally as anything she could ever remember. Because the old house was telling her things now, and she needed to listen. And when the awareness had dawned and broken through shock and resistance and fear and regret, and the daze that all of those things had reduced her to, she had risen and come down the stairs. Perhaps Tara was to forever remain as a hobbled ruin in the great house, as her mother had existed here, in whatever state the great house chose to show itself. Maybe Tara was here now to serve a new mistress, until the time came when the housekeeper would also be opened and emptied into the grass outside and put inside the sack by the man in the mask. As Tara's predecessor had been. As Catherine's natural mother had just been, right before her eyes. One day, perhaps, this housekeeper would have her suffering relieved too. It seemed to be the way of things. She didn't know, but she knew something would tell her soon. The sound of the back door opening, and the sudden warmth and brightness of the light that spilled through, made Catherine and her unseen companion turn towards the rear of the house. One woman turned towards the sound, the other turned to see the light that reached through and reddened the timbers and burnished the polished floors. And outside, from the beautiful garden, came the sound of voices. The voices of many children, high and chaotic, with the joy of play, circling like a flock of excited birds. This place of decay began to fall away in the swift tide of transforming light that rushed through to alter every brick within the brightness of a world older than the one she was about to leave, forever. Against the silhouette of the distant doorframe, as if a new sun of a new world was beaming onto the rear of the red house, other figures moved and threw their small shadows onto the increasingly visible walls inside the building. Bright-blooded walls that soon reached the hall, as it too was filled with a glorious light. A light she remembered from childhood. A light of comfort and confirmation, and of safety and love that vanished whenever she'd awoken from a trance. The visitors all seemed eager to get past Alice, and the 3 little girls beside her, who walked so slowly and in such an ungainly fashion. Because those others that entered the red house behind the lame girls were keen to greet the mistress they had chosen and the servant they had provided. And so, together, the troop of little tatty figures came inside from the divine garden to be with her, and to stay with her for some time to come. Catherine knelt on the floor and opened her arms. Thank you for listening to this audio production of House of Small Shadows by Adam Nevill, read by Sophia Engstrand. Text copyright Adam Nevill 2013. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited 2026. Published by Tor Nightfire, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. The right of Adam Nevill to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted in accordance with